All right. We are live at Coletco. Welcome, my son. Welcome to the machine. Bum, 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 bum. I'm feeling the Popeye and feeling and dying. You know, Otis plays a mean guitar. So, hello. Who's back here? You got stuff to clean?
I do.
Okay. What are you cleaning on? Tom Petty?
Right here, some stuff.
Okay. Let's go see what Trenton's cleaning on, Otis. We're live right now. I'm mocked up in the back room. Let's see.
It's looking better back here.
Yeah, I kind of destroyed it last night, and I didn't come back here and clean it up because I had to take Otis home. All right. Okay. Welcome. Let me figure out what all this stuff is around me. Oh, boy. My head is... I've done a lot in the last 15 minutes. Last 20 minutes. Last 5 minutes. 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute. How long ago? I've already been live 3 minutes. Holy moly, Otis. Hey, holy moly. Holy moly. That's right, Otis. Holy moly. Holy moly. All right. Let's move this out of the way. Nobody in his right mind would have left her. Nobody in his right mind would have left her. How much for the Tom T. Hall hat? $35. It is signed and JSA authenticated. How much is Emilio Estevez? Emilio is $125. $125 for Emilio Estevez. This was a Beckett witness. That was a live witness, Emilio Estevez. Tom T. Hall is autographed and dated. He is $35. JSA authenticated. Mega Blast, if you don't want it, JW Outlaw does. Emilio Estevez is $125. Chevy Chase is $145. Chevy Chase is $145. Tav Falco is $9.99. The Rolling Stones is $14.99. Rolling Stones book is $14.99. All right. So first sale of the night, Tom T. Hall hat sold to JW Outlaw for $35. Sold. Signed and dated by Tom T. Hall himself. 1987. What a time to be alive. Thank you, JW Outlaw. That is sold to you. William Drugovich gets Tav Falco. That's sold to William Drugovich for $9.99. This is a signed 11-14. It's been signed and Beckett witnessed by, it's been signed by Chevy Chase and Beckett witnessed. That's $145. Emilio's $125. Stones is $14.99. I got Kiss bookmark stickers. We were selling these last night. This is self-adhesive book labels. This book belongs to subject class. We were selling those last night for $22. I've got 7-Eleven cups. I'll show those in just a second. I need to give that to Ed. I'm going to lay this over here. Those letters. Mick Jagger is $6.99. Ronnie Earl is $6.99. The Stones is this book, The Greatest Rock and Roll Band from the 60s to the present day. It's kind of a vintage book. $14.99 on that one. Artemis Pyle from Leonard Skinner. That's $125, signed Artemis Pyle. Val Kilmer from Heat. Val Kilmer's $195. There's more Kiss stickers. Love, that's an original concert poster. Love, Congress of Wonder, Sons of Champlin. $75 plus shipping. $75 plus shipping on that original poster. Glenn Campbell's $125. Cheap Trick. Bob Hope, $175. Levon Helm, $175. That's all going right here behind me. This is an original poster. Avaloon Ballroom, 1968. Love, Congress of Wonders, Sons of Champlin. $75 plus shipping. Shout out to Kathy Hodges. She set a new Coletco record last night. We sold the signed Ace Frehley guitar. I'm going to post about it tomorrow. But shout out to Kathy. She bought the Ace Frehley guitar last night for $11,000. Big shout out to Kathy. Thank you, Kathy. Does it come with a frame, or can I get it without the frame? We can take it out of the frame. It's still got to be shipped flat, though. It's a pretty cheap frame, but we'd have to ship it flat. It'd still be plus postage. But yes, the Ace Frehley guitar is gone. Shout out to Kathy Hodges. Largest Coletco sale during a live stream, $11,000. She's very excited to get it. I'm very excited for her to get it. Thank you, Kathy. Here's the poster. This is an original poster from Pittsburgh, the band. It's signed by Levon Helm. Thanks, Dale. And then there was another person who signed it that we don't know who it is. But there's Levon Helm from the band. That's $175. This is sold to Danae. We can take it out of the frame, whichever is easier. This is sold for $75 plus shipping. Make sure we make a note on that, please. This is sold to Danae Delio, $75 plus postage, okay? That's item number 3 of the night. Already moving some miscellaneous. See what y'all missed not watching at 2:30 a.m. in the morning? This is the kind of stuff y'all miss at 2:30 a.m. in the morning. What are y'all doing? Sleeping your lives away? Okay, here we go. Let's get some auction started. I'm about to show those cups. And I'm waiting for JW Outlaw to make an offer on this. I got the JSA card around here somewhere. Keyword is somewhere. And maybe. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, gosh. Oh, man. Whew. Oh, gosh. What a neck adjustment. Whew. I feel good after that. I just had like a relief go down my back. Holy moly. Okay. Here we go. First auction of the night. This is an 80s classic. This is Mr. Welcome to the Real World. It is near mint minus and it has the original inner sleeve. Mr. A $1 start. Welcome to the real world. $1 start. Next is Boston. Their classic album. They're all classic, but their classic second album. Whoops. Pink Floyd's having a conniption fit back here. All right. Next is Boston, Don't Look Back. Awesome. Also a $1 start. Second label, super clean and nice. Boston's a $1 start. The Deep soundtrack. 1977, John Barry, and this is on the blue vinyl. The original pressing from 1977, Casablanca Records. $1 start. That's up for bid and C. Little early for the Grateful Dead, Jay Beach. Hang around. Little early to start advertise stuff. And then I have a VG Plus copy. I got a VG Plus copy of Queen's debut. VG Plus copy. This is going to go up for a $1 start. Okay? Those are all $1 start auctions. Let me go get this morning's crates. Let me give you all the top view. Those are our first auctions of the night, all $1 starts. The only check condition record is Queen. It's VG Plus. Already sold a few miscellaneous items tonight. And if you're just hopping on, the show is really just beginning. Just really beginning. Okay? All right, there's that, and there's that. Okay. Let's go get that first crate. Do 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 dun 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 ra da dun do. Dun 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 dun. Obey your master. Life burns faster. Okay. It's the kind of a song. All right. 8, 15, 8, and 9 are the high bids on those. All right. Let's see. All right. Welcome, everybody, to Tuesday night. Let me get off our Wi-Fi because it never works. It hadn't worked in weeks for me. I don't know how they're able to still work here on a daily basis. All right. We got any final calls? We do. We have a final call. This is an OG Mr. Mister. Welcome to the real world. Original sleeve and near mint. It's at $8. Boston is also near mint. And then the deep is on blue vinyl. It's also near mint. EX Plus. These are all very nice, clean copies. Queen is VG Plus, and that's our high bids. 8, 15, 14, and 10. And those are going once, and that's going twice. Stream isn't working on Twitch. I see people bidding on Twitch right now. I think that might be on your end. All right. Let's get started. And we have Charlie Crockett, Sunhouse, Hooker, Robert Johnson, Delta Blues, Post Malone, Forrest Gump, Miles Davis, Empire Records, Johnny Cash, Post Malone, Delight, Empire Records, Bleach, Shania Twain, and Empire Records. Okay? All right. Does Queen have the inner sleeve booklet? Queen has a generic white inner sleeve and an Electra inner sleeve. That is what's included. VG cover. There is 6 crates of new vintage, and there's 1 crate of new pre-orders. We have Grateful Dead, Working Man's Dead. Grateful Dead is the Rhino Hi-Fi cut from the original analog master by Kevin Gray, and that is numbered to 5,000, and that is $49.99. I've still got 2 of those in stock. That's the Rhino Hi-Fi. The Ghostbusters soundtrack, that's $29.99. And Shania Twain, this is her newest album, Little Miss Twain. This is sold to Rydell Martin for $39.99. Biggie Smalls, Now Playing, is $29.99, The Notorious. And Jen DePetrin Volume 2, that's $29.99. And then Stand By Me soundtrack, that's $44.99, okay? A, B, and D are done. Cameron McCoy got the Mr. Mister for $8. Thank you, Cameron McCoy. That is sold to you. Boston Don't Look Back is sold to Chuck Orlantano, and that's sold to Chuck Orlantano for $15. The Deep is a final call. The Deep is a final call to Stanley Richmond for, the Queen is sold to Stanley Richmond for $10, and the Deep is at $15 with Tom Kelly, which is blue vinyl, and that's going once, going twice. Next thing is Jimi Hendrix, Are You Experienced? This is a 2014 remaster, 180 gram, and this is a $1 start on Hendrix in slot number A. That's the most recent imprint remaster. Biggie is sold to Alex Miller for $29.99. Thank you. And then the 8 Mile soundtrack, that's a double LP, $39.99 for 8 Mile. And Dirty Dancing is $29.99. Danae needs Volume 1. We got those around here somewhere. Volume 1. The Deep is sold to Tom Kelly. That is sold to Tom Kelly for $15. Thank you, Tom. That is sold to you. Hendrix is now up for bid. Next thing I have is this. And if you can hang around, I'll start doing auction requests here at the top of the hour, okay? Here at the top of the hour. First thing I have is Lightning Hopkins. This is called Smokes Like Lightning. This is a 2016. It's also going to go up for a $1 start. Lightning Hopkins, that's in B. That's in slot number B. That's up for bid. That's Lightning Hopkins. That's a $1 start on that one. And then next over here, I have this. It's a Mickey Mantle single. Pretty cool. It's Mickey Mantle, Willie Mays, and Duke Snider talking baseball. Terry Cashman. And this is going to go up in slot number C. Very cool there. That's a $1 start on that in slot number C. And then next thing over here is D. And D, we're going to put up another auction right quick. And that one is going to be standby because I'm missing some stuff. I think it's laying right over here. Yeah, the Rolling Stones. Here's one of them. This is the Rolling Stones Rolled Gold. This is the very best of the Rolling Stones. It is a double LP gatefold. the very best of the Rolling Stones. $1 start on rolled gold. That's on Decca. It's a German press. $1 start. The Hammer CP wants Engine de Bertrand for $29.99. Thank you on that one. Next is D-Light, and this is sold to Daryl Johnson for $64.99. Thank you, Daryl Johnson. That's sold to you, $64.99. Tyler, the Creator's newest album, Don't Tap the Glass, $46.99 on Tyler, the Creator. We have Cyhra, C-Y-H-R-A, A Requiem for a Pop Dream, $44 on that one. And Quicksand, Bring On the Psychics. Bring On the Physics. Bring On the Psychics. Quicksand is $38.99. And we have The Doors, $33.99. Alex Miller wanted Biggie. I have already tagged him for it. I've already tagged him for it. So Hendrix is at 20. Lightning Hopkins is just at $5. That's shocking. The Mickey Mantle, Willie Mays deal here is at 10. And the Rolling Stones is just at 5, which is rolled gold, the very best of the Rolling Stones. Nirvana Unplugged. Nirvana is $38.99. And we have Beastie Boys, Check Your Head. That's a double LP, $49.99 for the Beastie Boys. And Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. This is $34.99. Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. The Rolling Stones, Sticky Fingers. Half-Speed Master, $38.99 on that one. And Earth, Wind & Fire is $29.99. Earth, Wind & Fire. Rage Against the Machine is $33.99. No condition notes on the Stones. It is a compilation. It is 9 tracks, 7 tracks, 7 tracks. Man, Get Off My Cloud, Under My Thumb. Let's Spend the Night Together, Ruby Tuesday, Honky Tonk Women, Sympathy for the Devil. Rolling Stones Gold. It's a German press. Near Mint Minus on the vinyl and a VG cover. That's at $5 final call. Hendrix is a final call. And the Mickey Mantle is at 10. Beastie Boys on a logo. Yes, I will get that one in production. I will get that one rolling. The Grateful Dead, American Beauty. The Grateful Dead is still available for $33.99. Also, we have Nirvana Bleach. This is sold to Rydell Martin for $24.99. Rydell Martin, $24.99. And Fleetwood Mac self-titled, $33 on Fleetwood Mac. 3 Days Grace, Alien Nation. 3 Days Grace is $33.99. And then Zach Top, Ain't In It For My Health. Zach Top is $34.99. That's a double LP. Plays at a 45 RPM too on Zach Top there. Also, we have Led Zeppelin 4 remastered. Let me see if William replied to my message this morning. Somebody's been looking for one of these. Let me see if I can find William. Okay, he said he's already bought a Japanese press. Okay, so Led Zeppelin still available, $33.99. You got to act fast when somebody's looking for something. When somebody says they're looking for something, if you don't sell it to them in about 24 hours, they'll find it somewhere else. Zach Top, Ain't In It For My Health. This is sold to O'Doul. That's sold to O'Doul for $34.99. M. Shep, I can put you on a waiting list if that's okay. Ryan Eaton gets the Talking Baseball single for $10. Thank you, Ryan Eaton. That's sold to you. Next is Sean Druin, put the letter R. Let me know what that was for. Also, the Hammer wants on Engine de Bertrand Volume 1. And then M. Shep wants on Zach Top waiting list. Okay, and then we have, what's next? Red Cave Collections got Earth, Wind & Fire. That's sold to Red Cave Collections for $29.99. And then Modest Mouse, an Eraser and a Maze, $56.99. Metallica, Master of Puppets, is $33.99. Miles Davis, Kind of Blue, that's sold to Terry L. Landon for $33.99. Thank you, Terry L. Landon. Charlie Crockett is sold to Kelly Cook for $33.99. Any of these I'm selling, I can still order. The Essential Johnny Cash is sold to John Farrell for $33.99. The Doors, Strange Days, is $33.99. Also, Red Hot Chili Peppers is $49.99. Blood Sugar Sex Magic. And we had Rihanna, Good Girl Gone Bad for $39. Also, we have Forrest Gump, the soundtrack. Also sold to Terry L. Landon. Forrest Gump soundtrack, $39.99. And The Breakfast Club is still available for $33.99. All right, rest of these auctions are closed. Hendrix is sold to Paul Ash for $22. That's sold to Paul Ash for $22. Lightning Hopkins is sold to X-Wing for $15. This is sold to X-Wing for $15. And Rolled Gold is sold to M. Pierce for $20. All right. Is there an Essential Dolly on vinyl? Yeah, there's a couple different things. There's one called Diamonds and Rhinestones, I think. We actually may have one laying around here. I'm not for sure. Let's see here. We have Post Malone, Empire, Post Malone, Empire, and Empire. That's all in the next crate. Let me get some auction started, and then I'm going to show you what's left in there, and I'll get the other crate. So first thing we have is this Gentle Giant and Steely Dan from some of the advertised stuff tonight. First thing is Gentle Giant. And Gentle Giant, this is a 73 UK. It's on the Vertigo Spaceship labels. This is a strong VG copy. Gentle Giant self-titled. A 73 UK, strong VG, a $30 start. Has a direct import sticker on it. That's up for bid in A, Gentle Giant. Also, we have Steely Dan, Everything Must Go. This is the 2021 Record Store Day. And this one, I'm actually going to start for $1. It's a VG copy. The 2021 Record Store Day. I think all day long, this should be a $30 to $50 record. But we're going to start that one for $1 in slot B. So Gentle Giant is at 30. And then let's jump over here and go ahead and put up MoFi, Son of Schmilson. Now, who requested Grateful Dead, or are they still watching? Nielsen is a double LP. This is a double LP near mint, and this is a $30 start. Son of Schmilson, $30 start. This is now up for bid. It's a Gatefold 45 RPM. $30 start on Harry Nilsson, Son of Schmilson. $30 start on that one. And then we got McCartney, and this is a 1970 Jacksonville press, VG Plus condition. And that's on the Apple label. One of my favorites, McCartney. That's going to go up in D for a $15 start. Okay, and there's some auctions there for you. And let me go up front and get that other crate right quick. I already need a bottle of water. Of course, this is kind of morning time for me. You wake up thirstier than the devil. That's me. That's me for sure. Let's see what else we got up here. It's the kind of a dance. Thanks everybody for tuning in. Make sure you hit the like button on Facebook. Make sure you hit the I Love Coletco button and all the other above. I would greatly appreciate it. I'd greatly appreciate it. And there's already requests rolling in for Dolly Records. I'm not shocked whatsoever. It's going to be happening. It's going to be happening. We lost a absolute legend. I mean, forget about it, right? Holy crap. Dolly Parton. Oh, let me grab a bottle of water right over here. But yeah, holy crap. Forget about it. I mean, the Queen. I mean, I'm a Tennessean. We lost literally the Queen. The Queen is gone. She's always been around in my lifetime. I don't remember a time before. Holy moly. Right? I mean, good gracious. There's going to be people asking for Dolly Records. And Coletco's always, here's Coletco's policy when a major figure passes away. In no way am I ever here like going to be all of a sudden putting up Dolly stuff for auction. We don't do that. Neither am I going to be like trying to dig every morsel of anything written for Dolly and take advantage. But I will say this. People's going to be asking for Dolly stuff. And if I have it right in front of me, if it shows up, we're obviously going to sell it to somebody if they want it. It happens all the time because there's people on there online right now. Click, 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 click. They're wanting to buy so they can enjoy and celebrate Dolly's life. But that's always been my policy here. So we don't really ever push. Same thing when Ace died. It's just like, people's going to be asking for it out the wazoo. So it's just kind of like whatever happens. I've already seen 5 people say they want to go on a wait list. Otherwise, they're just going to buy it somewhere else. So that's always been our thing. So it's, I woke up, I was like, what? I didn't even know she was like sick, right? I was like, holy crap, she's sick. Or she was sick. Didn't even realize that was a thing. So, all right, so 30, 20, 30, and 15. That is our high bids, and those are all final calls, okay? Those are all final calls. This was a dollar start. This is UK Vertigo. There's Smilson, and there's Paul McCartney. So we're about to do that, okay? All right, so I think I tagged everything in here. Yeah, we're good to go. We can go ahead and go into the next crate. And then I already brought the other one back here. And then I think I walked through the racks. Let me see if I know where that essential whatever dolly is. I think it's, what was it called? Give me 1 second. I've always told, I told Tanner earlier in the group chat with him and Seth, I said, listen, when I die, I want y'all to start selling my stuff right away. Okay? Right away, have an auction. We have Gentle Giant. This is sold to Grandpa Anus. All right? This is sold to Grandpa for $30. Thank you, Grandpa. That's sold to you. Steely Dan is sold to Joseph McCormick for $20. And we have Mitch T. You're going to get the Nielsen for $30. Thank you on that one. And over here we have over here McCartney, and that's sold to Gabriel. Thank you, Gabriel. $15. $15. Okay, that is done. All right, let's go over here and see what I've missed. First thing was this. I have. Let me scroll up from where I walked away. DJ Shadow, Stones, welcome to New York. Carol, yes, I've been seeing your question. There's been no one here to reply on the color. I apologize. What else have I missed since I walked up front? Okay, what else have I missed since I walked up front? John Kaiser said, is A Vertigo? I asked a question on A, and he did. He says, is A Vertigo? It is a Vertigo spaceship label. He did ask a question. I'm just now realizing that popped up. It's on this Vertigo spaceship label, which is a reissue. If you want me to put it back up, just say the word. Okay? All right. I think I'm good to go now. I'm locked in and we're ready for continuous auctions. I can pay attention to the chat without having to be distracted, okay? All right. All right, we're good to go. So first thing is, okay, you are watching. I asked earlier, I said, is JB watching for the Grateful Dead? And I'm not for sure which one you're even asking for. I'm assuming you're asking for this one right here. Grateful Dead Warfield, I hope. I'm going to be, when you're requesting an auction, okay, you got to understand, sometimes if you're requesting an auction, I may have no clue what you're talking about. So if you're asking for an auction to be put up, you need to put, Chad, I would like for you to put up artist, title, and describe what the cover looks like if you don't think I know what you're talking about. If it's something bizarre like yada, 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 yeeti, da, 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 ba, da, ba, ba, da, 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 like some of y'all request, and I'm like, what are y'all even asking for? I have no idea. We have Grateful Dead, The Warfield, San Francisco. Because if you say something like the Grateful Dead, I think there's like 5 over here. There's like 5, so you're gonna have to give me some details. This is the Grateful Dead, The Warfield, San Francisco, October 9th and October 10th, 1980. It's a $95 start. $95 start, that's an A. And then the second thing, I actually got to find it. There are currently around 50 crates around me. Most of them have stuff that is possibly going to be sold tonight. And then I have to locate your request, and then we actually got to get it up there. But if you can follow those instructions and you don't have anywhere to go, if you're not trying to catch a plane or you have attention deficit disorder, then you should be able to buy everything that you would want tonight and then some. You should be able to buy everything you want and then some. We have Mary Clayton, Gimme Shelter. This is the 2017 club on Clear with Black Smoke, and Mary Clayton is a $40 start. $40 start on Mary Clayton. That's up for bid in B. Chad, do you still have the box of the Dolly Parton CDs? I do. I got a whole box full of them. Next thing over here is Jesus and Mary Chain Psycho Candy. And Jesus and Mary Chain, this is a 1985 US specialty press, VG Plus condition. Jesus and Mary Chain is a $45 start. $45 start. What was the Grateful Dead? And what was the start on the Grateful Dead? The Grateful Dead is an $85 start in slot number A. And then next is going to go up right now. This is PJ Harvey. This is near mint, a $30 start. PJ Harvey, Stories from the City, Stories from the Sea demos. It is a 2021. It's near mint, and it's a $30 start. Okay? There's 4 auctions for you. There we have it. All right, first thing is the new, this comes out Friday, Bob Marley and the Wailers, live at Hammersmith Odeon. It's called Roots Rock Reggae. It's a live official concert. It's a double LP, that's $44.99. Still got Death Angel, the Ultraviolence. That's an 87. That's on Smoke Crater colored vinyl. Smoking Crater, $44.99. And Empire Records, the soundtrack, $39.99. We have one sold to Monica Malley for $39.99. We have one sold to Rydell Martin for $39.99. And we have one sold to Stephen Parton for $39.99. That leaves me with that many left if anybody wants them. We have Post Malone for $34.99. Post Malone is sold to Danae DeLeo for $34.99. And the other Post Malone is sold to Daryl Johnson for $34.99. What's the starting bid on slot number C? $45. $45. Here is the Dolly Diamonds and Rhinestones that Danae asked for. It's $39.99, sold to Danae DeLeo. I think somebody else said they wanted it on a waiting list. I'm sure all that stuff is sold out. I'm sure you can't order anything Dolly right now, but if somebody wants to go on a waiting list, let me know. Okay? And all these are no bids. Moving on. Grateful Dead is a no bid, a buy it now for $85. This is a buy it now, $95. $95 on Grateful Dead. The Warfield San Francisco EX Plus condition, $95 on the Grateful Dead. Yes, that's the acoustic set. Mary Clayton, Gimme Shelter, that's a buy it now for $40. That's a buy it now for $40. Grateful Dead was actually $95, just FYI. Mary Clayton, Gimme Shelter. Of course, she's the backline vocalist on the Stones' Gimme Shelter. And then over here, we have Jesus and Mary Chain. Will Smithson gets it for $45. He put $44, but I think he meant $45. This is sold to Will Smithson for $45. Thank you, Will Smithson. That's sold to you. And then PJ Harvey is a buy it now for $30. PJ Harvey is a buy it now for $30. Let's put that right in here. And there we have it, okay? Those were 4 quick auctions. Nobody bids. I'm going to end them and move on to 4 more so we can get through all this stuff tonight. We have Mary Clayton. This was Danae. Let me know if you want it for $40. If not, it's sold to Bill Samus. Grateful Dead. I will sell Grateful Dead for $85 to Stanley Richmond. Stanley, let me know if you're good at $85. And then somebody offered $55. That's definitely a pass. Melanie Jennings, put her on the Dolly Parton waiting list. And then anybody else, let me know, okay? All right, and I think we're good to go. Here was a dollar start I found from up front. This is the Beatles White Album. The Beatles White Album. This is on the Purple Capitol label. It is Beautiful Near Mint Minus. Beautiful Near Mint Minus. It's got both LPs and all the photo inserts, which are actually still together here. They're actually still together. All 4 are perforated, and they are together, and it has the poster. And the Beatles White Album is a $1 start. The Beatles White Album is a $1 start. And we have Ozzy, Bark at the Moon. This is an 83 US Pittman OG. This is Ozzy, Bark at the Moon. 83 US Pittman OG. And this one is Near Mint Minus with the inner sleeve. That's going to go up in B for a $35 start. White Album, a $1 start. Ozzy's a $35 start. And then Grateful Dead is sold to Douglas Phelan for $85. Okay? That's sold to Douglas Phelan. Mary Clayton is sold to Danae DeLeo for $40. All right, so there's 2 auctions. Let's get some more rolling. Next is Mo5 Miles Davis, Nefertiti. Miles Davis is a 2014 US double LP 45 RPM. This is near mint. Miles Davis, a $55 start. It is numbered 3256. It's a 45 RPM. Miles Davis is a $55 start. Also think some people claimed some Empire Records during all the chaos there. I had 4 auctions that everybody wanted, but no one bid on them until they were ended. Make sure you bid early and fast. Creek Small gets Empire Records. That's sold to Creek Small for $39.99. Did anybody else get one? Did anybody else? I saw one for Creek Small, sold to him for $39.99. I feel like there was one more, but I guess not. So I've got Empire Records left, $39.99. There's 2, 4, 6, 7 left. I've got Death Angel and then the Bob Marley. All right, and then next auction in D is going to go up right now, and this is Black Sabbath. This is called Past Lives. It's a 2 LP, 180 gram. Black Sabbath is near mint, and this is going to go up in D for a $35 start. Black Sabbath. That's up for bid in slot number D. All right, there's that. Creek Small, I got you down for an Empire. I just tagged you for one. Thank you on that. That was sold to you. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Let's put this crate right over here. Tanner went out to Kansas today. So he flew out to Kansas. Tyler's on the way back with the truck and trailer. They went out there and bought 900 metal records. Really killer stuff. We needed them before Friday or before Thursday. So we got plenty of metal on the way now from Kansas. We're not in Kansas anymore. And we'll have all that on Thursday night. So essentially a brand new fresh metal collection for Thursday. As y'all can see, we got plenty of other premium stuff for tomorrow, tonight, tomorrow, and Friday and Saturday. And we basically flew out to Kansas to buy a metal collection just so we would have enough metal because we were pretty low on big metal titles. I got crates and crates full of Dokken and Motley Crue, which nothing wrong with that, but you know, it's not the stuff that everybody's looking for in gobs and gobs. So Thursday's going to be good. It's a killer collection. It was good enough for us to fly out there and take 2 or 3 people and buy them and try to have them all back in 24 hours. So shout out to Tanner, who he was here this morning. He was here this morning when I was still here working, and Tyler showed up. They went out to the airport, flew out there, bought the collection. They're flying back, and we'll have it here by then. Okay, here is a new release for Friday. This is In This Moment. This comes out Friday. It's called Witch from In This Moment. This is the indie exclusive, which it's the black vinyl is indie exclusive, but it comes with a poster. That's the indie part. It is the poster. The first pre-order goes to Mike Hilton. In This Moment, sold to Mike Hilton for $33.99. Another In This Moment, sold to Mike Torrance for $33.99. Ryan Eaton gets an In This Moment for $33.99. So does Jeremy Lucky. In This Moment, sold to him for $33.99. Also, Robert Matthews sold at $33.99. Rodney Ball sold at $33.99. We have Autumn Betts sold at $33.99. Jimmy Clark sold at $33.99. James Davidson on In This Moment sold for $33.99. Let me pause there and go ahead and sell the Miles Davis to Joseph McCormick for $60. Thank you, Joseph. That is sold to you. Let me put that right in here. Appreciate that. Sabbath has a new bid. The Beatles White Album is just at $37 with Karen Robbins. That's a final call to Karen. That's the White Album on the purple label. It is near mint. Ozzy just at $38. Great price on that. The White Album also has the poster and all 4 inserts. This is about to be a new auction here, and Black Sabbath got a new bid for $38. Are you going to do the Down Volume 5 pre-order? You've got to message Ed and let him know. Tom Harris is getting the next In This Moment. That's sold to Tom Harris for $33.99. Matt Algram gets In This Moment for $33.99. And then Steve Feakin gets In This Moment for $33.99. And then Daryl Johnson gets the last pre-order, $33.99, so to Daryl Johnson. There are extras. Danae DeLeo said she would take a copy. So did Danae DeLeo for $33.99. And I've got 5, 2, 4. I got 6 extras In This Moments left. My first crate's full. Let me go ahead and sell Karen Robbins, The Beatles. Nice price on that at just $37. Fantastic price. Thank you, Karen. That's so to you for $37. Seems like a wonderful price. Let's put that right over here. And let me start filling up crate number 2. But before I do that, we got Menace Manson gets an In This Moment. Sold for $33.99 to Menace Manson. Ozzy's at 40. And then Black Sabbath is at 40 with Susie. Next auction is the Hollies Bus Stop. And the Hollies is a 67 mono repress. A 67 mono repress. This is in VG condition. Just a $10 start on the Hollies. Brandon Jones wants an In This Moment. That's sold to Brandon Jones for $33.99. Was on the wait list for the LPs I'd mentioned. Yeah, I'm going to try to see what we still have left in stock, George. I've got to see what we have left in stock before I add you to any wait list. I'll have to do some digging and some hunting, okay? I'll have to do a lot of digging and a lot of hunting. Next auction is going to be Rush 2112. This is the 40th anniversary triple LP of Rush 2112. It's near mint, and that's going to go up an A for an $80 start. $80 start on that one, okay? I was on the wait list for In This Moment. If not, I'll take one. That was a pre-order. Ryan, you've already been tagged. Ryan, you've already been tagged, yes. Yeah, shout out to Kathy Hodges last night who bought the signed Ace Frehley guitar. It is gone. One of the largest live stream purchases ever here at Coletco. Shout out to Kathy. $11,000 on the Ace Frehley guitar. It is gone. It is gone. And I have some other people interested. I've now got a new message. I got some people interested in some other high-end memorabilia we have here. Some other high-end memorabilia, and I'm looking to move it this week. We can build up and have a great week. We have a pre-order. We had 2 come in, both pre-orders. This is a new 10 years after deluxe half-speed master, and this is for Cricklewood Green. 1 copy sold to Clifford Umstead for $36.99, and another copy sold to Matt Lawson for $36.99. B and D are done. We have Ozzy Bark at the Moon. This is sold to Grandpa for $40. Thank you, Grandpa. That is sold to you for $40. That is done. Let's put that away. And then Black Sabbath Past Lives. That is sold to Susie Breedlove at $40. Thank you, Susie, and that's sold to you. Let's put that away. That is done. And then Rush is an $80 start. No bid yet. The Hollies is at 11 with Karen. That's going once, going twice. Details on A. This is the Rush 40th anniversary of 2112. It's a triple LP deluxe remastered. It is near mint, and it's $80. $80 on that one. What kind of guitar was the Ace signed you had? It was a Gibson Les Paul Custom Ace Frehley Signature Edition. It had the Ace Frehley inlays, the Ace Frehley headstock. It was a real Gibson custom Les Paul. It wasn't an Epiphone. It wasn't just some yitty-yitty-dee. It was a real Les Paul Ace Frehley custom model from, I think they did them in 1994. Blondie, self-titled. This is the debut Blondie, a Santa Maria press, VG Plus condition. Blondie debut, Santa Maria, VG Plus, $25. $25. The Hollies is sold to Karen Robbins. This is sold to Karen Robbins for $11. Thank you, Karen Robbins. That's sold to you. Final chance to get a bid in on Rush. And then next thing over here in C is going to be the Breeders. And the Breeders Last Splash is near mint. It's a double LP 45 RPM remaster. The Breeders Last Splash, 30th anniversary. This is the analog edition. Breeders is near mint, and that's going to go up in C for a $50 start. That's up for bid at a $50 start. And I got all kinds of unadvertised box sets over here. We're going to start with U2, All That You Can't Leave Behind. U2, All That You Can't Leave Behind. I've got Grateful Dead, Paul Simon, Grateful Dead, Grateful Dead, Grateful Dead, Velvet Underground, Lee Morgan. I've got box sets over here galore that were not advertised that we're going to be running tonight. The first one is U2, All That You Can't Leave Behind. This is a super uber deluxe edition, $125 start. 11 pieces of remastered live, rare, and unreleased recordings. This is U2, All That You Can't Leave Behind, in shrink wrap from the Elgin collection, $125 on that one. $125. All these have bids. Did anybody else want an In This Moment? Anybody else on an In This Moment? And I think we are good to go. JW Outlaw got one. That sold a JW Outlaw for $33.99. Did I miss anybody else? I got one for JW Outlaw, and we are good to go, okay? All right, and we got 3 extra copies over here, 3 extra copies. And that's all the new vinyl that came in for today. Ed has let me know most of the new stuff comes in now on Wednesdays, and tomorrow we should have a lot more new vinyl pre-orders, just saying, okay? All righty, so here we go. And let's look to the top cam. Final calls across the board. 85, 30, and 50. And the U2 box does have a bid for 125. And just wait till y'all see all the box sets. Right, Otis? Where's Otis at? He's on his bed. He's probably itching to play because I'll tell you why. He woke up to start his day, and he got to spend a few hours with me. Then he had to go home. And I sleep during the day, and so he had to sleep with me all day. And now he's here at the store, and I'm working, and nobody wants to play with poor Otis. And so he's just laying on his bed looking at me like, please play with me. Please play with me. All right, let's get into tonight's new pre-owned stuff. Let's see what we have over here in the new pre-owned stuff. Thanks, everybody, for joining. Make sure you've hit the like button, the share button, and we're about to get into some Buy It Now Best Offer for the rest of the night. It'll take us probably a pretty good while to get into some of this stuff over here. And there's some cool looking stuff in here, I see. Yes, yes, yes. And this is all going to be Buy It Now or Best Offer, okay? Let's do it. All Buy It Now or Best Offer. It's 85, 30, 50. Everything has new bids except D. So those have got about 30 seconds left, okay? Where's Jill? She's right around the corner. She's watching last night's sale. She's right around the corner watching last night's sale. All right, we good to go? Where's April? She's at her apartment. All right. Here we go. Rush is sold to Brian Lubbock for $85. Thank you, Brian Lubbock. That's sold to you for $85. Jim Davis gets Blondie. This is sold to Jim Davis for $30. Jim Davis, thank you. That's sold to you for $30. And the Breeders is sold to Mac Daddy. Thank you, Mac Daddy. That is sold to you for $50. $50 on that, all right? Travis Woods has the U2 box set. That's a final call to him for $130. Moving on, 3 new auctions. 3 up, 3 down. Top of the 8th. What? Okay, next thing, Aphex Twins. We got the National and Queens of the Stone Age. Let's do these 3 right here. I have Aphex Twins. This is called Collapse, a 2018 limited edition. $20, and that's in slot A. EX on that one. That's in slot A. The National Boxer, live in Brussels. The National is EX condition as well. 2018 Record Store Day clear. $115 on the National. And then Queens of the Stone Age is called Viva, live in Philadelphia. This is an unofficial VG condition, unofficial live Queens of the Stone Age, a $50 start. Jim Davis gets PJ Harvey for $25. Thank you. That's so to you. Travis Woods gets the U2 box for $130. Thank you, Travis. That's so to you for $130. Next box set is right here. That is Dick's Picks. This is the Grateful Dead Philadelphia. Hand numbered on the front. Hand numbered on the front. 7 LPs. Dick's Picks 36. And that is near mint, $240 in slot number D. $240 in slot number D. All right, everything in this crate is buy it now, best offer. So Aphex Twins, the National, and Queens of the Stone Age. You have 3 minutes, or I'll make them a buy it now. We'll move on right to the next one. Next thing over here is this. We have Live Cream. That's in shrink wrap. Cream is $29.99. $29.99. That's in shrink wrap. Also over here is the Rolling Stones Tattoo You, $34.99. Why don't you start me up? Original Bob Lugwood mastering, and that has the inner sleeve, the Rolling Stones, $34.99. Also, Lou Reed Transformer, a 50th anniversary on white vinyl. Hey Babe, Walk on the Wild Side, $29.99. And yes, Close to the Edge, $19.99. Close to the Edge, round by the river, so far away. Mid-70s press, very nice. $19.99. Yes, Close to the Edge, $19.99 on that one. And Johnny Cash, the singing storyteller, Johnny Cash is $9.99. Also, we have Early Cream of Clapton, Bruce, and Baker, and that one is $19.99. Final call. We have new bids on this for $29, the National, $115, Queens Stone Age 50, and Grateful Dead, $240. Grateful Dead. We have Yes at 12. I will do 17 on Yes, and I'll go ahead and do the 7 on Johnny Cash. So to James 268. James Taylor, Sweet Baby James. I've seen Fire, and I've seen, wow, beautiful copy. Absolutely beautiful copy with the poster insert. James Taylor, $24.99. Sean Richter on Reed. Lou Reed, so to Sean Richter for $29.99. Thank you. And we have New England in shrink wrap, $9.99. Okay, the Nationals a buy it now for $115. Live in Brussels, EX condition. The Nationals, record store day, clear vinyl, $115 on that one. Live in Brussels. And then we have Queens of Stone Age. This is a live unofficial, live in Philadelphia. That one's VG for $50. And then the Grateful Dead, Dick's Picks, Spectrum Philadelphia. Everything's near mint, hand numbered, 7 LPs. And that is $240. $240. Aphex Twin is a final call for $33. Okay, now $34. Next auction is Dead Kennedys in slot number B. The Dead Kennedys is a 1981 OG. This is a Monarch pressing on Alternative Tentacles. That's a VG copy on the Dead Kennedys for a $35 start. $35 start on that one. New England 6, New England 8. Nice copy, Shrink and Hype. $8 on that one. Also, we have right here going up at this moment, I have De La Soul, and this one's called Balloon Mind State. De La Soul is EX Plus condition, record store day, or excuse me, Vinyl Me Please, that's EX Plus, $70 on De La Soul. We have New England, so to Tom Kelly for $8. And Randy Anderson, you need to, that is, you were supposed to get an invoice 2 weeks ago. That means you need to message Ed, send Collectco a direct message and be like, I have not got an invoice from 2 weeks ago. That probably means they didn't have your correct email or they didn't have you in our new updated system. We now invoice through QuickBooks. You're supposed to register through shopcollectco.com. If you hadn't bought from us in a long time, register through shopcollectco.com or send Ed a direct message on Facebook, and then he will send you an invoice. But if you hadn't bought in a long time, you probably need to do such. Next is going to go up right now in slot number D. We're going to try another box set, and this is the Nuggets box set. The Nuggets box set is going to be in slot number D, and this is Nuggets. Original artifacts from the first psychedelic era, 50th anniversary, 70 tracks with 16-page book, and that's going to go up in slot D, the Nuggets box set. Awesome. $100 on Nuggets. That's up for bid in slot number D. $100 start on that one, okay? Moving on. First thing we had was we sold New England for $8. Thomas Shepard got Live Cream for $25. Thank you. Orange 5 got James Taylor for $18. And we have next the MCA Sound Conspiracy, $14.99. Peter Criss plays on this album as Chelsea, $14.99. That's Kiss related. The Chaser, Something's Gotta Give. That is $14.99. $14.99. And Bernard Shaw is getting married. Bernard Shaw is getting married, 1969 sealed, $14.99. Douglas Phelan does take Yes for $17. Thank you, Douglas Phelan. That's so to you for $17. Next is Best of Pink Floyd Redo. 2018 blue and purple vinyl. That is $19.99. And Low Flying Aircraft. Low Flying Aircraft is $19.99. The Beatles White Album, a 50th anniversary remaster 2018, $59.99. Final call on all these auctions. The first thing we have is Aphex Twin is at $43 with Brian Lubbock. The Dead Kennedys is OG and it just has one bid for $35. That's highly unusual. De La Soul is a $70 start. This is the Vinyl Me Please edition. EX Plus on red vinyl for $70. And Danae has Nuggets, which is over here in D. Nuggets is at $100. A final call. Tom Kelly gets the MCA Sound Conspiracy, which is Chelsea, which appears on here. That's sold to Tom Kelly for $10. We have Pink Floyd 15, Pink Floyd. Al, if you want Pink Floyd, it will be $19.99. Let me know. Rocking on the Airwaves, a Half Speed Master compilation. This is CBS Direct, $19.99. $19.99 on that one. Al does get Best of Pink Floyd Redo for $19.99. And then we have Blondie Plastic Letters. This is OG. Blondie is $49.99. No condition notes on Blondie. Also, WAIV FM 97 presents Hot Rock, $19.99 on that one. And the Venture Surfing, $9.99. For some reason, they put the word Popline over something else. It looks like it has some kind of corrected cover. The Ventures, just $9.99. Get ready for all the claims. Holy moly, the Ventures. Just get ready. Here we go. 5, 4. It's about to light up. Ventures. Boom, boom, boom. Ding, 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 ding. Just pow, 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 pow. Bing, 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 bing. Best price on the Rolling Stones. I usually leave it up to you to make an offer. It's marked $34.99. You tell me. Super clean copy, Bob Lugwood original, $34.99. Nuggets is sold to Danae DeLeo for $100. Thank you, that's gone. Let's put that away. Next box set is Grateful Dead, sold to Shakedown for $200. Dick's Picks, sold to Shakedown for $200. Thank you, that one's now gone. Next box set is actually a MoFi one-step. MoFi one-step. This is sealed, a double LP 45 RPM remastered super vinyl. Still crazy after all these years. That's going to go up in D for an $80 start. D, an $80 start. How much is the Ventures? $9.99. Evil Riddle got the Rolling Stones for $30, sold. Bob Riger got the White Album for $40, sold. And we're about to close all these other auctions. Final call, 44, 45, 70. Dave Mason, Old Crest on a New Wave. Dave Mason, $9.99. And The Doors, Soft Parade. The Doors is a 2020 press, $19.99 on that. The Ventures is sold to Danae DeLeo for $9.99. And we have who? We have Lizzie Loveless, 2021 sealed, $9.99. Grace Slick and the Great Society, that's a double LP, $19.99 on that one. And Dire Straits extended EP, $22.99. Rich Gorey gets Mason. That's sold to Rich for $9.99. And Bobby Darin sings Dr. Doolittle, $9.99. Okay? All these are sold. So Aphex Twins is sold to AB Music. And that's sold to AB Music for $44. Thank you on that one. Let's put that one away. And then the Dead Kennedys, which was OG, sold to Tony Swanson for $45. Thank you on that one. And then De La Soul. De La Soul is sold to Alex Miller for $70. Thank you on that one, Alex. That one is sold. No condition notes on Grace Slick. All these are EX Plus near mint minus. Next thing was Dire Straits. Is that still in here? Yeah, it's right here. That's sold to Alex Miller for $15. Sean Richter gets The Doors. That's sold to Sean Richter for $19.99. Brian Lubbock was second on Dire Straits. You do have Paul Simon, though. That's a final call for $85. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now, and that is Bill Evans. Another time, Bill Evans is in slot number A. It's an $85 start. This is Another Time, the Hillsborough Concert, 2017, $85 pressed at RTI. That's up for bid in A. Next thing in B is going to be Pink Floyd, and this is Pink Floyd Interstellar Overdrive. This was a Record Store Day 2017 mono. Pink Floyd is EX Plus condition. That's going to go up in B for a $20 start. And then next in slot number C is the following. Not just any auction, but slot number C is the following. This is the Rolling Stones and Carol Puckett. It's on black vinyl. Welcome to New York, a vintage Rolling Stones bootleg. Pretty cool insert page on top of it. Welcome to New York, a vintage Rolling Stones, Madison Square Garden, 1972, Mick Jagger's 29th birthday. Mick Jagger's 29th birthday. About the same age as I am right now, Mick Jagger was selling out Madison Square Garden in New York. Brian Lubbock got the Paul Simon for $85. Thank you, Brian Lubbock. That's so to you for $85. Whoever's tagging, I'm going to put that in crate number 3 to start out crate number 3, okay? New box set for number D is going to go up right now. This is Prince, and Prince is a big dog. This is a good one. Prince 1999 box set is $675 starting bid. $675 on Prince. This is the Super Uber 10 LP Deluxe Edition of 1999. That is $675. That's over there in slot number D. That is the Super Uber Duber Uber Deluxe of Prince, okay? Back to the Buy It Now Best Offer, Mark Allman 2. Mark Allman 2 is $12.99. Tower of Power, we had one of these last night. Sheffield Labs 17, $74.99. And we have the Best of Hank Williams Jr., $24.99. Has the National Boxer Live in Brussels, went up for auction. It's a buy it now, no bid for $115. EX condition, $115. Next thing is Pop History Volume 4, The Who, $34.99. What was the Rolling Stone start? A $50 start. We're at $85.27, and C is a $50 start. Okay. Next thing over here is this. T.C. Connor got the National. Sold to T.C. Connor for $100. Thank you, T.C. Connor. We got Michael James, Runaway World, 1978 psych record, $64.99. And Jazz at the Philharmonic, Bird and Prez, Carnegie Hall, 1949, $14.99. What was the Dr. Dolittle? That was Bobby Darin sings Dr. Dolittle, $9.99. Bobby Darin sings Dr. Dolittle, $9.99. And Sonny Chris, Out of Nowhere, I believe. Yeah, white label promo, Sonny Chris, Out of Nowhere, $9.99. No relation to Peter Chris. Al Jarreau, Hearts Horizon, $9.99. And we have Terry Stafford, has anybody seen My Sweet Gypsy Rose? $12.99. What is in slot number C? The Rolling Stones, Welcome to New York. This is a vintage original bootleg from 1974. It's the Rolling Stones live in Madison Square Garden. $50. Chad, have you ever had an unpeeled OG banana come through? Are you asking, have I ever had an original copy of Velvet Underground and Nico? Yeah, we've had, I'd say, a few dozen come through here over the years. Doolittle is sold for $7 to Tom Kelly. That's sold to Tom Kelly for $7. Aphex Twin is already sold. And Sonny Chris, Ray Red, gets that for $8. Thank you, Ray Red. That's sold to you for $8. All right, let me swap out crates right quick. Selling all these box sets tonight are going to expedite things for sure on the crate filling. Right, Otis? That's right, Chad. Boy, you're going to fill up a whole lot of crates tonight, I tell you what. Oh, boy. I'm excited. I wish Tanner would get back from Kansas because I'm bored over here just sitting on my bed. I wish somebody would play fetch with me. Next thing over here is this. What is the Psych album in the crate? That is called Michael James, Runaway World, 78 Psych. That is $64.99. Bill Evans is sold to Alex Miller for $85. Actually, all these are done. Pink Floyd is sold to Sean Richter for $29. Thank you, Sean Richter. That's sold to you for $29. Carol Puckett gets the Stones for $50. Thank you, as always, Carol. That I'm sure is really rare on colored vinyl, right? I was hoping it would be. I didn't know actually till I just flipped it over when I put it up live. And then Prince is a no bid. Prince is a no bid for $675. Actually, Danae made an offer on Gray Sleek, and I forgot to acknowledge her offer. Danae, I forgot, but if you want to do $15 on Gray Sleek, it's yours. If not, Douglas offered $15. I forgot to reply to your offer earlier. So totally up to you on that one, okay? Otis does have a squirrel, yes. Let's put up 3 new auctions. First thing is going to go up for bid right now. I do see some requests. Bear with me as I find some of those, okay? Bear with me as I find some of those. And here we go. We have barbed wire sandwich, Black Cat's Bone. This is a 1971 blues rock psych album. It's called Black Cat Bones. That's the artist. Barbed Wire Sandwich is the album. This is a VG copy for a $105 start. A VG copy for a $105 start. That's over here in slot number A. We got Gabor Zabo. This is Dreams. We had an OG copy the other night. A 2020 Vinyl Me Please Club. $75 start. $75 start. And then Graham Parsons, Grievous Angel. Graham Parsons is a VG copy. 1974 Pittman. 1974 Pittman, a strong VG, a $25 start, okay? Douglas Phelan, you get Gray Sleek for $15. Thank you, Douglas. That's sold to you for $15. Next thing is Michael James is sold to Danae for $50. Thank you on that one. And Lonnie Jolly, thank you, sir. Big moment here for Lonnie Jolly. He gets the Super Uber Prince box set sold to Lonnie Jolly for $600. Air horn alert. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you, Lonnie Jolly. One more on that one. Holy moly. And all right, thank you, Lonnie Jolly. Awesome. All right, here we go. I missed the real everyone. I'm glad I don't have tinnitus anymore. My ears hadn't cracked or caused me any problems in a few days, or actually since last week. So I'm glad I can hear. And I don't have distorted hearing. Sing Along with Basie. This is $9.99. This is on the Roulette label. That's pretty cool to see. Also, we have Burning Bridges, Glenn Campbell. That is $9.99. And Chick Corea is $19.99. Next box set, The Day Breaks, Your Mind Aches, You on the The Beatles Revolver Super Deluxe. The Beatles Revolver Super Deluxe. Near mint, $180 start. One of the best albums ever conceived. There we go. And we got John Conley Forever. There's John Conley with his rose-colored glasses. $9.99. We have not sold Father John Misty yet. Leon Redbone from Branch to Branch. Leon Redbone is $14.99. And Frank Sinatra is $14.99. And 10 years after, Watt, W-A-T-T, 10 years after, super nice, clean copy, $19.99. Back up at the top, we have a bid on Graham Parsons for $25. We have not sold Pete Rock yet. Tonight I am Willy Wonka. Black Cat Bones went on to become Leaf Hound. Original pressings of that record can go for $10,000 plus. Holy moly. Next thing over here is, can you show the vinyl on slot A? This is Barbed Wire Sandwich by Black Cat Bones. It is a VG copy, a $105 start. VG, it's got some scuffing and a little bit of sleeve transfer. Nothing whatsoever to affect the playback on that one. Solid VG. That's being conservative from Gabriel, it looks like. 105 is the minimum bid on that one. Next thing is, who bought the guitar last night? Shout out to Kathy Hodges. Big purchase. She bought the Signed Ace Frehley for $11,000. Chick Corea, Danae offered $13 on Chick Corea. This is Soda Today DeLeo for $13. Chad, any faces? If we sell faces, it will be in the crates. We got 5 more to go through. 5 more. How JC condition. John Conley is near mint minus and shrink wrap. C has a new bid for 28. Jazz for 7. Jazz for 7. What is Jazz for 7? And then Rich Gorey got 10 years after. Soda Rich for $19.99. A has a bid, and John Conley is Soda Mega Blast for 7. So final call to get a bid on Gabor's a Bow. We had an OG the other night, but it was like VG minus. It still was pretty pricey. This one's $75, a killer album. Jason Lee has Graham Parsons for 28, and the Beatles Revolver is 180. That's near mint, and that is $180 in slot number D. Next is Graham Parsons' question. What pressing is Graham Parsons? Graham Parsons is the 1974 U.S. Pittman. 74 U.S. Pittman, VG. That's Jazz at the Philharmonic. Okay, hold on one second. So I've got Frank's. Here's what's left in our first crate of pre-owned, killer pre-owned records tonight. Let me tilt my camera down just a tad, I think, so you can see down in the crate a little bit better. We got Frank Sinatra, Leon Redbone, Glenn Campbell, Count Basie, Terry Stafford, Al Jarreau, Jazz at the Philharmonic. I will say that one for $10. Roger, I'll save me and you both some time. In a new Buy It Now Best Offer crate, I'm never going to accept a half-off offer. So that will save me and you both some time, okay? So something's $14.99. I will take an offer. I will take less. But on a new arrival crate, 50%, not going to cut it on the first night. Now, will they be 50% at some point? Sure. It may be $7.50 here in about 4 days or in about 2 weeks. But just to save me both some time, a $14.99 record, you might try 12 or 13 or 10 or 11. I might say yes, I might say no. But anything 80% off, 60% off, I might just actually skip over those offers. We have The Who, Hank Williams Jr., Tower of Power, Mark Almond, Lizzie Loveless, WAIV, Blondie, Rockin' on the Airwaves, Low Flying Aircraft, Bernard Shaw, The Chasers, and Early Cream. Now, we start discounting stuff here in a hurry, but not the first time it's being shown. First night, first showing, everything is Buy It Now Best Offer, except for new and sealed vinyl. If I sold new vinyl half off, we would have to lock the doors and I'd have to go home and sell candles. I'd be a candle maker. All right, next auction, next crate. Let's move it over here. Nothing wrong with making candles. I do them all the time, right, Jill? Y'all should see me make candles on the weekends. It is intense. I spread out all these tables in my living room. I get all the wax, all the different colored wax and all the wicks. I'm big into wooden wicks. Big wooden wick guy. We have 114. We're at 80-30, and the Beatles is a no bid. And the Beatles is a no bid at $180. A no bid, $180. Let's put that right over here. That is a Revolver. Near mint box set, $180 on that one. Okay, offers are rolling in. Offers are rolling in. Can you make me a Kiss candle? Chad, will you make me a Limp Bizkit candle? Chad, can you make me a... Wait a minute. Hold on. Here comes the request for candles. Chad, can you make a Dolly candle? Chad, can you make a Who candle? Chad, will you make a candle that looks like the face of James Brown? Chad, will you make a Deep Purple candle? Will you make an Ozzy candle? Hold on. Here come the request. Chad, will you do a Kiss candle? Chad, can you make me a candle that looks like Connie Francis? Hold on, here comes the request. Chad, I will buy all of your candles. Please make me candles. Chad, will you do a candle that looks like the face of Lou Reed on the cover of Transformer? I'm looking for candles. All right, here we go. So first thing we do is we're going to open up slot number D, and we have 116, 85, 31. Those are all new bids. First offer on the Beatles was 165 and then 130. All right, let's go ahead and do the 165. Douglas Phelan got the Beatles Revolver, sold for 165 to Douglas Phelan. Thank you on that. I'm accepting your offer. Appreciate that, okay? What press on C? Pittman. Did I already answer that? Pittman OG. Beatles. Mark Veese, you were second. A has a bid. B has a bid. A has a bid. B has a bid. Chad, can you make me a Rush candle? Chad, can you make me an Elvis candle? Chad, can you make me a Mac Davis candle? Chad, can you make me a Detroit Lions candle? Chad, can you make me an Alice Cooper candle? Chad, can you put your face on a candle? Chad, can you do a Dolly candle? Chad, can you make me a candle of sleep that smells like weed? Chad, can you do a gerbil candle? Chad, can you do a John Williams candle? Chad, can you do a Michael McDonald candle? Chad, can you do an Otis candle? A has a new bid. B has a bid. A has a bid. B has a bid. Final call on Graham Parsons for 31. I know one thing. In my life, I'll always be able to sell something to make a living. If I have to get to the point where I start making candles, I know I've got a great customer base that will buy something from me. Y'all will always help me keep me fed, right? Can I relax in life knowing that y'all will always provide me shelter and food? Please just keep me that promise that I will always have shelter and food. I will provide you with a good product. Okay, here we go. Next in D, this is a 2019 Jimi Hendrix, Axis Bold as Love. Moving on with the box sets. This is the 2019 Analog Productions 200 gram. This is stereo, Axis Bold as Love, $200 on that one. $200 on that one, okay? $200 on that one. Jason Lee got Graham Parsons for $31. This is sold to Jason Lee for $31. Let's put that one away. All right, good. What a relief. Whew. I'll know that as long as y'all are here, I'll always have some sort. I'll never be homeless as long as I can provide y'all some kind of product. Okay? As long as y'all are going to be here. That's good to know. Whew. All right. Okay, I'm never going to go hungry. Next is in slot number C. This is Father John Misty, God's favorite customer. Father John Misty's a 2018 Purple Smoke Vinyl. This is a $20 start. $20 start on Father John Misty. 118, 101. Danae has both auctions. And then I'm going to keep a box set up in D until they're all gone, okay? We still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 more box sets to go. They're all stacked up over here. I'm just going down the line. Here we go. This is all buy it now, best offer. Can you do a light box of a candle? Sure. We'll make a light box that looks like a candle. It never will go out. Strange Brew, the very best of cream. Awesome. $29.99. $29.99. We have Dave Mason. It's like you never left. Dave Mason is $9.99. Pat Metheny and Lyle Mays, $34.99. As Falls Wichita, so Falls Wichita Falls. MCM, $34.99. Also, the Broadway Kick, Frank Sinatra, that is $14.99. And we have Dean Martin's Greatest Hits Volume 1. Dean Martin, $9.99. $9.99. What is the ECM catalog number? This is ECM catalog number. This is EC catalog number 1190. 1190. Father John Misty has a bid for $20. It's got a bid for $20. It's on the Purple Smoke Vinyl. Final call on Hendrix at $200. A and B are sold to Danae DeLeo. She gets Black Cat Bones for $118. Thank you, Danae DeLeo. That is sold to Danae DeLeo for $118. Appreciate that. Gabor Zabo is sold to Danae DeLeo for $101. And then Father John Misty's at $25. Need a couple more auctions. Father John Misty's in slot number C. Hendrix is a $200 start. That's in D. And then our next auction is going to go in A and B. That's the Smiths and Radiohead. Here we go. Radiohead is in slot number A. And Radiohead is a 2LP 2016, and that is a moon-shaped pull. $20 start on Radiohead. And the Smiths, The Queen is Dead. The Smiths is an 86 SRC, gold stamp promo, near mint. The Smiths is an $80 start. $80 start on that one. Next is Roy Rogers, Chops Not Chaps. That's not the Roy Rogers. That's a different one. $19.99. Did I miss any of their offers? Did I miss any more offers or anything else? Chad, my wife would like to see you. Oh my gosh, here we go with the wives again. We have the Nighthawks, Jackson Kings. The Nighthawks is $14.99. And Thad Jones, Mel Lewis, Consummation. That is $24.99. And Glenn Miller, Glenn's Original Recordings, $9.99. Over here, Hendrix is a no bid, and Hendrix is $200. That is the UHKR Axis Boat is Love, an incredible album. $200 on that one. Father John Misty's in slot C. Start on D. Brent, that's $200. $200 is the buy now on that one. Cream for $22. Grandpa, so do you for $22. Thank you. Next over here is Grateful Dead, 3 from the vault. It's a 4 LP Grateful Dead, and this is going to go up in slot number D for a $240 start. $240 start. Prince box set sold earlier for $600. If you're talking about the Prince box set. Hendrix for $200. I can't do $150. I will say you Jimi Hendrix for $185. $185 on Hendrix. Johnny Cash, Original Golden Hits Volume 2, sealed, $14.99. Johnny Cash, sealed, $14.99. Harvey Mandel, Shan Grenade, that is $36.99. And we have the Live Adventures of Mike Bloomfield and Al Cooper. That's a double LP, $27.99. And David Rose and his orchestra, Butterfield 8. That is $14.99. Maxwell 2 Jazz Sampler, $14.99. Also, Stephen Stills is $19.99. And we have the Country and Western All-Star Roundup. That is $24.99. JC, James Hicks, or James 268 on Johnny Cash for $10. That is sold to James 268 for $10. Radiohead's a final call for $23. The Smiths does have a bid for $80. I was waiting for that to happen. Father John Misty at $50 with T.C. Connor, and the Grateful Dead is a $240 start in D. Hendrix is sold to Brent Robley for $175. Wow, a new world record for the cheapest copy sold. Just saying, $175. That is sold to Brent Robley for $175. Hendrix is gone. Next is England's newest hit makers, the Rolling Stones. $29.99 Blue London label, $29.99. That's England's newest hit maker. And the Kinks, One for the Road, $24.99. And yes, Fragile with the book, $24.99, and that is a mid-70s press. I'll be the roundabout. The words will make you out and out. I'll spend the day your way. Radiohead, sold to Mitch T for $23. Thank you on that. The Smiths is at $81. Father John Misty's at $50. Our next auction is going to go up for bid right now in slot number A. Art Blakey is a 1959 repress mono. Wow, in mono, a 59 repress, VG plus condition, Orgy in rhythm. And that's a real, and not bad for a 59 mono, VG plus by our standards, pretty sweet. Art Blakey, a $75 start in A. That should get some bids. Grateful Dead is a buy it now, and that's a no bid for $240. That's a 2015. That's $240 on the Grateful Dead. Anything that doesn't get a bid can go up for best offer, and I'll be listening, okay? I'll be listening. I'll be watching you every breath you take, every move you make. Speaking of jazz, here's Miles Davis, Kind of Blue, and this is the double LP 45 RPM MoFi hand-numbered box set. This is the 2020 45 RPM, a Jazz Essential, $60 on that one. $60 on Miles Davis, Kind of Blue. That's over there in slot number D. We have B.B. King, king size. B.B. King is $34.99. Kenny G, G-Force. Oh, gosh, it's Kenny G, $14.99. And 2,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Now, that's cool. I have this record, $24.99. This is the kind of stuff, Chad, if I saw something like this, I'd be like, holy crap! 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. That is $24.99. And Dan Hartman and Vinnie Vincent plays on this record. Dan Hartman is $9.99. Felix Cavallari, Castles in the Air. That is a white label promo. $12.99 white label promo on that one. Condition details on the Rolling Stones. England's newest hit maker. The vinyl actually passes really nice. I would say EX. I'd say closer to EX than EX Plus. The cover's like VG, though. $29.99 on that one. TC Connor got Father John Misty. I woke up Otis yelling. Now he's over here staring at me. TC Connor, thank you on Father John Misty. That's owed you for $50. The Smiths has been up for a while, and it has gotten 2 bids. It's at $82. Are we done on the Smiths? Tom Kelly. So what happened? 20, 20, and $24.99. This is best offer. Yes, this is best offer. 20,000 under the league. 20,000 leagues under the sea is, I think, is that a claim, Jay Nutra? So Grandpa, let me know if you want it for 24. If not, Tom Kelly 24, and then Jay Nutra for 24. Andrew is in on Miles Davis at 60. Art Blakey's a repress. So Art Blakey's a 59 mono repress. VG Plus condition, $75 on that one. So pass. Tom Kelly, do you want it for 24? Tom Kelly, do you want it for 24? Next is, this is the Moody Blues. That's a double LP comp, $19.99. Dickie Betts and Great Southern, that's $26.99. And the best of Count Basie, that's a double LP, $19.99. So this does go to Tom Kelly for $24.99. The Smiths over here, this is sold to AB Music for $82. Thank you on that. The Smiths is gone. And Andrew Islersmith is the long bidder on Miles Davis. Art Blakey's about to be a bot now. So it's from 59, but that is technically a repress. Next is Mythos, a Krautrock album. Mythos is 72 German, VG minus. Some of these have sold for over $300. We're going to put up Mythos. You can tell from the cover, it's going to be an interesting record. That's going to go up in B for a $60 start. $60 start on that one. Next over here in C is going to be this right here. And that is going to be what? I don't know. Every time I say that, I'm always digging. I'm digging. Pete Rock. I think somebody asked for this earlier. Pete Rock is a 2017 Vinyl Me Please Club. And Pete Rock is in slot number C for a $90 start. $90 start. EX on the vinyl, EX Plus on the bonus 7-inch. $90 on Pete Rock, Vinyl Me Please. 60, 90. Miles Davis has a new bid for 62. Art Blakey's a no bid. That is a $75 buy now on Art Blakey. That's Orgy in Rhythm. That is $75. Art Blakey, Orgy in Rhythm. $75 on that. No bid, okay? Shocking on that one, in my opinion. Let's go ahead and put up something else new for A over here. And the next auction for A is going to be Elvin Jones. And this one's called Dear John C. Elvin Jones and Dear is in slot number A. A 1965 US mono VG minus, $90. $90. There is writing inside of the jacket. There's writing inside the jacket. The front and back are okay, but it does have some corner wear. I'm going to grade both the vinyl and the jacket VG minus. 1965, a $90 start. $90 start on that one. New bid on Miles Davis. And Troy, I did miss that. You mean I didn't pull that? I said yes in my head, but I didn't say yes out loud. Kenny G. Are you sure I didn't pull it? I didn't. This is sold to Troy Robinson for $9. Sorry, I did not catch that. Okay, we have Cream. Cream is $29.99. And we have Johnny Cash, The Holy Land. Johnny Cash is $26.99. Columbia 2i with lenticular cover, $26.99. And then Art Blakey has two offers, 60 and 65. Danae, let me know if you want it for 65. If not, it's sold to old Grandpa. Miles Davis is at 63 with Andrew Eisensmith. Moving on, Quiet Times. Sing and Learn. You listen to this and you sing and you learn. $9.99. There's another one. This is how to follow directions. This is a very important record for a lot of people. How to follow directions. You listen to this and you'll learn how to follow directions. Here's your large motor skills. This will teach you large motor skills. That one's $9.99. And then here's Sylvia. She'll teach you a lot of stuff. Sylvia is $9.99. The Rolling Stones Emotional Rescue. This is with poster, $39.99. And we have Chinese Man Records, The Groove Session. The Groove Sessions Volume 1 is a 2024 French, $34.99. And Fleetwood Mac Live in 1975, 2025 Record Store Day on clear vinyl, $49.99 for Fleetwood Mac. Yes, going for the one, $19.99 on Yes. And here's one, this will teach you holiday songs. This will teach you the holiday songs. $9.99 on that one. James Hendricks. James Hendricks is $12.99. And the Billy Joel Colt Tape concert, that is from 1987, $34.99. Miles Davis Kinda Blue is sold to Andrew Eisensmith for $63. Thank you, Andrew Eisensmith. That is sold to you for $63. Let's go ahead and put that away. Mythos. Mythos did get a bid for 65. Final call. Final chance to get a bid on Pete Rock for 90. Final call to get a bid on Elvin Jones for 90, okay? 90, 65, and 90. And next box set in D is the following. Another UHQR, and this time Miles Davis UHQR. This one is a $100 start. The 2021 Analog Productions UHQR, Miles Davis, 200 gram. That one's a $100 start. $100 start. What year is Art Blakey? Art Blakey is a 1959 mono repress. 59 mono repress in VG Plus condition. Bizarre to see it that high of a grade. VG Plus on that one, okay? Mr. MFTF said he would do $5 on following directions. This is sold to Mr. MFTF for $5. Susie Breedlove wants the holiday record. So does Susie Breedlove for $9.99. Brian Lubbock got Billy Joe for $34.99. Oh, and John Farrell. Boy, I knew I missed something else. John Farrell got the Rolling Stones for $22. Art Blakey is sold to Danae DeLeo for $65. Mark L gets Mythos also for $65. Thank you, Mark L. That's sold to you for $65. Let's put that away. Crates are filling up quickly of all these box sets. Miles Davis is $100. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A and C are no bids. Elvin Jones is a buy it now for $90. A 65 mono Impulse. Catalog number A-88. VG minus, $90 on that one. Pete Rock is also a no bid. Pete Rock is a no bid, and Pete Rock is a $90 buy it now. Somebody tag John Durden. That is $90 on Pete Rock. That's going right over here. Now we need 3 new auctions, and the Fleetwood Mac was live 1975, which is an official 2025 Record Store Day on clear vinyl, $49.99. Our next auction is about to happen right now. Somebody just said, Chad, could you go ahead and put up all the auctions you have left? Sure, I'll go ahead and put them up right now. As soon as I put this up, and as soon as I put this up right here. Let's do all these right here. First thing we have is this. Channel Orange. This is a 2012. This is a limited edition. Clear and orange marble vinyl. VG Plus, a 65. Frank Ocean, Channel Orange. Frank Ocean, unofficial. $65 on that one. Terry Reid. Terry Reid, there's none for sale in the United States. This is near mint. It's called Seed of Memory. Terry Reid is near mint minus, $150 start. And Mingus Aham, Charles Mingus. Mingus is a 2020 EX Plus condition. That's going to go up in C for a $35 start. $35 start on that one. Next thing over here is Miles Davis is a no bid. $100 for the Miles Davis UHQR. $100 for Miles Davis UHQR. This is a single LP, 33 1/3, 200 gram. $100 on Miles Davis, okay? Let's go back up the top. Did I miss anything else? Thank you, John Farrell, on that. I answered the Stones. And then over here, we have Miles Davis and C. And Grandpa said he would do Miles Davis for $90. And then C has new bids. First thing I need to do is put up a new auction. Let's go ahead and put up this right here. And this right here is going to be Bob Dylan. Bob Dylan. And this is volume 17, version of Fragments. What is this called? Fragments. Bob Dylan, Bootleg Series, volume 17. This is sealed, unopened. Boy, a lot of vinyl. How many LPs? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Limited and numbered with 62-page book. Dylan is in slot number D. The Bootleg Series, volume 17, Fragments. $250 on that one. $250 on that one. So Dylan's in D. That box set, I'll leave y'all to A, B, and C there. Crate number 3 is full, Otis. Wow, Chad. That's a whole lot of records you're selling tonight, buddy. Goodness gracious.
I love it when you show a lot of records. That means you might give me a treat. Oh, Chad, will you do me a favor? Will you show this basketball so I can go chase it? Will you give me that basketball? Give me that basketball, Otis. All right, go get it. All right, now that'll keep them busy for 30 seconds. All right, let's start filling up crate number 4 over here. Here we go. And does Terry Reid have the insert? Let's go take a closer look at that. First thing over here is this. So, Bob Dylan. So here's what happened on Dylan. Dylan got a offer for 90 and a last second bid for 100. So, Grandpa, it's yours for 100. If you pass, it's sold to Brian Pritchard for 100. So somebody's getting it for $100. Let's figure out who. Terry Reid has, with insert, none for sale in the United States, 1976 Terre Haute. And yes, it does have this insert with it. Very crisp and nice, too. Overall, a really nice copy, okay? Brian Pritchard got Miles Davis kind of blue for $100. Sold for $100 to Brian Pritchard. Thank you on that one, okay? That's done. Frank Ocean's a final chance at $65. Terry Reid, $150. Mingus, $45. And Dylan is sealed, $250. Let's go to another crate. Make sure everybody's hit the like button on Facebook. Thanks for joining us on this wonderful Tuesday night. I'm going to go ahead and grab crate number 3 of 6 new vintage crates tonight. How many, Chad? Crate number 3 of 6 new vintage crates tonight. Holy moly. That's amazing, Chad. Oh, buddy, you're going to be showing new vintage stuff all night long. That means these people can tune in and they can get some great stuff. Oh, buddy, maybe somebody will buy me a treat. Oh, Otis. DJ Shadow. Yes. I've got to locate that. Give me 1 second, okay? Next over here, we have this. Woohoo. All right. All these, we're ready for 4 new ones before we start this crate. Frank Ocean's a no bid, and that is $65. Double LP clear and orange marble vinyl, $65 on Frank Ocean. $65 on Frank Ocean. That's going right over here. Terry Reid, and Terry Reid is near mint minus, and this is $150. Terry Reid, near mint minus, $150. Very high grade copy at near mint minus on that one. Mingus is sold to Samuel Kopech for $45. Mitch T got beat by the clock. Mitch T got beat by the clock. Let's go ahead and put that away. Sold to Samuel Kopech for $45. And then Dylan, that's Bootleg Series Volume 17 Fragments, $250 on the Dylan box. $250. All the no bids are best offer. We have an offer on Terry Reid for $110. How about $140? How about $140? What other box sets do I have? Coming soon. Coming really soon. I hope they pulled DJ Shadow. If not, Amos's might end up shooting me. I hope they pulled it. I really hope they do. It should have been in one of those tubs, though. Gabriel, are you still on here? If Gabriel's still watching, he'll know. We'll find out. It's not in that crate, but I am going to go ahead and pull Space Hog. Space Hog's going to go in slot number A. Space Hog, none for sale in U.S. This is Resident Alien. EX Plus condition, pink and cream splatter. $85 on Space Hog. That's up for bid in slot number B. This crate here, I really hadn't took time to flip through everything, which I'm doing right now. There's Dennis Wilson. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's do Blue Cheer, Susie and the Banshees. Ooh, Sex Pistols. Let's do those 3 right there. Air. Okay, let's do those 3. Pretty sweet right there. Okay, so here is the Sex Pistols. And this is a 77 U.S. Jacksonville OG. Near mint, a $75 start. Near mint, $75 on the Sex Pistols. And this is the real OG. Very interesting, the Sex Pistols. They had one album to be such a talked about artist and everything that's requested. And I see here, they had one album. This right here, $75. And then Susie and the Banshees. Susie and the Banshees is in slot number C. This is a 78 UK, a nice VG copy. Susie and the Banshees, the screen. That is a $20 start. $20 start. No mission, whatever, submission or whatever went back there. That's not been added. I think this is an OG first press. Let me see what the actual Discogs. So this one, track submission is missing on back cover. However, some copies came with a sticker, black and white labels. This is an OG press. That's a real OG, near mint at $75. Dennis Wilson's on deck. I'm going to leave D open for box sets till we can get all these finished. And this is King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard live at Red Rocks. Live at Red Rocks. And this is in slot number D. This is a $200 start. It's a 12 LP splatter vinyl numbered box set. King Gizzard is a $200 start. That's over there in D. All right, and then everything in this crate is new vintage, buy it now, best offer. Did I miss anything? Terry Reid, we were negotiating on that one. And we are good to go. Okay, so first thing I have is Ted Nugent, self-titled. That has the great song Stranglehold on it. Ted Nugent is $14.99. That was the first label, VG cover. No condition notes on the vinyl on anything in here. So everything in here is at least EX or better. Nazareth, close enough for rock and roll, $24.99. Night Ranger Dawn Patrol, $22.99. This is Elvis, his greatest hits, a Reader's Digest RCA compilation box set, $36.99 for The King, $36.99. Naz is sold to Donald Gladfelter for $15. Also, the Ambroy Dukes, Dr. Slingshot, $26.99 for the Ambroy Dukes, speaking of Ted Nugent. And then Hank Williams is a Time Life box, and that is $26.99. We have over here Elvis is sold to Levi Hilton for $36.99. Steely Dan Countdown to Ecstasy, OG label, $44.99. Space Hog is at $91. The Sex Pistols is a 77 OG Jacksonville, first press and first cover. It has no sticker back here adding the track submission, and it's not printed on there obviously either. So that is OG, first label, $75, and now it's at $85. Susie's got one bid for $20. Final call on Ambroy Dukes for $200. Did I miss any more Grateful Dead? There's a Grateful Dead in the no bids. One Grateful Dead in the no bids, and it's right over here. 3 from the vault. It's $240 near mint. Grateful Dead near mint, $240. Steely Dan is sold to Charles Owens for $38. Thank you. And then Ambroy Dukes is sold to Sandy Mile. Thank you, $26.99. We have Outlaws Ghost Riders, $9.99. Also, Hair and Things. Hair and Things, Dennis Coffee Trio, $19.99. Boz Scaggs Silk Degrees with the Lido Shuffle and Lowdown Hype sticker. That's a nice copy. I guess if you're going to get a Boz Scaggs and you want the best one you can get, right there, Lido. Whoa, whoa, whoa. One more time. Ought to get it, Otis. Susan the Banshee, sold to Chad Snyder, just $20. Thank you, Chad Snyder. That is sold to you. Usually Susie gets a little bit more activity than that, but thank you, and that is sold to Chad Snyder for $20. Okay, next thing over here is this, Dennis Wilson, Ocean Blue. Dennis Wilson is going to go up in slot number C. This is called Pacific Ocean Blue, a VG Plus condition record, 1977 Terre Haute, $60 start. That's in slot number C. $60 start in slot number C. Okay, that'd be great. We have Hair. So, Danae, this is yours, but it will be $19. If not, it's Eric Van Leuven's. If not, it's DTE's. And then Stephen Douglas on the Outlaws at $7. Thank you, Stephen Douglas. That's so to you. Nobody bid on King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. That's $200 on the King Gizzard Lizard Wizard box set for $200. If anybody wants that or wants to make an offer, it's now available. Danae got Hair and Things for $19. And we have Black Oak, Arkansas, a white label promo with promo sticker, $29.99 for Black Oak, Arkansas. Next box set is going to be The Story of Philadelphia International Records. Awesome looking box set here. This is from Vinyl Me Please. This is from Vinyl Me Please. limited edition 1000 pressed at RTI. That is going to be an awesome soul box set there. Philadelphia Records. How many LPs? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is that right? 325. The story of Philadelphia International Records. 325. That is up for bid in D. Another box set. Is Dennis Coffey's already sold. Black Oak, Arkansas sold to Brian Lubbock for $29.99. Alice Cooper, Muscle of Love. This is how this album originally came. It came in this box set with that inner sleeve. $39.99 for Muscle of Love. And we have the greatest hits of the great Ray Charles. And that is $34.99 on that one. ABC are all sold, okay? So Space Hog is sold to AB Music, 1990 for $96. Thank you on that one. Was that Elvis a 7LP box? Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Space Hog sold for $96. The Sex Pistols is sold for $90, and that's sold to Brian Lubbock. The Sex Pistols, that is sold for $90. Chad, was Amboy Dukes an OG? Yes, it was. Let's go ahead and put the Sex Pistols in here. All right. And then Dennis Wilson is a no bid, and this is a buy it now. Dennis Wilson, a 77 US VG Plus, $60. Artist on Philadelphia, a lot. It's like 9 LPs of music. Craig just shared part of the track listing in the chat. There's a lot. You can read through there. You can see the artist. There is a lot. A lot would be my answer. What artist? A lot of artists. Next is this right here. Going up is the following. The Rolling Stones, the Meters, and let's see what's going on with TV on the radio, okay? First thing over here is this. We have the Rolling Stones, Beggar's Banquet, the 2016 UK Mono, $50 start on the Rolling Stones. The Meters, Rejuvenation, the Vinyl Me Please on this really bright green or yellow. That's yellow, Chad. The Meters, Rejuvenation. Vinyl Me Please Club, $40. And then TV on the radio. This is called Return to Cookie Mountain, 2018. Also Vinyl Me Please, $35 on that one. Dennis Wilson has two $50 offers. Ralph Venturino was first. Ralph Venturino got Dennis Wilson for $50. ST was second. Brian Lubbock got Alice Cooper Muscle of Love for $39.99. And Orange 5 got Boz Scaggs for $18. Final call on the Philadelphia Records box for $325, okay? And there's your next three auctions. Sorry you just had to listen to me chug water. You don't want me to die, though, right? Next thing is Queen, Flash Gordon soundtrack in shrink and the hype sticker. It also has the original inner sleeve. Nice copy. Flash, Defender of the Universe. Next is this. I have the Dean Martin TV show. That's in shrink wrap, $9.99. Forever Frank. Well, there's Dean, there's Frank. A Capitol Mono copy. Forever Frank, $14.99. And we have Love Makes a Woman, Barbara Acklin, $39.99. Flash is $39.99. War's Greatest Hits, Record Store Day Gold Vinyl. Record Store Day Gold Vinyl from 2020, $49.99. Flash was $39. What year is the Rolling Stones? A 2016 UK Mono. 2016 UK Mono, near mint. $50 start on that one. The Meters is at $40. TV on the radios at $35. Jason asked about Flash. It's $39. Dustin Brandon asked about Flash, $39. Frank Sinatra has no condition notes. Henry's Choice asked about the Stones. Grandpa says he'll take Flash if none of those other two people get it. And then nobody got Philadelphia Records. And this is a buy now for $325. The Story of Philadelphia International, $325. That is a buy now, okay? I'm going to put that one right over here because I'm running out of space. $325 on that one. Peter Mazzolino got Frank Sinatra. That's sold to Peter for $14.99. Also, Voices of Motown, classic hits from the Motor City. And this is on blue vinyl. Looks really cool. And that's $14.99. Also, we have David Byrne, Who is the Sky 2025 lemon yellow vinyl, $24.99 on that one. And the Greg Allman Band, just before the Bullets Fly, $34.99 on Greg Allman, just before the Bullets Fly. Grateful Dead, No Bid Info, Motown 10, you heading out? All right, thank you as always. And let's go ahead and put up 4 new auctions. So that means the Rolling Stones is a no bid. $50 on the Rolling Stones Beggar's Banquet Mono. $50 on that one. The Meters is sold to Ivan R for $40. Thank you, Ivan R. That is sold to you for $40. And then TV on the Radio is sold to Bob Riger for $35. Appreciate that. Okay. So let's put the Stones right over here. Grateful Dead, no bid information. This is called Grateful Dead 3 from the Vault. 3 from the Vault is a 2015 remaster. It's a reissue remaster, 4 LP near mint, $240 on the Grateful Dead. Okay, Tim Rory got the Motown for $10. Al was second. Danae got Greg Allman for $28. Colin Butler got David Byrne for $17. And Debbie Laster got Terry Reid, sold to Debbie Laster for $145. Wow. That was a flurry of activity. Let's go ahead and put up some more auctions then. Let's start right here with Herbie Hancock. Let's put up the London Suede. And then let me grab one from over here. And this one is whatever I just grabbed. So here we go. Herbie Hancock, The Prisoner, is the 2020 Blue Note Tone Poet Series. Herbie Hancock is in slot number A, a $25 start. The London Suede, Love and Poison, live near mint. That's also just a $20 start. And another this is a $25 start, Liars. They were so wrong, we were drowned. Liars is near mint, $25. $25 on that one, okay? And then the next box set is the Velvet Underground, the Quinn tapes. Velvet Underground, the Quinn tapes. I had never seen this before. This is now up for bid in slot number D. The Velvet Underground, the Quinn tapes, volumes 1 through 3, a 6 LP mono box set. 6 LP mono box set, and we do have all the inserts with it. This is EX minus, and that's conservatively over, you know, all the disc. $200 start. And I think it was made to look like it's taped, okay? That's not actual tape, and that's not actual foxing. This was made to look like it's aged. It was made in 2010. $200 start on the Velvet Underground. $200 start on the Velvet Underground. Next thing over here is this. Any punk box sets? Maybe. Maybe. I know you're not going anywhere, Faith. I know you better have your eyes open. You better not go anywhere, Faith. Never know, there might be an Elvis Presley box set. There might be an Sly and the Family Stone, $24.99. We have a slice of humble pie, $24.99 for a slice of humble pie. Otis. Otis. Come here. Otis. I gotta make sure he's not getting into my broccoli. He likes my broccoli up there, which, I mean, it doesn't matter if he eats it, but we don't need it. Why are you licking your lips? Did you get into my broccoli? You like that broccoli, don't you? I better put that up somewhere high where you can't get to it. No, you better lay out of the broccoli, buddy. You're up here licking your lips. Up here licking your lips. Get out of the broccoli. Come here. Let's go back here, buddy, okay? Let's go back here. Let's go lay down, okay? Let's go lay down back here. All right, you stay back here with me, okay? All right, here we go. All right. Where are we at? 30, 20, and 25. Okay, so back over here. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. This is a buy it now best offer, okay? Next thing is this, Willie Nelson Stardust. Willie Nelson is $14.99. $14.99 for Willie Nelson. Otis loves broccoli. He eats it all the time. Pat Metheny Group, First Circle. Pat Metheny Group is $34.99. Also, Little Kim, When Kim Say, Can You Hear Me Now, featuring Missy Elliott. That is $9.99. And The Essential Hank Williams, $24.99. $24.99. The Essential Hank Williams. Grover Washington Jr., A Secret Place, $9.99. And Badfinger, Say No More, with this really cool Peter Max cover. That is sealed for $24.99. Info on Liars. Liars is a 2004. It is near mint 2004. New bid just came in for $28. Peter Mazzoliano on Grover Washington. Sold to Peter Mazzoliano for $9.99. Rare Bird, somebody's watching. Rare Bird is $39.99. And the Who's next? This MCA pressing is $19.99. Final call on A and B for 30 and 20. D's at 30. And we're about to make the Velvet Underground. I'll buy it now. Final call on that one. Country Music, Time Life, George Jones, $9.99. And Marshall Tucker Band, A New Life, $14.99 for Marshall Tucker. Harry Belafonte, Midnight Special. Harry Belafonte is $9.99. George Harrison, Extra Texture with the die-cut letter cover. Very cool, $29 on that one. And Devo, Are We Not Men, a 78 Winchester. Devo is $44.99. Are we not men, Otis? Are we not men? Come here. Come here, buddy. Let me scratch that head. Oh, yeah. Right there. Sorry, Uncle Chad's working. Uncle Chad's working. Get over here, though. Oh, yeah. Cold, wet nose of yours. Scratch those ears. There we go. Okay, here we go. All right. Broccoli Dogs. I saw them open for Dire Straits in 1981. There you go. A, B, and D are done. So Herbie Hancock is sold to Charles Owens for $30. Thank you, Charles. That's sold to you. London Suede sold to John Farrell for $20. And the Velvet Underground box is a buy it now for $200. Buy it now on that one for $200. That's the Quinn tapes, volumes 1 through 3. It's already got an offer for $180. It's already got an offer for $180. Hoojar has Liars at $35. Let's put up some new auctions. And next is this, the Desert Sessions. This is Desert Sessions. This is the 2001. This is EX condition, a $200 start. EX condition for Desert Session 7 and 8. 7 and 8. It's a 10-inch. It's a double 10-inch on black and white vinyl. And that's up for bid an A for a $200 start. $200 start for Desert Sessions. First thing is Devo. Tony, I will sell you Devo for $37. The Hank box here is sold to Debbie Laster for $20. And the Velvet Underground is sold to Danae for $180. This is sold to Danae for $180. The Velvet Underground box. Thank you on that one. Let's put that away. Let's keep rolling. New auctions going up right now. There's A. And then next is B. B is going to be Lee Morgan, the Procrastinator. Lee Morgan is the Music Matters, double LP, 45 RPM, VG Plus, and this is $185. This is the 2012 Music Matters, $185 on that. Next box set in D is Lee Morgan. Is that who I just put up for? Who did I just put up for auction? Lee Morgan. Well, here's another one. This is the next box set, actually. Lee Morgan, the complete Live at the Lighthouse 12 LP box. EX Plus Near Mint Minus. Some of these have sold for as much as $480. Lee Morgan is $225. Two Lee Morgans. That box set, $225. And then this one here, $185. The Desert Sessions is $200. And Liars is at $45. Anybody else want to make an offer on anything in here before I move on to the next crate? Here's what was left. I had George Harrison, Harry Belafonte, Marshall Tucker, George Jones, The Who, Rare Bird, Badfinger, The Essential Hank Williams. Now, earlier you made an offer on a Hank Williams. Danae, was that for the box or for this Essential Hank? I tagged you for the box set, Debbie. I'm assuming you wanted the box set. We got Little Kim, Pat Metheny, Willie Nelson, Humble Pie, Sly and the Family Stone. War Greatest Hits is sold to Al for $30. Thank you on that one. Which Marshall Tucker? Which Marshall Tucker? $14.99. A New Life. A New Life. Barbara Acklin, Dean Martin TV show Queen. Oh, yeah. So I needed to tag this. I needed to tag this to whoever. 3 people asked the price, and they never did say sold or pass, and then somebody claimed it. Grandpa got Queen for $39.99. Sold to Grandpa for $39.99. Ray Charles, Night Ranger, and Ted Nugent is still available with Stranglehold, okay? She wanted not the box set. So the Hank Williams box is still available, $26.99. Instead, she got the Essential for $20, okay? Hoojar got the Liars for $45. That's sold to Hoojar Daddy for $45. Hoojar Daddy. Details on George. This is an OG US Dark Horse. It has the die cut cover with inner sleeve. $29.99. $29.99 on that one. Okay, I'm swapping crates. And then when I come over, if none of those have bids locked in, we might as well go ahead and get ready for a whole new slew, Otis. I'm ready, Chad. Go ahead and slew it up, Chad. I'm ready, buddy. Let's do it. I need to text Tanner and see when they're going to be back, and when is Tyler's ETA? Okay. Okay, so I got an update on DJ Shadow. Amos's, if you're watching. DJ Shadow is part of a box set, and they're currently trying to locate the rest of the box before we sell it. That is why I think it's been skipped over a couple times. I just checked my phone. I had a message from Gabriel. So, yeah, it was part of a box set, and I think that's why it's been skipped over a couple times. They're trying to locate the rest of that one. Hank Box and George Harrison. What King Crimson? I have not put those up yet. They're right here in front of me, though. So give me 1 second, and we'll go ahead and pull them. But let me go get these last 2 records from the last 2. So we have George Harrison sold to Mike Wilt for $22. Joe Delgado got Hank for $22. And now all these are closed. So Desert Session 7 and 8 is about now. The last time I had one, now these are related to, this is like Josh Homme. So this is Queens of Stone Age, right? Josh Homme, and there's at least one other big name that plays on these. But I know a big part of it's Josh Homme from Queens of Stone Age. So that's $200, hence the desirability. And Lee Morgan and Lee Morgan are both no bids. $185 on the Music Matters. The Music Matters Lee Morgan VG Plus $185. And then the Lee Morgan box is $225. So 2 big Lee Morgans there. Here in the world of jazz. Okay, let me grab this orange crate. So that was, I think, a majority of the box sets that were tagged for tonight. Now we're going to do nothing but the advertised auctions. So the box set no bids are Lee Morgan, the complete Live at the Lighthouse, a 12 LP box from 2021. That's $225. $225 on Lee Morgan. And that is EX Plus, a 12 LP box, $225. Can't do $150. Can't do $150. $225 on that one. The other box no bid was Philly International Records, which I believe is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and it may have more. The top part of the sheet's missing. So at least 8 LPs. This is Philadelphia. It's a soul box. $325. $325 on Philadelphia Records. The other box set no bid was Bob Dylan, Bootleg Series Volume 17. That one's called Fragments. That one is sealed. Bob Dylan is sealed for $250. That's a no bid box. The other one was King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard, and that one was live at Red Rocks. It's $200. And the reason I'm putting all these, so I'll have room over here in this crate. And really, that's it. There was one more Grateful Dead, which was 3 from the vault, which was $240. All those are make offers. Dead, King Gizzard, Bob Dylan, International, Philly International, and the Lee Morgan. Okay? And then we had the Stones, Desert Sessions, Frank Ocean, Pete Rock, Elvin Jones, and Queens of the Stone Age. And by the way, whoever was interested in Frank Ocean and passed because it's an unofficial, two things about Frank Ocean records, in case you didn't know this. If you want this album, I would recommend buying this. Two things about Frank Ocean. If you want a real copy of anything Frank Ocean, they get up into hundreds of dollars. So we have a copy of Blonde right now, a real copy. It's $450. The other thing is a lot of his stuff was never even officially released on vinyl. This may be one of those items. I don't know if this was even officially ever pressed. And I bet if there is an official, I'm going to say it's at least in the hundreds of dollars. So that's why most people settle for the Frank Ocean unofficials. But we have two other Frank Oceans in stock, and they're like $400 and $500 and $600. They're very expensive. Pete Rock is right over here, and Pete Rock is EX, and this, the bonus 7-inch is EX Plus. It's called Soul Survivor. Double LP, red and black split, and it has a 7-inch, and that is is this Vinyl Me Please? This is Vinyl Me Please, $90. There's that one. Okay. There we have it. Yeah, I don't know. Frank Ocean's always been that way. I have really never had any luck selling them, but it's one of those deals where randomly some nights, or like if I make posts or just new people comment, got any Frank Ocean? We'll get random DMs. Do you got any Frank Ocean? I'm looking for Frank Ocean. It's one of those artists that like people's always asking for until we have them. And typically they're like, oh, whoa. I didn't realize they were $595. Next auctions going up right now. King Crimson, ELO, Fickle Pickle, and James Spence. Let's do it. First thing we have is King Crimson. This is a 1976 Japanese in the Court of the Crimson King. This is a 76 Japanese with insert, near mint minus, a $60 start. That's a beautiful Japanese, no obi. $60 on that one. Also, we have ELO, El Dorado, a symphony by the Electric Light Orchestra. This is EX condition, a $35 start. $35 start, Electric Light Orchestra. Next is Fickle Pickle, Sinful Skinful. Fickle Pickle is a 2018 Record Store Day reissue. Fickle Pickle is going to go up for a $20 start in C. And then Alexander Spence, $475. Or it's EX Plus condition. It has the original inner sleeve. There is some cover damage right over here. That is Skip Spence, Alexander Spence, $475 in slot number D. $475 on that one. Frank Ocean 35, Frank Ocean 45. Do you got any George Harrison Zoetrope? Not to my knowledge. Who is Frank Ocean? I've got Frank Ocean. Can you tell me more about the Frank Ocean? Frank Ocean 45. Frank Ocean Channel Orange. I will sell this for $60. It's a bootleg. It's blocked on Discogs. It's a 2012. I will do it for $60. $60 on that one. Okay, let's put this crate right over here with the no-bid box sets. If you change your mind on one of those, I'm listening to offers. Let's go grab a new crate of vintage right over here. New crate of vintage right over here. Here we go. All right. Oh, yes, that felt wonderful. Okay, let me take a quick peek right over here. This, and this. Dun, 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 dun. Come on, now touch me, babe. Ba-dun-dun-dun. Can't you see that I am not afraid? Bum, 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 dun, 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 dun. Okay, buy it now, best offer. Alexander Spence is a grail for a lot of people, a very sought-after record. He was in Jefferson Airplane for a short stint, and he was in Moby Grape. $475, a highly regarded album. There is some cover damage right over here. An original press, EX Plus condition, highly sought after, very difficult to get. $475 on that one. This is buy it now, best offer. Dave Mason is alive. $9.99 for Dave Mason. $9.99. Next is Uncle, UNKLE. This is a 2004 electronic, $14.99. Cigarettes After Sex. This is called X's, X apostrophe S on clear vinyl. That is $26.99. Buy it now or best offer. And Jerry Jeff Walker, a 2026 orange vinyl, Navajo rug, $19.99. Dave Mason is sold to Stephen Douglas for $7. Uncle is sold to J. Rod Ohio for $14.99. And then Ray Red, you were second. Steve Perry, Traces. Steve Perry, $14.99. Paul Desmond, Pure Desmond. Paul Desmond's $39.99. And then Zwall, effective immediately. Zwall is $9.99. I will do $26.99 on Cigarettes After Sex. If Colin passes and TC Connor passes, it's so to Sean Thompson Arts. Stanley Clark, I want to play for you. Stanley Clark is $24.99. And we have Patti LaBelle, Stir It Up, 12-inch single from Beverly Hills Cop. That's $9.99. TC Connor says he'll take it. So to TC Connor for $26.99. A through C are closed. I'll give Alexander Spence one more time. But King Crimson is sold to Sean Thompson Arts for $60. Thank you, Sean Thompson Arts. That is sold to you for $60. Fickle Pickles, a $20 buy it now. Fickle Pickle, a $20 buy it now. ELO is sold to Thomas Shepard for $35. Thank you, and sold to Thomas Shepard for $35. $35 on that one. Fickle Pickle, $20. And this is got a bonus 7-inch with it as well. It's a 2018, $20 on that one. Okay, let's put that right over here. Boom, boom. And then next thing to think about, Skip Spence, before somebody gets an offer in ahead of you. Next thing is this. Let's go ahead and put up Television, Queens of the Stone Age, and whatever this next is. I think there's one more King Crimson, though. I'm pretty sure there's one more King Crimson. But first, here's Television, live at the Old Waldorf, San Francisco, June 29th, 1978. This is an official 2011 record store day on white vinyl. Television's a $95 start. Over here, Queens of the Stone Age is the 2019 reissue. 2019 reissue. That one's near mint for $25. And this is Sir Lord Baltimore, a 1971. That is in VG condition. 1971. Has some sticker residue right up here. $35 on that one. $35. Wait, did I get cigarettes too or not? No, it went to TC Connor. So Colin and TC made an offer, and then you claimed it. Colin passed, and then TC Connor took it. So that left you next in line. Alexander Spence is a buy it now for $475. This is EX Plus condition. $475 on this record. Nice grade. EX Plus. So that's essentially near mint minus and a VG cover because of that stain right there. Not bad whatsoever on that one. There's that. Let's go ahead and add one more to the pile over here. And is there stuff underneath this one? There is stuff underneath this one. Aha. Let's see here. Let's run. Let's see what this is right here. Let's see what this King Crimson. I think this is a reissue. Yeah, this is the 200 gram 2020. This is the 200 gram 2020 King Crimson. This is a remaster, the Robert Fripp, Steven Wilson. That's $25. That is over here in D. Okay. All right. My phone is frozen at the moment. Stand by. My phone is completely frozen. Okay, my phone's still frozen. Wow. Golly, what can I see here? Okay, I can see it up here. Let me see if this will do it. Let me just close that out. It's going to cause me to lose all of my chat. Okay, well, we're good to go. I didn't miss anything up here, though. All right, there we go. It's back. All right, Queen the Game, $34.99. $34.99 on Queen the Game. If you haven't already, if you're new, make sure you've hit the like button on Facebook. We've been posting preview videos every day on Facebook and YouTube of this collection. I'll try to keep that going as long as I can. Should have another batch tomorrow. I'm actually going to go through and handpick tomorrow's stuff. Tonight's was kind of like me just grabbing whatever I could find, a whole tub, and having them knock it out. And it looked like it was some pretty good stuff. And then Henry came in and did some box sets for us. So we've had some really good stuff tonight. A is the only auction without a bid. It's a final call. Next thing over here is Rocky IV. Rocky IV is $29.99. This is a vintage crate. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. St. Elmo's Fire soundtrack. That's $19.99. The Teacher soundtrack, Bob Seger, ZZ Top. That's $19.99 for the Teacher soundtrack. Freddie Mercury, Ian Hunter, The Beatle Beat, the original Liverpool sound. This is not the Beatles. $24.99. J. Rod Ohio on Teachers. That's sold to J. Rod Ohio for $19.99. Rocky has an offer for $20. I'll do Rocky for $24. Mike Torrance. Queens of the Stone Age is a 2019 reissue. 2019 reissue. It's at $27. $24 on Rocky. Urban Cowboy soundtrack. $19.99 on Urban Cowboy. And Stephen Stills, the best of Stephen Stills, $19.99. Joe DeGaldo, I made a bid in the wrong slot on number D. So I'm going to delete a bid on slot number D. So that leaves now with Seabass at 27. Well, somebody just outbid you anyway. And then somebody else tried to bid. Television's a no bid. Live at the Old Waldorf. This has been up for several minutes without a bid. So Television's a buy it now for $95. $95 on that one. Mike Torrance gets Urban Cowboy. So to Mike Torrance for $19.99. Television has an offer for $70. And then next is Harper Valley PTA, Janie C. Riley, $9.99. Jason and the Scorchers Fervor, a gold stamp promo, $19.99. And we have Dixie Dregs, Dregs of the Earth, $9.99. Final Chance of Lord Baltimore. All of a sudden, King Crimson has new bidders. Television has an offer for $70. I will say Television for $80. We'll go ahead and do $80 on that one. And then let's open up a new auction slot for A over here. And let me just pull one of these at random. Like, what is this right here? This is Churches and the Regrets. Regrettetts and Cocteau Twins. Just a $10 start. It's a split. Churches, Regrets, and Cocteau Twins. Project Unfollow. It's a gold vinyl 10-inch for a $10 start. That's now up for bid in slot number A. Thomas Shepard got Television for $80. Thank you, Thomas Shepard. That's sold to you for $80. Next is Animals Anthology. That looks like a foreign copy. It is. Made in France, 1976, a French import. The Animals Anthology, $34.99. And the classic performances of 10 years after, $19.99. Eric Van Leuven got Third Lord Baltimore. Thank you, Eric Van Leuven. That's sold to you for $40. $40. There's something else about this album. What is it about Sir Lord Baltimore? Maybe there could be just a track that I know or somebody plays on one of these albums. I wish I could have remembered. It might be a different album. And there's something about, that was a promo too. Did I even mention that? Wow. Well, this isn't the promo Discog sheet. But it was a promo. Wow. I didn't even notice that. I didn't even think to look at the label. I just look at the Discog sheet sometimes. That was a white label promo. Next is the Knack. This is $14.99. And the Greg Allman Band, $34.99. We're about to sell B and D. Let me go ahead and put up a new auction there and C then. Let's see what's up with Jack White. Jack White Acoustic Recordings is a 2016 remaster. This is EX condition for slot number C. Jack White is a $25 start. Next is Dickie Betts and Great Southern. Dickie Betts is $26.99. And Focus Live at the Rainbow. Focus is $14.99. New vintage pre-owned records. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Gordon Lightfoot, Endless Wire. Gordon Lightfoot is $14.99. And Peter Frampton, $9.99. J. Rod Ohio got Focus. So did J. Rod Ohio for $14.99. Let me grab a new crate because crate number 4 is full. Nice. Crate full. 4 is full. Nice. Thank you, Otis. Appreciate you, man. There's crate number 5. And let's go ahead and sell B and D. So Queens of the Stone Age is sold to John Farrell for $30. Thank you, John Farrell. That is sold to you for $30. Let's put that away right here. And then C. Bass gets the King Crimson for $27. Brian Lubbock already in on Jack White at $35. We're about to go ahead and sell A so we can put up 3 new auctions because it's only at 10 and I don't see anybody else bidding. And this is sold to Thomas Shepard for $10. This was the Split Churches, Regrets, and Cockatoo Twins. That is sold for $10 to Thomas Shepard. Ron also bid $35 on Jack White. There's already a bid for $35. Next is in slot A, Buffalo Springfield, and this is a misprint repress. EX condition. This one looks like it's pretty desirable in this grade. Beautiful. It's not the first label. It is EX $45, and it's got a misprint evidently. Cover misprint to Buffalo Springfield. Rear echo has mono under logo. Okay. So it is a stereo press, but the back jacket has mono and the front has stereo. EX condition, and that does have the song For What It's Worth. Buffalo Springfield. Very nice copy, though. $45 on that. What is going on with Miles Davis here? Miles Davis bopping the blues. Miles Davis is a double LP 45 RPM 2012. There's the original hop sticker, Black Line Essential Reissue, mastered by Bernie Grumman, cutting by Chris Bellman, sound and engineering consultation by Steve Hoffman, pressed at Palace in Germany. Sounds like an all-star lineup of technicians. Miles Davis, $45 start for bopping the blues. Well, that's like every name you'd want to hear on a record. That's everything. And then in D is going to be Gloria Scott, What Am I Gonna Do? Gloria Scott is a 1974 soul album, a Terre Haute SXT pressing, EX condition. It's on Casablanca Records, EX, $150. Wow, other than Kiss, that might be one of the more pricier Casablanca records I've ever seen. That is in slot number D, $150 start. So there's 4 new auctions, A, B, C, and D. Buffalo, Miles, Jack, and Gloria. Buffalo Springfield, Miles Davis, Jack White, and Gloria Scott. Next is the Moody Blues, the present, back to the pre-owned. Buy it now, best offer. Moody Blues is $14.99. Poco Legend. Poco is $9.99. And Dave Mason, Let It Flow. Dave Mason, $9.99 on Dave Mason, Let It Flow. Also over here, I have Charlie Daniels, Fire on the Mountain. Charlie Daniels does have the bonus 45 that came with it. $29.99, Kama Sutra label. And let me show you the bonus in case y'all didn't know. This comes with a bonus 45, Volunteer Jam. Very cool. By the way, Joseph McCormick, make sure you put Mules for 40. Did you mean Miles, a bid on Miles Davis for 40? If so, make sure you put exclamation mark B, and the actual minimum bid is 45. Buffalo's 45, Miles is 45, Jack White's at 40, and Gloria is $150 start in D. $150 start in D. Just saying. Okay, next thing over here is this. Stephen Steele's Thoroughfare Gap. Stephen Steele's is $14.99. Thoroughfare Gap. Also, Alt J, this is all yours. Alt J is on red and blue vinyl. $29.99 for Alt J. And The Voice, Frank Sinatra, $14.99 for Sinatra. Columbia 6i, one of his earlier cool albums there, cool cover on that one. And Oscar Peterson, the George Gershon songbook. Oscar Peterson, $9.99. And The Stars of the Grand Ole Opry, $19.99 for that double LP. All right, we're ready for 4 new auctions. Jack White is sold to Ryan Simpson for $40. Thank you, and let me put that away right here. Buffalo Springfield's a no bid for 45. Miles Davis is a no bid for 45. And Gloria Jones is a no bid for 150. So over here is Buffalo. That's a misprint. Super nice. It is a stereo copy. Miles Davis bopping the blues. This was $45. $45 over here on Miles Davis. Somebody was a moment ago was trying to bid or make an offer. I think I lost them though. And then Gloria Jones over here was a buy now for 150. That's EX 150 on that one. 1974 Soul Terre Haute SXT pressing with radio station markings. Frank Sinatra, Oscar Peterson, Miles Davis, Brian Lubbock. Sorry, your bid came in late on C. Miles Davis and Miles Davis. I will do $40 on Miles Davis. It will be Mitch T. It will be Mitch T if he wants it, okay? And then there's Joseph, who was trying to buy or bid on it earlier. Make sure if you really want an auction, you get the minimum bid locked in. There's going to be, if I know some of these last like 6, 9 auctions haven't got bids, but if you look, they're pretty much all sold. There's people going to make offers after they close, or they're going to snipe it for the minimum bid as soon as I end it. So that's sold to Mitch T for $40. That means that Peter Mazzolino was second, Roger Thomas was third, Joseph McCormick was 4, and Peter Mazzoliano got Frank Sinatra at $14.99. Mark Chesler got Oscar Peterson for $9.99. And then William, you were second on Sinatra. J. Rod Ohio got Gloria Jones for $130. And we're good to go. Is that saucer a puzzle? This is Sid Barrett, the Madcap Laughs. Gatefold jacket, new and sealed, $39.99. Pink Floyd is the Piper at the Gates of Dawn. Their debut, Bernie Grundman Mono, $33.99. And this is a new album from Hypocrisy, Worship, double LP blue for $44. Everything against the back wall is vinyl. That is a Black Crowes light box. It is $59.99. Here come our next 3 auctions right now, and then I'm going to add a 4th. Okay, we have Betty Davis, the Columbia year, 68 to 69. Betty Davis is a 2016 Light in the Attic compilation. Great label for out of print and rare titles. Betty Davis, the Columbia years, EX condition, $45 on that one. Big Bill Brunzi sings folk songs. Big Bill Brunzi is near mint. This is a 2016 Mono Club. Mono Club. This isn't 2016, is it? Wow, it is. They fooled me until I flipped it over. This looks and feels just like our actual Folkways records. This is Smithsonian Vinyl Me Please. Yeah. $10 on Big Bill Brunzi. And we have Windows 96, 100 Mornings. This is a 2020 electronic record. It's near mint minus Windows 96, 100 Mornings. A $55 start on that one. Grand Ole Opry is sold to the Hammer for $19.99. Dolly's on here, by the way. Dolly's on that one. That's sold to the Hammer CP. Rest in peace to the queen of country music, Dolly Parton. And then in D, we're going to put up Deep Purple, Shades of Deep Purple. This is a 68 OG Tetragrammaton Records, Shades of Deep Purple. Just a $10 start in slot number D. All right, moving on. We have Thad Jones and Mel Lewis live at the Village Vanguard. That's in shrink wrap for $19.99. And Feel the Sound of Harvey Mandel, $39.99. All right, I've got 2 more crates of pre-owned vintage. Over here, we have Betty Davis at $45. Big Bill Brunzi has a bid for $10. Windows 96 is $55. And Deep Purple has a bid for $10 with Stephen Douglas. Prince 1999 box set, that sold earlier for $600. Yep. Prince 1999 box set sold earlier for $600. It is gone. All right. Elvin Jones detail on the last crate. I got the Elvin Jones box set. The Elvin Jones over here is, no, that's Lee Morgan. You sure I have an Elvin Jones? I got Lee Morgan, Buffalo Springfield, Alexander Spence, Fickle Pickle, Frank Ocean, Pete Rock, the Rolling Stones, Elvin Jones. I do. It's a 65 mono, VG minus, $90. And that's Impulse Mono, 1965. 1965. All right, let's go through another crate. Let's do it. Da da ch 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 da da ch 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 da 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 da. Boom 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 boom. Bomb bunch. Da da. Dum dum boom dum dun 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 down down boom 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 bomb 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 da 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 da. Ra-dun, da-dun, da-dun. Oh, baby. Da-dun, da-dun, da-dun. Well, there's a light in your eye that keeps shining like a star away from night. Elvin Jones, possibly a promo. Really? It is a white label. Yeah. It is a white label. All right, Betty Davis was a no bid. The Columbia Years, $45 on Betty Davis. And that is EX, $45. Windows 96 has an offer for $40 with Erskigel. Erskigel on Windows 95. Dead Kennedys is gone. I will do 45 on Windows. 45 on Windows. Change to the Jim B. Let's see. Boom, 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 boom. All right, Erskigel, thank you. He got Windows 96 for $45. Gabriel was second on that one. Great price. We're about to sell B and D while we're at it. Did I miss anything else? This is a killer looking check condition crate. This is a killer looking check condition crate. Let me go ahead and introduce a couple more auctions. Let me do a big flip and see what's all here. We got a ton of jazz. I mean, an absolute gob of jazz over here. So let's knock out. And I think a lot of them's really pricey, like their Music Matters. So hopefully we got serious jazz buyers on here. This is Herbie Hancock, Speak Like a Child. It is a Music Matters review test pressing. This is a test pressing. Near mint minus $135. That's a test pressing. This is Speak Like a Child, Music Matters, number 46. Somehow this guy ended up with all number 46 test pressings. $135. $135. That's Herbie Hancock. Next is Big Bill Brunsey, $15. $15. That's Big Bill Brunsey. So to J. Rod, Ohio. Thank you on that one. Windows 96 album is great. It's like music you would hear shopping mall in the 80s. Oh, man, I'm going to have to check that out. No one told me that. No one told me that. Windows 96. All right, so there is Herbie Hancock, $135 on that one. Got some serious jazz audiophile stuff over here. Let's go ahead and grab this right here. I'm very curious what this version is. Captain Beefheart is in slot number B. And Captain Beefheart, come on, camera. Change, camera. Come on, camera. Come on, camera. There we go. Let me shrink Jim B over here. There we go. We don't want him too distracting. Boy, there we go. There we go. Okay. All right, next thing is Captain Beefheart and his Magic Band Trout Mask Replica. Near mint, a double LP, fruitcake fish scale colored vinyl. What label? Third Man Records. Okay, so this is the Third Man Records press of Captain Beefheart. It's on fish scale colored vinyl. That's actually pretty dang cool. Near Mint, special edition, and it comes with this bonus 7-inch. $100 start on that one. $100 start. Deep Purple's a final call for $37. No one's a fan of the Jim B avatar. Kind of like no one's a fan of Jim B. And then let's go ahead and put up another auction for C. Fever Ray. Fever Ray is a 2009 electronic. $25 start on Fever Ray. $25 on Fever Ray. Okay. And then Orange 5 got Deep Purple for $37. Thank you. That's sold to Orange 5 for $37. Who is Jim B? You don't want to know, buddy. You don't want to know. Let me just tell you this. Be glad you don't know them, okay? Just be glad you don't know them. Next is going to be in slot number D. This is going to be, some people call me Jim B. Yeah, some people call me an absolute crook. Okay. Next is Patty Smith Horses. Patty Smith Horses is a 76 repress PRC. This is in VG condition. A $25 start for Patty Smith Horses. Okay. Everything in this crate is new vintage, buy it now or best offer. And it's all check condition. Spirit, the Spirit of 76. Spirit is VG Plus $19.99. Joni Mitchell Blue. Joni Mitchell is a 1975 Santa Maria VG Plus $34.99. Joni Mitchell Blue. VG Plus $34.99. I have the Great Society with Grace Slick. The Great Society with Grace Slick is VG Plus $24.99. $24.99. The Great Society with Grace Slick $24.99. Nazareth Malice in Wonderland VG $12.99. And we have Queen Live Killers VG $19.99. Gabriel says he'll take Joni Mitchell. So did Gabriel. VG Plus $34.99. Nazareth is so did Donald Gladfelter for $10. Captain Beefheart, is it mixing the patch and tote? Pass. Well, I know I don't have a tote. And unless there's a patch down in this sleeve, then there's no patch. There's a book. I got some Captain Beefheart artwork. I have some artwork from Captain Beefheart. It's on eBay. It's $5,000 if anybody wants it. Just go ahead and say sold. There's the fish face, maybe. That's a cutout fish face. There's a mask. The Epitaph by Jack White. So this comes with 2 LPs. 2 LPs. The letter here written by Jack White. The mask. The book. Fish scale colored vinyl. And the 45. Everything else, if there's supposed to be anything else, that's what I have with it right there. Okay, this crate is check condition, buy it now, best offer. We have Sinatra and Company with Antonio Carlos Jobim. Sinatra VG Plus $9.99. Ted Nugent's Ambroy Dukes, Tooth, Fang, and Claw. That one's EX $22.99. Ethos. Ethos is VG $19.99. And Roadwork, Edgar Winter's White Trash, VG Plus $19.99. Also, we have Bob Dylan Greatest Hits 2. The back cover has some pretty bad damage, and it has a for military sale only stamp. That was sold at PX military bases, VG $19.99. And Second Winter, Johnny Winter, VG Plus $19.99. There is some writing up here. Sinatra is sold for $7 to William APM. Okay. Herbie Hancock is a no bid. Herbie Hancock is $135. Speak Like a Child, Music Matters Test Pressing, near mint minus $135. 135 on that one. How much is Jack White? There's no Jack White. This album was made by Jack White's label, Third Man Records. This is $100. I'm about to make it a buy it now. C has a new bid, and D's a final call for 25. Ted Nugent and is sold to John McPatriot for 16. And we have Nazareth Snaz. Nazareth is VG plus $24.99. And Beginnings, the Allman Brothers, VG plus $22.99. Trout Mask Replica is a buy it now for $100. No Billy Strings have arrived. No Billy Strings have arrived. The pre-order that came in today is In This Moment. And In This Moment came in, and 10 years after, Cripplewood Green. Naz, sold to Donald Gladfelter for 16. Let's put up a couple more auctions. Thomas Shepard got Patty Smith for $25. Let's actually put up 3 new auctions. Thank you, Thomas Shepard, on that one. Chipping away tonight's auction block. A, B, and D need new material. Let me flip this around and read them from this side. I've still got Brain Ticket, Air, Blue Cheer, Brown Acid, the Camberwell Now, Blue Cheer, Lou Reed, DNA, The Pretenders. I'm going to do DNA right now. Buzzcocks, that's going up right now. PJ Harvey, Rhinoceros. Elton John, going up right now. Kings of Convenience. Saturnalia Temple, that's doom metal, psych rock. I've still got Dark, The Mamas and Papas, Godspeed You, Black Emperor, Galaxy 500, that's a pricey one. Death Grips, that's a good one. Herbie Hancock, Bruce Springsteen, Rolling Stones, 2814, Bee Gees, a Japanese artist I can't read. Let's do that one right now because holy crap, it's expensive. And then Mothers of Invention. And then there's one other crate of auctions. And then I've got all the bonus stuff, okay? So that's half of what I still have left. Give me one more second. I'll read everything else. You can start bumping your request. This is, wow. Okay, so this is called, I don't know. It's completely in Japanese. There's no English translation. Is this it maybe? No. I have no idea. I wouldn't even know how you would look this up. But it's VG. It's a 1996. It's on Polydor. There's the catalog number. POJH-1001/2. $625 start. $625 start. I wish I could tell you more about it. Let's look at this back here. Wow, really cool design. There's the barcode. 4988-005-179913. And this is electronic. Electronics, the main genre. Subgenre is dream pop, down-tempo dub. Good idea. Google Translate. Boom, 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 boom. Every time we see foreign languages, we're like, I can't read that. And honestly, with like a click of a button, it's no problem. All right, I'll let that settle for a few seconds. Okay, sorry, that one kind of was complicated. $625 on that one. Let's go ahead and sell Fever Ray to Thomas Hujar. This is sold to Hooger Daddy for $45. Thank you on that one. All right. And then Elton John is a 1980. And this one in high grade demands pretty good money. It's near mint. It's a reissue double LP non-gatefold, Gloversville press. For some reason, this guy had all these incredible records. He had about 5 different versions of Yellow Brick Road. We already sold one for what, 680? We sold that other version for 325. And then here's like his 1980 regular US. He went with this version out of everything else he could have bought. He had like 2 other Goodbye Yellow Brick Roads combined that were worth over $1,000. And then he had this version here, which is a beautiful 1980. So it must be a good sounding record because he was pretty dang picky about his Yellow Brick Roads. $35 on that one. Buzzcocks is a 1979. This is called Singles Going Steady. VG Plus $60. VG Plus $60. And DNA is a 2008 US. This is near mint, DNA on DNA, a $50 start, okay? That's the ones I picked out. And then we had a request. We've already sold all the box sets. All the box sets have been sold. We have a request for Brain Ticket. Cramps are back ordered. Stephen Douglas got Johnny Winter sold for $12. Can you show a cleaning cloth? Here's what a cleaning cloth looks like, vinyl style. It's an 8x9 lubricated cloth. You can buy these by commenting !S3 right here where my finger's pointing. !S3. Air is a request. Godspeed's a request. Godspeed's a request. Queen Live Info. Queen Live Killers is an OG pressing. VG 1999. It has both green and red inner sleeves. Another request for Godspeed You. And then Which Mother's album? Oh, that's in the auction request. C has a new bid. B has a new bid. B has a new bid. Okay. There's the translation. I took a picture of that and I said translate and it came up with that. Perfect. Fishman's Aerial Camp. Fishman's Aerial Camp is the Japanese. $625. Fishman's. We have another Fishman's from the other night. It was like $800. They're very sought after. $625, $35, $65, and DNA is a $50 start. Okay. Queen is sold to Dust Gray for $19.99. Back to the check condition crate. Johnny Winter, still alive and well. Johnny Winter is EX $16.99. The Best of Merle Haggard, VG Plus $19.99. Flag on Queen. Okay, what happened? Topographic offered $14 a long time ago. I'm just now seeing that. That was right before Faith said boxed set time. All the box sets are gone. Queen, man. Well, I'll tell you what, I guess because you had made that offer a long time ago, and then he said he would claim it at full. Let me know if you want it for $18. If not, I'll sell it to him for $18. I'll consider that self a foot shooting. Supertramp, Crime of the Century. VG Plus $14.99. Supertramp. A Comedy Spectacular, a John Belushi film. This is a soundtrack. VG Plus $19.99. Steven, I've already tagged you for Johnny Winter. I've already tagged you for Johnny Winter. And Julie is her name. Julie London, VG Plus $14.99. He passes, okay? We'll keep that then with the Dust Gray. And make sure he gets it for $18. Was there another Johnny Winter? Oh, this Johnny Winter. Okay. This Johnny Winter is sold to Stephen Douglas for $12. Chris Bryant got 1941 for $19.99. Nick Bargeron was second. William APM gets Julie London for $14.99. Buzzcocks is sold to Tony Swanson for $65. I'm about to do a whole slew of some of y'all's requested auctions. Elton John has a new bid for $39. Dust Gray, you just got Elton John for $2 cheaper because I missed somebody's offer earlier. Fishman's is $625. Fishman's is $625. Skip Spence is still available, Spiky. Fishman $625. Skip Spence is still available, $475. 69 US EX Plus condition. The cover does have a stain right up here, but the vinyl is near mint minus EX Plus. DNA is $50. DNA is $50. That's a no bid on DNA. Okay. All right. Now they're still bidding on Elton John. This check condition crate's awesome, and there's another one after this. Journey Captured is VG $14.99, and Elvis Kissin' Cousins in shrink wrap VG $19.99. Kissin' Cousins VG $19.99. Okay, so Brain Ticket was requested, Air was requested, and then I'm doing them in order here. And then Godspeed You was requested. Let's go ahead and pull those three because I've only got 3 slots open. Okay. All right. Over here, Godspeed You Black Emperor. F, hashtag A, hashtag Infinity. Vinyl, LP, album, repress, train, with inserts. EX, $25 in slot number A. Must be variants of the covers. Godspeed You Black Emperor. There's the title of the album. Canada Repress, $25. Elton John sold to Orange 5 for $39. Hey kids, Campton when the weather, father's in the dawn, then another in the weather. Down, stick around. You gotta have electric news, it's bothers on the sound. Don't carry me long and have me see me, yeah. Oh, the flow DNA sold to J. Rod, Ohio for $40. Thank you on that one. Give me 1 second. We'll take a close look at Alexander Spence. Air, the Virgin Suicide soundtrack. 2015, near mint, $150 start. Air, the Virgin Suicides, $150. That's in B. C was Brain Ticket. Cotton Wood Hill. None have sold. This is a reissue remaster, no CD. Strong VG, a $30 start. Strong VG, a $30 start. That's up for bid in C. Next thing, Journey 7, Journey 10. BMK, let me know if you want Journey for $10. If not, it's sold to James Hicks. A has a bid for $45. B's $150 start. Over here, we're about to show Skip Spence and then Camberwell Now. I read that one off a moment ago. Camberwell Now. That's in this crate right here, I think. It's somewhere or another. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, don't care me long. I haven't seen him, yeah. Oh, with the soul phased out. Benny and the Jets. All right, this is Camberwell Now, Meridian Greenfingers, the EP collection. Remastered 2016, VG Plus condition, a $15 start. All right, so we're going to wait. He's passing. So James Hicks gets Journey for $10. Back to this crate. The times, they are a-changing. 2021 Dylan Mono. That is $14.99 VG. Impesh, somebody had already had dibs on Journey. Beetle 6, a Terre Haute in mono, VG $19.99. Ooh, I need your love, babe. Yes, you know it's true. Also, we have Fleetwood Mac. This is VG Plus $19.99. VG Plus $19.99. And the Stones, Through the Past Darkly, EX $32.99. Over here, we're at 60. Airs and B for 150. Brain Ticket is at 30. And the Camberwell Now Meridian Camberwell Now Meridian is $15. Alexander Skip Spence or EX Plus Near Mint Mine is $475. It actually has a demonstration not for sale sticker on the back. That is the only cut problem with the cover, this stain right here. There's no splits, there's no writing. There is a promo sticker. It has a correct Columbia inner sleeve, $475. A Grail. Now that's a big one. I just smacked the heck out of the camera with it too. We got about a third of a crate of no bids over here. Let's get the camera resituated. And next is Fleetwood Mac 12 and Fleetwood Mac 15. Jason Beach, you can have it, but it will be $15. Next is Mary Martin as Peter Pan. This is an original cast recording. VG Plus $14.99. Not a white label promo. No, it's a stock copy. It's a stock copy. Columbia 2i. Red Columbia 2i. EX Plus condition on that one. Jason Beach gets Fleetwood Mac for $15. Next is Surf and Safari, the Beach Boys. VG, $9.99. Surf and Safari. The Stones, sold to Margaret Gerhold for $28. And then Frank Sinatra, Days of Wine and Roses. Reprise Records, white label promo. I don't think I've ever had that one before. $9.99. $9.99. Jesse Coulter, Miriam. Jesse Coulter, VG Plus, $9.99. And Cream off the top. Cream is EX condition. That is a OG. I'm trying to remember that pressing plant symbol. EX, either way, EX $27.99. Chris Collins gets Frank Sinatra for $9.99. All right, all these auctions are closed. Godspeed You Black Emperor is sold to Hoosier Daddy for $65. Air is $150. Near Mint, the Virgin Suicides. Near Mint on that for $150. Brain Ticket was a minimum bid of $30. Eric Van Leuven's off for $25. Sold to Eric Van Leuven for $25. Sold to Eric Van Leuven. Thank you on that one. And showed for $25. And the Camberwell Now Meridian is over here in D. No bid on that one. VG Plus, $15. VG Plus, $15. And let's slide that in the new sleeve. William, you were second on Sinatra. Somebody already grabbed that one up immediately. Let me read some other stuff that's in this other crate as well. I've also got Jackie McLean. I've got BOC, Chris Bale, Iron Claw, Badfinger, Ahmad Jamal, Art Blakey, John Tabekin, Black Sabbath, Sleep, Herbie Hancock, Quilt, Eels, Desert Sessions, Easy Beats, James Brown, Childish Gambino, The Who, Chewing, Jonathan Rado, David Bowie, CCR, and a Nat Peacock. Let's do a Nat Peacock, 1972. This is under the genre of blues rock, avant-garde, and experimental. I didn't realize this was 1972. I thought this was something newer, but I should have known with a 50-cent price tag on the front. RCA, orange label, 1972. That's OG Rockaway Press in shrink with an original 50-cent price tag. Killer foil cover that has been protected and preserved by the original shrink wrap. A Nat Peacock, I'm the One, a $70 start. That looks interesting. Next thing is CG to Al 408. CG for Al 408 was Camberwell. What was CG? Al. And then Orange 5 got the Beach Boys for 10. Which Desert Sessions? Well, there's one over here in the no bids already. This one in the no bids is right here. I'm going to read through all the no bids in just a second. This is Desert Sessions 7 and 8. EX condition, $200. EX condition, $200. Let's go ahead and put up another auction for B. And hold on one second. What was that? Art Blakey. Okay, Art Blakey, Childish Gambino. All right, so this was Art Blakey and then Childish Gambino. Let's see what's going on with these. A already has a bid for 70. This is Childish Gambino, Awaken My Love. This is the 2018 EX minus in shrink with the sticker and inner sleeve. $20 on that one. Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers, A Night in Tunisia. This is the Music Matters 2019. $295 start. Music Matters 2019. $295 on that one. And then the other Desert Sessions was right here. And this one is EX $250 start. This is Desert Sessions 9 and 10. $250 on that one in slot D. Bid on Black Sabbath. I have a Heaven and Hell and I have a Master of Reality over here. All right, let me finish up this check condition crate. First thing we have is natural gas. That's EX $17.99 for natural gas. London Town Paul McCartney, VG $9.99. And we have Bobby Sherman, Getting Together, VG Plus $9.99. And Risky Business soundtrack, EX $37.99. De La Soul was sold. Pete Rock is still in the no bids. Pete Rock is right over here. Soul Survivor, Vinyl Me Please, 2017 red and black split, $90 on that one. Okay, Ahmad Jamal. The Ahmad Jamal that's over here, I think there's a couple, right? Let's see. I'll get them on deck, though. Ahmad Jamal's Alhambra. It is a alto analog. The jazz stuff that's over here is all audiophile and honestly pretty pricey. $195, $390, $425, $375. It's all really high-end audiophile stuff. Okay. Hey, look, Jim B. Jim B, do you know you have your own avatar now? Here's a full body. You're on screen right now. There's a full body look at the Jim B avatar. Look, you see you got a name tag on right here, right on your chest. And we're going to get up off the couch and knock off those crumbs, those potato chip crumbs. And we're going to do some stretching. Over here on the right and the left, we're going to stretch. We're going to put our hands up in the air. And everybody stretch with me. Oh, what a relief, okay? And here we go. We'll get that on that. A has a bid. A has a bid. And then J. Rod Ohio got Risky Business for 30. And anybody else? I'm going to go ahead and read through the no bids, and I'm going to grab the next and final crate of new vintage arrivals for tonight. There's your auction lineup. This is now at $82. B is at $20. Art Blakey is, how much was this? Art Blakey was $295, and the Desert Sessions is $250. Okay. Boy, I'm going to need another monster. I might have to go home, take a nap, and come back at 3 a.m. and wrap up the rest of the sale. Just joking. We're just getting started. We're just getting started, Jim B. And Jim B knows that. He's not going to be going anywhere. Jim B, he's going to be here all night because he knows we might have something for $6.99 that's highly underpriced where he goes, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. All right, let's read through the no bids. Not counting the box sets because they're in a whole nother crate. But here's what I have. Glenn says he's going to be here till the end. All right, here we go. Queens of the Stone Age, Viva, live in Philadelphia. That's a live, unofficial Queens of the Stone Age, VG condition, unofficial, $50, live Philadelphia. The Rolling Stones Beggar's Banquet, that's a mono reissue, UK 2016 with the original intended cover, $50 on that one. Frank Ocean, Channel Orange, VG Plus, $65, unofficial Frank Ocean, $65. Fickle Pickle, Sinful Skinful. Fickle Pickle 2018 with the 7-inch, $20 on Fickle Pickle. Buffalo Springfield, a U.S. reissue misprint. Mono is on the back, but it is a stereo copy. $45. Lee Morgan, The Procrastinator. VG Plus, Music Matters, 45 RPM, $185. Elvin Jones, Dear Jim B. VG minus, white label, $90 on Elvin Jones. Betty Davis, The Complete Columbia, or The Columbia Years. EX, $45. We have Herbie Hancock, Speak Like a Child. Herbie Hancock is a test pressing from Music Matters. Near mint minus, $135. Captain Beefheart, The Third Man Records Press from 2018, $100. Fishman's is $625. Skip Spence is $475. The Virgin Suicide soundtrack's $150. The Camberwell Now Meridian is $15. And we have Desert Session 7 and 8. It's $200. And Pete Rock is $90. Okay? And also no bid is A, C, and D back here, which is first. A is actually sold, excuse me. A is sold to Thomas Shepard for $85. Thank you, Thomas Shepard. That is sold to you for $85. Thank you. That is done. And then Art Blakey was a buy it now, $295. It is not Jim B's birthday. He does that so people will feel happy for him and buy him stuff. This guy's a scam artist, okay? So be careful. Childish Gambino, 24. He hustles kids on the playground. He shoots dice with kids on the playground. This is the kind of stuff he does for a hobby. Desert Sessions, $250. $250 for that other Desert Sessions. Okay, we're ready for new auctions. The box sets were Grateful Dead, King Gizzard, Bob Dylan, Philadelphia Records, and Lee Morgan. Those were the box set no bids. Okay. All right. I need to touch my toes over here. Something fierce. Oh, yes. We got Mr. Otis over here tonight, folks. He's on his bed napping. Frank Ocean, 40. Sean, I think I had offers earlier. I had offers earlier for 40 and 45, and I counted at 60. I counted earlier 40 and 60. Okay. All righty. So let's pick out some more auctions. The Bob Dylan box, that is fragments. That is sealed, and that is $250. That is the bootleg volume number 17. This is sealed for $250. Sealed for $250. Yes. Oh, yeah, and then there was an offer on Fickle Pickle. I got to pull that for Chris Riddings. Okay. Fickle Pickle. Thank you. This is sold to Chris Riddings for $15. All right. Awesome.
Oh, yeah!
Okay, we have Galaxy 500 Copenhagen. Galaxy 500 is near mint, slot number A. This is a 2020 record store day, $130. $130. Galaxy 500 Copenhagen, near mint, $130. Elf J got the Childish Gambino for $25. Thank you on that. Let's slide that one away. Appreciate that. That will be soon arriving at your house. And then we have Death Grips Fashion Week Interview 2016. Death Grips is EX $130. Death Grips $130. That is in slot number B. And then Herbie Hancock Trio, the Herbie Hancock Trio. It's self-titled 2021 Record Store Day, and that is in slot C for a $20 start. The Herbie Hancock Trio, $20 start on that one. And then in D, I have the following. I have going up in D, Black Sabbath, which is right here. This looks like a good one for Bill Ward to sign. Oh, yeah, a really nice one. A 1976 Ireland. And this one has a little bit different color scheme than the other ones. This one's in purple with the, or excuse me, this one's, yeah, purple letters with the purple trim. Nice glossy. That'd be a good one for Bill Ward to sign. It's a 1976 NIMS Ireland press. Near mint, near mint. Let's call it near mint minus, near mint minus. $45 on Black Sabbath. $45 on Black Sabbath. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Johnny Cash, Happiness Is You. Johnny Cash is VG Plus, $12.99. This is a new vintage pre-owned crate. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer, including Johnny Cash at San Quentin. That's VG for $14.99. Johnny Cash is a Columbia 2i. Back-to-back Johnny Cash is there. John Lennon, Sometime in New York City. That's on the Purple Capitol label. VG Plus, $29.99. Purple Capitol label on that one. We have Bob and Doug McKenzie featuring Geddy Lee on a track on here. VG $9.99. The Great White North, Bob and Doug McKenzie, VG $9.99. And the Rugbies, that's VG $14.99 on the Rugbies. Stephen Douglas on Cash, and then Rick Murray wants Cash San Quentin. Stephen Douglas, which one was you making a offer on? J. Rod Ohio got Bob and Doug. That is sold to J. Rod Ohio for $9.99. And Topographic was second. He wants the first Cash for $10, all right? So Stephen Douglas gets this Johnny Cash for $10. The next Johnny Cash here is sold to Rick Murray for $14.99. Thank you on that one, okay? And then back here to the top cam, final call on Galaxy 500, which is $130, and final call on Death Grips, and Death Grips is in B, and it's $130. So $130 on those. Herbie Hancock's now at $34, and Sabbath is at $45. Moving on, we have Alice Cooper, School's Out Forever, $14.99. Let me shrink the... We don't want that too distracting over here. Let me hover Michael Myers' head. There we go. There we go. I just like them tucked down in the corner. In case I don't know, like, this is actually my eyes, okay? And this is actually my mouth. Some of them work better than others. It depends on how well they're synced. Whoops, something just flew across the screen. But there's a webcam pointing on my face. So if you watch on a small screen, you can't tell. But this is actually synced. See, I'm opening my mouth. Look, that's my mouth, and this is my eyes. So you can't see me, but you can. So you're actually getting a live look at Chad down here. This is my mouth. These are my teeth. See? That's the teeth. And this is my eyes. Just in case you want to know what I look like. Here's a small resemblance. Okay, next thing over here is the Freewheelin' Bob Dylan. A Mono Pittman press. Nice. Mono Pittman, VG $39.99. The Freewheelin' Bob Dylan. Freewheelin' Bob Dylan. North is at 7. First Cash, D, Alice Cooper. Okay, so let's go over here and see what we had. We had several people on Bob and Doug. First Cash, First Cash. Cameron McCoy got Alice Cooper. This is sold to him for $14.99. And then Alice Cooper, Donald, you were second. C has a new bid. D has a new bid. D and A is gone. D has a new bid. And Dylan Dylan, I will do this one, Cameron, for $35. It is a mono. Frankie Avalon, Swinging on a Rainbow. Frankie Avalon was VG $9.99, and Julie Driscoll and Brian Auger, VG $12.99. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and make A and B no bids then. Galaxy 500 is a buy it now for $130. Copenhagen, near mint for $130. Galaxy 500, near mint, $130 on that one. Death Grips, and Death Grips is $130. Fashion Week, and that's $130 on Fashion Week. Let's put this one right over here. Herbie Hancock's now at 41, and Black Sabbath has a new bid for 50. Next auction is Blue Cheer Ventus Eruptum, and this is the mono 2010 EX condition, so it's a reissue they did in mono from Sundays of Blue Cheer Ventus Eruptum. And this one is a $35 start in B. $35 start in B. And then I have another Black Sabbath for A, Heaven and Hell. Bill Ward plays drums on this album too. This is the first one they did without Ozzy. This is Heaven and Hell, a UK copy. This is an original UK copy, near mint minus. It does have some cover damage, but it is on Vertigo. A $75 start. Near mint minus. It is on Vertigo UK. I don't know if I've had that version come through here. An OG UK Vertigo on Sabbath. 75. It does have some cover damage. The top seam has a splint, a crack in the top, and the cover, it looks like somebody used this for a pad. You can see some tracing. So like a VG minus cover or less, but the vinyl is beautiful. Okay. Next thing over here is Galaxy 500 for 100. Galaxy 500 for 100. I will sell you Galaxy 500 for $110. Let's get it sold. I'll get it to you for $110. And then Cameron McCoy said he would go ahead and do the Dylan for $30. All right, let's go ahead and sell it to him. So Dylan is sold to Cameron McCoy for $30. Galaxy 500 is sold to C Bass for $110. And C and D are final calls. Frank Zappa, the Grand Wazoo, 1972 white label promo. White label promo, VG $34.99. First label, Bizarre. Alice Cooper has already sold. Pink Floyd, Umaguba, that's VG plus $29.99. The Rugbies is sold to B-Sides for $10. Sabbath got a last second bid. I'm going to go ahead and sell Herbie Hancock to William APM. Thank you, William. That's sold to you for $41. Let's put that one away. The Bob Dylan box, would I do $225 on it? Zappa has an offer for $30 and full price. Brian C., you can have it, but it will be the full price of $34.99. I will take $225 for Dylan. You got yourself a deal. James Goggin gets the sealed Bob Dylan. Lot of vinyl here, fragments. Sold to James Goggin for $225. Thank you, sir. And that will be soon arriving at your doorstep. Enjoy listening to the one and only Mr. Bob Dylan. And we just sold another Bob Dylan. I wonder if Bob Dylan knows I'm selling his records right now. Yeah, you're selling my records. My name's Bob Dylan. Colecco, selling my records. Wow, people still buying Free Willin'? I put that album out 60 years ago. Wow. We have Black Sabbath at $70 of Orange 5. And we have, we're going to get Brian C's word on that. And A and B are final calls. And we have Johnny Winter, Austin, Texas, VG plus $14.99, and Fleetwood Mac Rumors, VG $14.99. And here we go again. You say you want your freedom, but who am I to lay down? A silent hell round your feet. Listen carefully to. This is Sleep, Sleep's Holy Mountain. Sleep's Holy Mountain. We have Goldfingers on. What a movie. Auric Goldfinger. A lot of people say he's one of the best Bond villains. Sleep is a $25 start. Sleep, 25. Do you expect me to talk? No, I expect you to die. We have Brian C. Let me know if you want Zappa at full price. If not, it's so does Sean Richter. What else did I miss? D got a new bid for 70. Jim B offered 70 for Death Grips. That's a hard pass. Fleetwood Mac is sold to Tim Rory for $10. Thank you, Tim. Johnny Winter is sold to Stephen Douglas for $10. Thank you, Stephen. C has a new bid. C has a new bid. And Brian C said he will take the white label promo Frank Zappa at full price at $34.99. Okay. A's a no bid for 75. B's a no bid for 35. I am swapping out crates, and if D doesn't have a new bid when I come back, I'm going to go ahead and end that one. Just letting you know, Otis. Hey, buddy. He's all curled up over here. Buddy, we're going to go right home after this and take a nap, okay? And then I'm going to probably come back to the store so I can give you back to your dad so I can get a good night's rest or a good day's rest. C has a bid. All right, so let's go ahead and end D as I said. Orange 5. This is sold for $70 to Orange 5. Thank you. Master of Reality. Awesome. Sweet cover there on that one. Heaven and Hell. Eric Dog. Let's go ahead and do it for $55. A UK original. Thank you. That's sold to you for $55. It's actually tagged an $80 start. I like the sound of 75 better, but I'll go ahead and sell it to you for $55. Intuned has Sleep for $30. Goofy Foot, you're outbid. And then the Blue Cheer Mono was EX $35. I need to learn a new Fleetwood Mac track. I know most of them. Well, at least in the Stevie Nicks era. All right. Well, if no one wants to reissue a Blue Cheer, you might want the OG. Here is a 68 US Ventus Eruptum promo. Whoa, it's a promo. VG Plus condition. VG Plus condition. VG Plus white label Phillips promo. The cover does have some damage. Looks like it got wet down here in this corner. This corner has some wear. It's VG Plus. Very cool, though. Ventus Eruptum OG promo. $75 start. $75 start. That's over here in slot number A. B is going to be, I don't know. Let's just pull. I'm going to pull something at random. A Zappa record. Mothers of Invention. Let's see what this one is. This is Uncle Meat, the 69 US Bazaar press. 69 US Bazaar, which is OG. It's the auto-coupled version. EX condition, $40, 1969. Frank Zappa, The Mothers of Invention, Uncle Meat, EX, $40 on that one. Joe DeGotto offered $30 for this Blue Cheer. So did Joe DeGotto for $30. $30. Thank you. That one's done. There's another chance at another Blue Cheer. Next is the Rolling Stones Hot Rocks. The Rolling Stones Hot Rocks is going to go up for bid in D. This is the yellow vinyl, EX Plus condition, double LP Hot Rocks, yellow, limited edition remastered, and that one is a $45 start in D. Jimmy Buffett, Changes in Latitudes, Changes in Attitudes. Jimmy Buffett, VG condition, $9.99, down in Margaritaville. The Birds Untitled, VG, $12.99. Sleep is sold to Intune 2. This is sold to Intune for $30. Appreciate that. Let's put that one right there. I'm just secondhand news. I'm just secondhand news. Yeah. I'm just secondhand news. I'm just secondhand news. I want to be with you everywhere. Ooh, ah, 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 ah. I want to be with you everywhere. All right, David Bowie and the Spiders from Mars. He played it left hand. 1980. This is Near Mint minus a Black Label RCA reissue, Indianapolis Press, $30. So this would be 1980. This album came out in 72, 73, $30. And that is right over here. Okay. And Buffett 6, Buffett full price. Cameron, you can have it, but it will be $9.99. It will be $9.99. If not, it's so to James Goggin. Okay, we got Elton John Blue Moves. Elton John is VG Plus, $17.99. Also, Mary Martin as Peter Pan. We had one of those earlier. VG Plus, $14.99. Arthur, the album, VG Plus, $14.99. James Goggin, you get Jimmy Buffett for $9.99. Flashdance soundtrack. Beth Carson wrote her name on the cover. The Vinyls VG, $9.99. Miami Vice soundtrack. That is VG Plus, $14.99 for Miami Vice. The Firm is VG Plus, $17.99. Nazareth, No Mean City. Awesome artwork. That's Rodney Matthews doing the artwork. We have puzzles. We have puzzles up front in stock that has most of Rodney Matthews' cover art on it. Really cool. Very high fantasy stuff. $17.99 on that one. And the Rolling Stones Goat Head Soup, VG, $14.99. The Stones Goat Head Soup. Let's go back to the top here. We're about to clear the board. So this is 75, this is 40, this is 30, and Hot Rocks is 45. X-Wing got Arthur. That is sold to X-Wing for $10. I haven't seen Suicide. Let me see if I can find it. Nazareth is sold to Stephen Douglas for $17.99, and The Firm is sold to J. Rod Ohio for $10. And the Hammer was next on Nazareth. Let me make sure all the auctions are around me here. Oh, there's a whole nother crate over here. Holy crap. Oh my gosh. There's a whole nother crate over here. I was about to say, I knew I was missing some stuff, but I didn't realize there was that much I was missing. Holy crap. All right, let me see what's going on over here. Goodness gracious. Let me condense this. I've got to figure out a better place for them to. These crates look all the same until I walk over here and there's a whole nother batch of auctions here. I'm afraid to even read what's in here. I'm afraid. I'm afraid to read what's in here. Holy crap. We got McCoy Tyner, Peter Gabriel, The Left Bank, Kelly Patterson, The Awakening, Yes, Procol Harum, Neil Young, Terry Reid, Clark Terry, Terry Reid, Timothy McNeely, Terrence Trent D'Arby, Adrian Young Presents, The Who, Mott the Hoople, Roxy Music, Grimes, Lightning Hopkins, Eddie Kendricks, Sylvester, Levice, PJ Harvey, Roxy Music, Jen Champion, Bruce Springsteen, Can, Wagon Christ, Wagon Christ, Jay Retard, Lee Morgan, Burzum, Yumi Zuma, Can, Gong, Zeppelin, Hawkwind, Donald Fagen, Allman Brothers, Virgin Suicides, McCoy Tyner, Little Milton, Zeppelin, Scott Walker, Zeppelin, Coltrane, Nectar, Bob Dylan, Robbie Basho, Monk, Fila, Cosmic Corridors, and King Gizzard. That's a whole crate of auctions that I hadn't even touched. That's a whole crate of auctions I hadn't even touched. You just got a full read-through, which I rarely do because we're about to be loaded with requests. Let's go ahead and end all these. So Blue Cheer is sold to Thomas Shepard for $75. Thank you. This was a white label promo sold to Thomas Shepard for $75. Thank you, and that is being put away. Everything now on the table is buy it now or best offer, okay? Now, since I stepped away, Mark SRT Wolf got Miami Vice for $14.99. We got a request for Peter Gabriel, Roxy Music, a request for PJ, Can, Basho, The Awakening, Wagon Christ, yes. Bowie, $23. Any other offers? Sold then to Cameron McCoy for $23. We have a request for the Bee Gees. Yep, I still got that one. Oh, never mind. Well, I already said sold. Sean Thompson was going to pay the full 30. Sean, I wish you would have went ahead and bid while it was live. That sucks for you, and that cost me $7. Dang. We have, I've already said sold to him for $23. And then the Stones is sold to Dust Gray for $37. Uncle Meat is a no bid. Uncle Meat is a no bid for $40. Insane Clown Posse, whatever we got last year is all, or whatever we got last week is all that we're getting. So I got an email on Insane Clown Posse. I got that actually at the end of last week. And so let me see here. The Insane Clown Posse is essentially it's discontinued on colored vinyl, and the only version that's going to be left is black vinyl. So whoever got one last week was all the we only got a few. They were heavily allocated and low production. So I'm going to see if we can get them on. I'm going to see if there's plenty in stock on black, and if it is, we'll have to make a whole new post. Let me see if there's even in stock on black. Yeah, they're out of stock on both. Yeah. Yeah, that's going to be tough to get. They should have knew to make a lot more than those, but they didn't. So, let me log in over here. But basically, if you didn't get one on the pre-order, there's no more colored vinyl coming from what I'm being told. That might change with another distributor. I'll find out. No, everybody's out. Yeah, they're gone. You might as well just scratch that one off your list from CollectCo. But more could show up as a surprise. Or somebody could cancel. We might have a putback, et cetera, et cetera. All right, let's get to some of those that I read off because we got a lot of ground to cover. There's Peter Gabriel. I'm just going to read through them and start pulling stuff that people asked. There's Yes. And you'll have to keep reminding me at the end of every auction cycle. Keep reminding me at the end of every auction cycle. And I got them where I can find them quickly here. And we'll start putting them up one after one after another, okay? All right, here we go. So, we have Peter Gabriel. This is self-titled, a 1980 US OG. Peter Gabriel's debut self-titled. It does have the lyric insert with it. That's VG Plus, just a $10 start. Yes, Close to the Edge is a 75 US repress. So a 75 US repress will have a 4-digit catalog number, but it will have a rim text with a 75 Rockefeller address. And the mastering on this one should be George Piros, pressed at Presswell. Okay, mastered by GP. Yep, George Piros. VG Plus has the inner sleeve of the lyrics. One of my favorite albums. $10 on that one. Roxy Music. Roxy Music is EX minus 1974 UK. 74 UK for Country Life. This is a UK glossy cover. It is EX, straight corners, inner sleeve. Straight corners, inner sleeve. $30 start on that. And PJ Harvey, To Bring You My Love demos. That's a 2020, also just a $10 start. Also just a $10 start. Okay, there we go. Anybody else on this check condition stuff before I swap out crates? And I think we're good to go. So that was 6 crates of new vintage. We went through those pretty dang fast. Let's get into some other Botnell best offer and what I call half off, no more, no less. I'm going to leave you on the top cam for just a second so you can see. Actually, I better not because Facebook doesn't like that cover, I don't think. So let me leave you on this cam, okay? Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I think we just got a handful of insane clown posses. And I apologize. 99% of our pre-orders will come in. And typically, if they don't come in the first day, they'll come in. If they don't come in the first week, they'll repress them. It's rare nowadays that they completely discontinue something. I mean, to me, I'm always like, why would they? If they can make the money, why would they discontinue a colored vinyl when they can sell more of those? But a lot of times it's because of the contract. So they might sign a contract saying, we're going to make 500 limited edition colored, and we're going to make 1,500 black or something like that. And then they can't press anymore until they re-sign the contract. That's typically how those pressings work, from what I understand. And so for them to press more, they'd have to do a whole new contract, a whole new release, yada, yada, yada. And they don't want to press too many and not be able to sell them. And then they take a bath. You know, they're stuck with 1,800 copies, and then they have to liquidate them. And then they lose on that end, and it eats up all their profit, and then they lose money. And you don't want to lose money when you're in business, right? No, no, no. That's bad for everybody. That's bad for everybody. Except the artist that's getting paid probably up front, or the label. I don't know about the artist. I don't know how many artists are still getting paid on these reissues. Sure, some of them are, but a lot of those that Music on Vinyl do, a lot of the artists, I don't think get paid. They're official pressings, but I don't know. They pressed that Days of the New that time, and somebody knew somebody in the band, and they didn't even know they were repressing it. They was like, what? They're repressing our album? All right, let's go through this crate, buy it now, best offer, because there's some good-looking stuff in here, and I think this crate was shown pretty late one night. And let's do one more look here. We have 22, 15, 36, and 13. These have had high bids for 220, 220, and a minute and a half over here on D. Those are final call, and here we go. And these are buy it now or best offer. Metallica. Metallica may be the best business-oriented band of all time. Probably can thank Lars for a lot of that, right? Here we go. Napa presents a concert behind prison walls. Johnny, Linda, Roy Clark, $19.99. $19.99. Stephen Stills, too. $19.99 for Stephen Stills. And Johnny Winter, Guitar Slinger. That's in shrink wrap for $19.99. E.T. Extraterrestrial, $29.99. E.T. Extraterrestrial. And Cats is $19.99. These are buy it now or best offer. Yes is Soda Topographic for $15. Close to the edge, round by the river, so far away, so far away. Thank you on that one. And that is sold. Peter Gabriel's at $23. Roxy Music, $36. Michael Snared got PJ Harvey. This is sold to Michael Snared for $13. Appreciate that. $13. That's a good thing. If the band is music-minded or business-minded, well, I would say so, because now they own their pressing plants and they're able to keep their reissues really cheap. Metallica's reissues are very affordable, and luckily they're in print. Could you imagine what Metallica albums would sell for if their albums weren't in print? Oh my gosh. They would sell for fortunes. They would sell for absolute fortunes. We have Donald Fagen. The Donald Fagen's Night Fly, it'd be like Tool. You know, they'd be like $1,000 records or something. Donald Fagen, the Night Fly. This is Near Men, a 2021. Donald Fagen, the Night Fly Live. Donald Fagen from Steely Dan, a $25 start. The Allman Brothers at the Fillmore East. The Allman Brothers is in slot number D. This is EX, and this one happens to be on Purple Haze and Aquamarine colored vinyl. That's a $30 start. Fillmore Allman Brothers, $30 start. That's over here in D. Next is Johnny Winter. That is sold to Stephen Douglas for $12. This is a buy it now or best offer crate. The Outlaws Bring It Back Alive, $14.99. Also, we have Savoy Brown, Savage Return. Savoy Brown is just $19.99. And that is no condition notes. I don't think there's any condition notes on anything in here. Procol Harum, self-titled, a 1970 Bestway press, a wider shade of pale, $49.99. That didn't sound too good. Zeppelin 3 RCA Club, $64.99. $64.99. Very clean copy. It is an RCA Club. That's like a mid-70s press. $64.99 on that one. Okay, so Peter Gabriel's at 25, Donald Fagen's at 25, Roxy Music's at 40, and the Allman Brothers is at 35. This is a vintage crate. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Buy it now or best offer. We have a session with Chet Atkins, $14. LPM Mono Chet Atkins, 1955. $14.99. Stephen Douglas gets the Outlaws for $10. Thank you, Stephen Douglas. Dean Martin, I Have But One Heart. Dean Martin is $9.99. And John Lennon, Heart Play, Unfinished Dialogue. John Lennon is $14.99. Elvis Presley, Welcome to My World. Elvis is in shrink wrap. This is on this black RCA label. $14.99 for Elvis. Also, Bryan Adams, Into the Fire. Bryan Adams is $16.99. That has the hop sticker on it. And Quarter Flash. Quarter Flash is $12.99. Also, Bananarama, True Confessions. An 86 German press, and that one is $26.99. Okay, I'm starting to see some orange. We definitely can go ahead and sell A. Peter Gabriel is sold to Margaret Gerhold for $25. Thank you, Margaret. That is sold to you for $25. Donald Fagen, the Nightfly, live. M. Pesh has that for $25. And C's a final call. So these have had high bids for 1:50 and 2 minutes and 32 seconds. So those are final warnings. Final warnings on those. Next is Cats for $10. You're talking about this right back here. This is sold to Dustin Brandon for $10. J. Rod Ohio got Bryan Adams for $10. He also got Bananarama for $20. And next auction in A is, let's pull some stuff over here from this crate. I said the word can. Here it is right here. Can is an unofficial. Live in Hanover, 1976. Can. 2019, it is an unofficial of a live show from 1976. Near mint, $30 on Can. Let's go ahead and sell B and C. So Impesh got Donald Fagen for $25. Thank you on that one. That's done. And then Roxy Music is sold to Samuel Kopich for $40. Can's a new auction in A. Allman Brothers is at 50 with Orange 5. And then Joe Delgado, you were second on Bryan Adams. Next auction for B and C then. Let's go ahead and do Gong. Live in Bataclan. 1973. Live Gong. This is official. This was Record Store Day 2019. And this was on magenta and green vinyl. Gong, Record Store Day, live, 25. So we got Can, and we got Gong, Can, and we got Gong. And then next thing over here in C is the following. Let's go ahead and see what's up with John Coltrane, Blue Train. John Coltrane is in slot number C. Blue Train is EX condition. This is Music Matters too. Wow, look at that photo. That's the most highest quality image of that I've ever seen. That's EX, $95 on John Coltrane. Don't hesitate to make offers in this crate because this is the second read-through of best offer on these. But there was too many good titles in here to do these half off, so I'm taking fair offers. Like Procol Harum is sold to Sean Richter for $30. The Allman Brothers is sold to Orange 5 for $50. Gong was a $20 start because I'm assuming because that's what somebody just bid. Let me double check that. I think it was 30 and 20, so that should be right. Coltrane's a $95 start. Let's put the Allman Brothers over here. and can. So can was in A, and can was 30. Gong is in B, it's at 20, and then John Coltrane's in C, 95. The Pretenders, I've got that one over here in this crate. The Pretenders, it's somewhere right over here. We got all kinds of good stuff. We got everything you would want. We got stuff you want, you don't even know you want yet. This is Live at the Paradise, Boston Theater. EX Clear with Red Blob, and that's a $30 start. That's over here in D, EX, $30 start. All right, back to this crate, which is buy it now or best offer. I have Survivor, and that's $24.99. Survivor. Also, the Woman in Red soundtrack, Stevie Wonder, $19.99. Gene Wilder there on the cover. Also, we have Nazareth Hair of the Dog. That is that Holland Vertigo press. Spaceship label, $39. Beautiful condition. Absolutely beautiful condition. Nazareth Hair of the Dog, $39.99. The Honey Drippers, Page and Plant, $24.99. And we have Kenny G Duotones. Kenny G, $14.99. We have Nazareth. This is sold to Margaret Gerhold for $35. Bob Geldof, Deep in the Heart of Nowhere. Bob Geldof is $14.99. And this is Cotto Bale. Cotto Bale is $9.99. Okay. A and C are no bids. Can, Live in Hanover, is near mint for $30. A 2019 unofficial Live can. That is $30. And then John Coltrane, $95. We got a request for Thelonious Monk and a request for the DGs. And we got some offers that just came in. First, let me put these away. This was the 2019 Mono SRX. This is the Music Matters John Coltrane, $95. Okay, first is a request for BGs. Let me get that. And then we have Kenny G, Soda Joe Delgado for 10. Michael Snare got Can for 25. And Pretenders year and track listing. Oh, man. You're asking for a lot, Faith. You're asking for a whole lot all of a sudden. Hold on one second. We have McCoy, Left Bank, Kelly, Awakening, Procom, Neil Young, Terry Reid, Clark Terry, Terry Reid, Timothy McNeely, Terrence Trent, Adrian Young, The Who, Mott the Hoople, Grimes, Lightning Hopkins, Eddie Kendrick, Sylvester, Levice, Roxy Music. Let's go ahead and get that one a little bit closer. There's the other Can. There's Wagon Christ, Burzum, Lee Morgan, Zeppelin, Hawkwind, Virgin, Little Milton, Zeppelin, Scott, Zeppelin, Nectar, Dylan, Robbie, Monk. All right, here we go. First thing I have is Thelonious Monk, Paris. Thelonious Monk, Paris, 1969. 1969, light blue galaxy colored vinyl, near mint, Paris 69, a $25 start. And then Wagon Christ, a Vinyl Me Please exclusive. Wagon Christ is called Municipal. MUSIPAL. I think I'm making that more difficult than I should. $80. That's a 2017. 2017 on that one. Okay. The Pretenders concert is Paradise Theater in Boston, 1980. The record is a 2020 edition. The track listing is Space Invader, The Wait, Precious Kid, Private Life, Cuban Slide, Talk of the Town, Tattooed Love Boys, Up the Neck, Mystery Achievement, and Stop Your Sobbing. That's at $30, and that's in slot number D. Okay, and well, she's already bid on it. She already bid on it. And then D has a bid. Coltrane was SRX. Coltrane was a 2019 LP, album, vinyl, limited edition, reissue, repress, mono, SRX, gatefold, EX, $95. Music Matters, 2019. Music Matters, $95. Survivor, $18. Mark Gerster gets Survivor for $18. Next is Lionel Richie, Can't Slow Down. Lionel Richie is $9.99. The Babies, Union Jack. The Babies is $14.99. Christopher Cross, Another Page. Christopher Cross is $9.99. And the Endless Love soundtrack, $19.99. I was made for loving you. Kit, there's your nightly dose of Kiss. Monk, Gong is a final call for 40. Wagon Christ, 80. The Pretenders is also a final call to Faith for 30 on that one. Okay. Orange 5 got Christopher Cross for $9.99. Thank you. Brian Adams, Into the Fire. For those that missed out on the other one, $19.99. Is that your photo on the Endless Love soundtrack? Sure is. That is me. They use my permission. New Shoes, Pull Size. New Shoes is $29.99. And then the last three in this one, Billy Joe The Bridge, $14.99 for Billy Joe, his 1986 album. Also, Glass Tiger, Thin Red Line, Shrink and Hop, $24.99. New Shoes, Soda J, Rod, Ohio for $20. And Two of a Kind soundtrack, $19.99 on that. All right, all these auctions are done. First, though, Joe Delgado on EL, Endless Love, Soda Joe Delgado for $19.99. Monk is Soda Joe Delgado for $25. Gong is Soda Orange 5 for $40. Thank you on those. And then Wagon Christ is $80. Musipial. And then the Pretenders is Faith Coon Simmons for $30. Faith, I honestly can't thank you enough. That's so to you for $30. And Glass for $20. J. Rod, Ohio got Glass Tiger for $20. Done. We got 4 new auctions going up right now. First is Can, live in Brighton, 1975. Can is a 3 LP gold vinyl. 3 LP gold vinyl. Can, $25 start. That is in slot number A. Can, live in Brighton. Next over here in B is Lee Morgan, The Cooker. Lee Morgan is a Blue Note tone poet. A 2020 near mint minus, a $25 start on Lee Morgan, The Cooker. That's in slot number B. That's B for bologna sandwiches. Next thing over here in C is going to be C. Chad likes putting mustard on his bologna sandwiches. And that is let me pick out one over here. Let's do Lightning Hopkins. Lightning Hopkins is a Vinyl Me Please. Vinyl Me Please in slot number C. This is Near Mint, a Vinyl Me Please mono club copy. All Analog by Ryan Smith, pressed at RTI. Lightning Hopkins, Lightning Strikes, $25. And then Auction D, as in duh, Chad loves putting mustard on his bologna sandwiches. This is Sylvester, Step 2. Another Vinyl Me Please. Sylvester is all analog, and this is Near Mint minus, and this is going to go up in D. Sylvester is Vinyl Me Please, a $35 start. Anybody else want anything in here? Do people still eat bologna? What are you, crazy? I love bologna. We have John Travolta, Olivia Newton-John, Billy Joel, Brian Adams, The Babies, Lionel Richie, Cat O'Bell, Bob Geldof, The Honey Drippers, The Woman in Red, Quarter Flash, Elvis, John Lennon, Dean Martin, Chet Atkins, Led Zeppelin, Savoy Brown, E.T., Stephen Stills, and a concert behind prison walls. Anybody else want anything in there? Anybody else want anything in there? Holy moly, what a night so far. And folks, we're just getting started. We're just getting started. There's Otis. What are you doing, buddy? Otis is stretching. Here we go. Oh, man. Let me click on this and this. And let me click on this. By the way, I posted a pre-order for a new light box today. That's Poison. Was the light box I posted today. Maybe finding our next crate. We have a few pre-orders. Raw Vane, Christina Curtis, Bill Fratsky. Thank y'all for pre-ordering the Poison light box. It looks like the Poison logo. I've had a lot of people asking for that one. Okay. Spam. Oh, my mom cooks Spam all the time. She fries Spam, mustard, Martin's. Whew. Golly. Holy moly. Y'all are making me hungry. I'm going to have to go get a sandwich here in a second. We have never had bologna. Yes, you have. Everybody watching this chat has had bologna before. Over here, we have Elvis, Welcome to My World. Elvis, $14.99. Elvis, $14.99. No, but I've ate it. You're talking about the one in Nashville? There's one in Nashville, right? I've had that before. I've went there a couple times before concerts. I think, if we're thinking about the same place, like a little sandwich shop. Final call, A, B, C, and D. Can, Lee Morgan, Lightning Strikes, and Sylvester. Dude, let me find another crate very simply. Bologna and mustard. Original Spring Hill. Yeah, I think we ate at one in Nashville before a concert. Yeah. I don't like eating big meals before concerts, especially if it's outside. It's all hot. Everybody's like, man, let's go eat somewhere good before the show. And I'm like, no, let's not, and say we did. I don't want to like my gut full of big, greasy food, and I'm over there going, oh, blah, blah. All right, this crate here is going to be buy it now or best offer. Everything in this crate is going to be, you guessed it, buy it now or best offer. One near the rhyme. Yep, that's the one I've ate at. I had like a turkey something in there one time. Here we go. How many Washingtons have from Elgin? A lot. We counted crates last night. Of course, some of that's box sets. But I mean, there's 2 full crates tonight left. Tonight we ended up with a lot of low and middle stuff rather than all high end. But I don't know. If I go through and hand pick stuff again, tomorrow's Wednesday, right? We're going to have a pretty dang good sale because I'm going to go through and cherry pick for tomorrow. I'm probably going to flip through every single crate and cherry pick for tomorrow. So there's pretty much nothing but high end after high end on that stuff. Okay, I think we're ready for 4 new auctions. Okay. And all these are done, okay? Here we go, and I'm going to pull that BG's right now. But first, Michael Snare got Can for $25, and Lee Morgan, the cooker, near mint minus $25 on Lee Morgan, the cooker. Let's put that one away. But we'll be doing this Elgin stuff like this kind of genres mix for a while. And Lightning Hopkins is sold to Sea Bass for $25. Okay. And Sea Bass is also going to snipe the Lee Morgan, sold for $25. And then Sylvester is the only one standing. Sylvester, step 2. Vinyl Me Please, near mint minus $35. Joe Delgado, you were second on Lee Morgan. Okay. Okay, BG's. The reason I keep forgetting about it because it's in the back of the crate. This is the 2009 Odessa, which they reissued and remastered with the original felt cover, just like the OG. 2009 US, 180 gram, a $65 start. Beautiful jacket. The dreaded felt cover. J. Rod, Ohio got Sylvester for $30. Thank you, J. Rod, Ohio. Next auction is going to be 2814. I don't know much about 2814, but it's a 2025. It's under the main genre electronic, and then subgenre is ambient, drone, and vaporwave. It's VG Plus, $65, and the name of the artist is 2814, and it is self-titled. Okay? There is that. There is slot number B. Next in C is John to Bacon. Bacon. I've got food on my mind, something fierce. John Tabakin. To bacon is what I said. Bacon and eggs with chocolate gravy and biscuits and freshly sliced tomato. Oh, and grits and fried potatoes. John to Bacon is a 2017 German, and this is going to go up in C for a $20 start. Golly, I'm going to go get me a snack. And then in slot number D over here, we have Ahmad Jamal's Alabahambra. Ahmad Jamal's Alabahambra is an alto analog. That's another audiophile label. A 97 US EX condition. It does have a little bit of a seam crackle, but alto analog, 195 on that one. 195 on that one. There you have it. BG's 2814 John to Bacon. Bacon. And then we have Ahmad Jamal. That's A, B, C, and D. I better go find a snack. Otherwise, I'm going to not be able to focus, Otis. We're going to go up here and find us a snack. I'm going to let the fine people of Coletco let me know where they're watching from around the world, tuned in tonight. Otis, the fine people of Coletco, they're tuned in from all over the world, and they're going to let me know where and when. Right, fine people of Coletco? You're going to let me know where and when. Tuned in from all over the world. All over the world. That's right. That's right, Chad. We got people tuned in. Buddy, watch it there. Come here, let me scratch that neck. Oh, yeah, let me get those behind those ears. Oh, yeah, fluffy, fluffy, fluffy. All right. Here we go. Let's grab this ice cold can of Diet Coke. Ice cold can of Diet Coke. Some crackers. Crackers. Got some deep cut titles. We got some stuff from this Elgin collection that it's like people who know it look for it. People who know it that look for it. If you don't know it, it's probably going to be a bunch of odd and obscure stuff, but when you look into it, they're pretty desirable. They're pretty desirable titles when you kind of look into it. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second, please.
What do you do?
I'm an architect.
Serenity now!
George is getting upset. For I am Costanza, Lord of the Idiots.
All right, I'm almost done. I'm on my last cracker. I'm on my last cracker. Okay, I'm back. And we're going to turn into Otis. All right, good. We're going to turn into Otis. I got all kinds of buttons over here I can press. I push people's buttons. We're going to do this.
All right.
And then we're going to do this.
All right.
And then we're going to do this. All right. And J-Rod Ohio gets $28.14. Sold to J-Rod Ohio for $110. Thank you, J-Rod Ohio. And then the rest of these were no bids. BG's Odessa is the 2009 reissue. $65 on that one. We've accumulated a lot of no bids. I'm going to go through those at the end of this next crate. I just brought this crate over to do best offer. We got John to Bacon. I love bacon. John to Bacon is $20. And then Ahmad Jamal was the Alto Analog EX, $195. Alto Analog, okay? All right, we're ready for 4 new auctions. Buy it now, best offer. And if anybody else needed anything in that last crate, let me know, okay? I'm trying to how to get a snack to bring my brain back. Y'all ever had to go get your brain back? I have to do it all the time. I'm like, golly, hold on, Otis. I got to go get my brain back. Happens all the time, man. All the time. All right, let's do 3. I'm picking out 4 new auctions. Be sure if you're waiting on something that I read off earlier, if you're still waiting on something I read off earlier, be sure you let me know, and we'll get it all up for bid, okay? All right, Otis. Rest in peace, Dolly Parton, a legend, especially here, well, internationally, but, man, being from Tennessee, it's like I grew up in school hearing about her. We had, like, school programs about her. You heard about her. You knew about her. And, of course, being in the music business now, I've sold gobs of her music and memorabilia over the years. Nectar, Journey to the Center of the Eye. Nectar is a 1977 Spain press. EX Plus condition. Gatefold jacket. This is actually a really sweet copy. Bellafon out of Spain. $20 on Nectar. Journey to the Center of the Eye. None for sale in the U.S. of that particular version. Over here, this over here was Hawkwind, Dark Matter, the Alternative Liberty United Artists Years. Hawkwind is a compilation. EX Plus from Record Store Day. That's a $20 start. Next in C is Gin Champion, the Blue Album. Gin Champion, the Blue Album. EX Plus condition, 2019. Gin Champion, $55. And in D is LaVice and Company. LaVice and Company's Two Sisters from Baghdad. EX condition, that is $40 on LaVice and Company. Jazzman Holy Grail. I think this is a reissue of something very rare and expensive. $40, okay? Everything in this crate is going to be buy it now or best offer, Otis. Let's do it. The strawberry alarm clock. Strawberries mean love. $26.99. It's a strawberry alarm clock compilation. $26.99. Over here, we have the Brothers Johnson right on time. The Brothers Johnson is $14.99. That front cover looks a little faded to me. Jefferson Airplane Flight Log. This is a double LP Jefferson Airplane. $34.99. Very clean copy. $34.99 on that one. C.W. McCall, Wolf Creek Pass. C.W. McCall is $9.99. And 10cc, look here, a gold stamp promo, $14.99 on 10cc. Over here, we have Hawkwind. Hawkwind is $20. EX Plus, Near Mint Minus, and Shrink Wrap. C-Drop on C.W. McCall. Who is C-Drop? I see that you're registered on our website. That's why you have a check mark next to your handle. But if you're new and you need instructions, let me know. If not, $8 limited shipping. Welcome to Coletco. If you're somebody else that's a regular that's under a different handle, you might want to let us know. The Awakening Hair and Things was a reissue. It was in the crate. That was a crate record from earlier, and it's already sold. But yes, it was a reissue. Next is Cat Mother. Cat Mother is $19.99 on Polydor Records. $19.99 on Cat Mother. This has got a dreaded, absolutely dreaded die cut or centered cut sleeve. Yeah, these are the worst inner sleeves of all time. Chase Drop Sinky. Okay, so that I had a feeling that sounded kind of familiar. Chase Drop Sinky. Thank you. So C-Drop, whoever's tagging for this sale, that is a regular Chase Drop Sinky. Prism is $9.99. That is Prism self-titled. And then Stephen Steele's Manassas. Stephen Steele's Manassas is a double LP, $34.99. Quincy Jones, Walking in Space, a 69 Monarch copy. Quincy Jones, A&M Records, $29.99. Genesis Abacab. There is some stains up here on top of the cover. There's some stains back here. Genesis Abacab, $14.99. The fabulous Johnny Cash, 2012 Record Store Day, $34.99, 180 gram on that one. And we have Dave Burns, a Scorpio reissue and shrink, $24.99. All right, let's go ahead and end A through D. So Nectar is a no bid. That is $20. Great prog. I consider Nectar prog rock. They got it under Psych and prog. The cheapest copy of this for sale overseas is $35. And there's none for sale in the United States. Really surprised no one placed a bid on that one. $20. There is an offer for $15. Hawkwind is sold to Brian C. That is sold to Brian C. for $20. Let me put that one away. Thank you, Brian C. That is sold to you. All right. And then over here, Gen Champion was in C. That's a 2019 Dance Pop Ambient. That one was EX Plus, and that one was $55. $55 on that one. And over here we have Lavas and Company, right? Let's take a look here. Lavas and Company. Lavas and Company's two sisters from Baghdad. EX Condition. A reissue EX $40. Okay? EX $40. So Chris Riddings, you can have Nectar, but it will be $20. Sold or passed to you. And then Gen Champion is sold to Mark Gerster for $40. Chris Riddings gets Nectar for $20. All right, let's pick out four more. Here in a minute, I might read through all these again. Here is, let's see here. Well, let me start right now. McCoy Tyner, The Left Bank. Keeley Patterson, The Awakening. Procol Harum, Neil Young, Terry Reid. Clark Terry, Terry Reed, Timothy McNeely, Terrence Trent D'Arby, Adrian Young, The Who, Mott the Hoople, Grimes, Eddie Kendricks, Roxy Music, Bruce Springsteen, Jay Retard, Burzum, Yumi Zoma, Zeppelin, Soul Music Comp from Loma, Virgin Suicides, McCoy Tyner. Let's do that one. Little Milton, Scott Walker. Let's do that one. Led Zeppelin, Bob Dylan, Robbie Basho. Let's do that one. It's 1966. Fela Ransom, Cosmic Corridors, and then King Gizzard. There's more over here in this other crate. But first, here is the Grail and the Lotus. Robbie Basho, a 66 US. That one's VG minus. $30 start on that one. Acoustic Folk 66. VG minus $30. Let me turn this around so we can get a closer look at it here. It's on the Tacoma. What was that record we had on Tacoma? Who was that artist? We had something on Tacoma the other day that was really rare. And it was a second press. The first press is even more rare. It was on the Tacoma label. Scott Walker Tilt, 1997. 1997, Scott Walker Tilt. This is VG Plus, a $20 start. John Fahey. Yeah, it was John Fahey. We had a... Well, we might have had the first one. Yeah, I think we did. We had the John Fahey. Yeah. That's it. McCoy Tyner, Tender Moments. McCoy Tyner is a 2020. That is a Blue Note Tone Poet. That is $20 on McCoy Tyner. A's already got a bid for $30. And we had a request for Terrence Trent D'Arby. So let me find that one right here. TTD. Terrence Trent D'Arby is right here. And Terrence Trent D'Arby is the hard line, according to. That's in shrink wrap with hop sticker. VG Plus condition. Just a $10 start on TTD. $10 start. That's over there in D. Okay? Next, this crate is buy it now or best offer. Vintage pre-owned records. You can buy them. You can make an offer. I'm here to sell them, so let's make a deal. Barber Jaggle by Donovan, $14.99. Flash in the Pan, Lights in the Night. Flash in the Pan is $14.99. Bruce Springsteen, The River. Very nice copy in shrink wrap, $24.99. Roy Orbison, Milestones. Roy Orbison is $24.99. And Buffalo Springfield, again, no condition notes, has an original price tag. That's a Monarch press, $29.99. And somebody, ironically, surprisingly, shockingly, just asked about the Buffalo Springfield over here. EX is the conservative grade on this one. EX is the conservative grade. And it's a misprint. It's stamped mono on the back. $45 on Buffalo Springfield. Orange 5 got Donovan for $10. That sold to Orange 5 for $10. Terry Reed Request. I'll do that in just a second. Marty Ballin. He was in a band called Jefferson Airplane, Starship, all of them. $9.99. And then Ken Booth, Anthology of Reggae Collector Series, Volume 2. That is $19.99. And speaking of Jefferson Airplane, bless its pointed little head, in shrink, a very nice copy, Rockaway Press, $34.99. Oh, yeah, Matt Bushy getting the Buffalo Springfield for $35. Thank you, Matt Bushy. Oh, yeah. We have Robbie Basho at $40, Scott Walker, $25, and McCoy Tyner's $20. And Otis is just here staring at me. He is just completely he's just over here just staring at me. That's what he's doing. He's just over here, and he's just staring at me. Let's free cam it. There we go. He's just over here just staring at me. Oh, he don't want to be in camera. Hold on. Where'd you go, Otis? There you are. There you are. Oh, there you go. All right, there we go. Otis Cam. All right, let's zoom in. He's like, hey, man, why do you keep saying my name for? Huh? All right, here we go. You want some love? You want some love? Oh, yeah. You know what that means. You get your head scratched. Huh? That means you get your head scratched. Come here. Where's your head? It's hard to do this, and I can't see where I'm at. Right here. Oh, yeah. It's right over here. Oh, a treat, maybe? Oh, yeah, right there. Get that head scratched. Oh, yeah. Here. Oh, yeah. Oh, wrong way. There we go. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Scratch right there. Oh, fun. Right there. Oh, yeah. Right over here. Right over here. Okay. There. What a good boy. What a good boy that is. Huh? You want me to keep going? Okay. I'll keep going right there. Scratch right there. There. Okay. I got to get back to work. All right. My camera got all off center now. Okay, there we go. All right. All A through C are done. Lucas Anoft on the Robbie Basho. Thank you, Lucas. That's so to you for $40. Lucas Anoff. Thank you on that one. There's that. Otis also says thank you. Hold on. He's got something to say. Let me put the mic up to him. Oh, thank you, Lucas. I appreciate that on the Robbie Basho. That's a good record. I hope you enjoyed that one. And then thank you, Otis. Scott Walker Tilt is VG Plus. VG Plus Scott Walker Tilt. That was $20. Otis looks like he wants to go home. I know. He's dragging me down too. Might be a midnight stop tonight, Otis. You want to go home? Get some love? Take a nap? Gosh, he's on my case tonight. McCoy Tyner is $20. That's a no bid buy now on that one. Okay, and then did I miss any other offers in here? I did. We sold Donovan. We sold the Buffalo. Colin Butler got Ken Booth for $12. Sorry for the 4-minute Otis pause there. Thank you, Colin. That's so to you for $12. Gabriel says he'll take the River. Thank you, Gabriel. That's so to you for $24.99. And then D has a new bid for $25. Okay, let's put up 3 new auctions then. And the next ones are going to be, let's see what else was left over here. I've kind of neglected this crate ever since I found that other one. Here's Lou Reed. That sounds good. Let's see what's up with this Kings of Convenience. It seems like it demands pretty good money. And then let's put up a very pricey Herbie Hancock, okay? So first thing we have over here is Herbie Hancock, Inventions and Dimensions. It is another Music Matters 45 RPM limited edition. Is this actually a test press? I think this might be a test pressing as well. Yeah, this is a pricey where these start at $400 on Discogs. Some have sold for almost as much as $500. Herbie Hancock, let's say $395 starting bid. $395 on Herbie Hancock. And then Kings of Convenience, Riot on an Empty Street. This is a 2016 Kings of Convenience, a $75 start. $75 start. And then Lou Reed Transformer, $35 start. A 77 reissue Indianapolis. Hey, babe, take a walk on the wild side. Terrence Trent D'Arby is sold to Susan Hicks for $25. Colin, I'll do $15 on McCoy. Wasn't it $20? Hold on a second. Yeah, I'll do $15 on McCoy. And Terrence Trent D'Arby is sold to Susan Hicks for $25. Let's put that away over here. And then let's put up the Left Bank, Walkaway Renee. Hard to find these in high grade. This is VG minus. Walkaway Renee. It's actually called Pretty Ballerina / Pretty Ballerina. We call it Walkaway Renee. This is a 67 stereo. 67 stereo. VG minus $20. Great song. Tough album to find in high grade. $20 start. That is a 67 original. This crate is buy it now or best offer. We have Tim Buckley, Look at the Fool. Tim Buckley's $19.99 on the Zappa discreet label. $19.99 on that one. We have three. Whoa, what's that say? What? Trefethin? Trefethin. Am I stupid or am I great? 1980 progressive rock, $24.99. Trey Fathin. Taj Mahal Anthology Volume 1, $17.99. I've evidently been through this crate before, but the reason I'm going through it again, because I flipped through here and I seen some interesting stuff that I had never seen or I don't remember seeing. Arthur Blythe Illusions. Arthur Blythe is a 1980 free jazz, $27.99 on that one. 10cc How Dare You, 10cc $14.99. And The Joys of Life, Karen Beth. Karen Beth is on Decca Records, 1969 folk rock. Or actually, yeah, folk rock, $39.99. Treff is sold to J. Rod Ohio. Sure, let's go ahead and sell that for $15. There's the four auctions, $395, $75, $35, and $20. $20 or $25. My camera's gotten crooked, hasn't it? There we go. If I put it on the Otis cam, I have to readjust it. Next thing is The Kinks present a soap opera. The Kinks is $19.99. And B.B. King in London. B.B. King, $39.99. Folks, that's the B.B. King. Black Epic label on that one. And we have George Thorogood live. $19.99 in shrink wrap. George Thorogood live. McCoy 13. That's a bad number, Colin. 14. 13, such a bad number. That's, oh, we can't do that. Thompson Twins, $14.99. This is a 12-inch single. Thompson Twins, $14.99. Frank Sinatra, Songs for Swingin' Lovers. Sinatra, $14.99. Daryl Johnson got B.B. King for $30. Colin got McCoy Tyner for $14. All those are sold. Three Dog Night, Golden Biscuits. One is the loneliest number that you ever heard. Mama Told Me Not to Come, $19.99 for Golden Biscuits. And we have Paul Simon, Still Crazy After All These Years. That's VG, $9.99 for Paul Simon. Also a VG cover with some humidity spots. Okay. A's a no bid for $3.95. B's a no bid for $75. C's a no bid for $35. And D is a no bid for $20. D's a no bid for $20. So Herbie Hancock is still available, or Herbie Hancock is available for a buy now. $3.95. We got some serious audiophile stuff here. Music Matters. Music Matters. The Definite 45 RPM. Limited to 2,500. I've never seen any kind of vintage copy of that. What is OG copies of that have to be expensive? Can somebody go check? I bet like a real mono copy of that's got to be pricey. I've never seen even like a vintage reissue of that one. I would have remembered that cover. I don't recall that Herbie Hancock album. Of course, I'm not too deep into the jazz world, but that's got to be a pricey OG. Kings of Convenience. Don't know much about them, but $75. And Lou Reed Transformer, VG Plus, $35 on that one. And then the left bank, we got two $15 offers. Let's sell it to Eric Van Leuven. Sold to Eric Van Leuven for $15. OG 500. That's what I thought figured. Yeah, that's what I figured. $500 median. Yeah. Of course, they're probably impossible to find high grade. So Eric Van Leuven on left bank for $15. Chris Adams got Three Dog Night for $19.99. and Herbie Hancock. Yeah, I've never even seen like a reprint, like anything from the mid '60s or late '60s. Unless they changed the cover, but what a cool photograph. Those jazz covers from Blue Note. I think I've seen a book maybe before about the history of the amazing photographs on those Blue Note jazz covers of Coltrane and Herbie Hancock and all of them. Paul Chambers, you can name them all off. They're incredible photographs. I feel like I had a book one time. It was an out-of-print book with the history of that. It was really pricey. Okay, here we go. Next thing is this. Let's pull from over here. Keeley Patterson, The Awakening. I think I got some reissues here of some stuff. Terry Reid was requested. Yep. I had forgot about you. And let's do Roxy Music. It's low grade though, but let's try it. Okay. All right. Roxy Music. We've got the nudity censored there. 74 US, that should be on this yellow Atco label. This is a Richmond press. You can find out quickly looking at the Matrix label right there, Richmond. Roxy VG minus, just a $10 start. $10 start, that's in slot number A. Bang Bang, You're Terry Reid. A VG OG from 68, a $15 start. They actually put this under Psych Rock. Terry Reid, $15 start on that. The Awakening, and I think this is a reissue of something very rare. The first ever vinyl reissue of a Black Jazz Essential. The Awakening Mirage. That's near mint for $20. That's Soul Jazz, Jazz Funk. $20 start on that one. It's near mint shrink. And Keeley Patterson, a Sublime 73 Jazz vocal session from the highly collectible Black Jazz label. Very true. So this is a label, Black Jazz. Typically almost anything OG on Black Jazz, very rare and collectible. So luckily, that label is now reissuing stuff, because otherwise some of these I think you would have to track down for a long time. So Keeley Patterson, Maiden Voyage is a $15 start. ABCD there. Okay, back to the Buy It Now Best Offer. Roberta Flack, Killing Me Softly. Roberta Flack is VG, $9.99. The Allman Brothers Band, The Road Goes On Forever. EX, $32.99 for the Allman Brothers. Chicago's Greatest Hits. EX, $17.99. EX, $17.99. B and D have bids for $15 and $15. Chad's about to sneeze. Hey, I muted my mic on that one so I didn't blow out y'all's ears. We have Buffalo Bafalongo is how you say that one. Bafalongo is VG Plus, $34.99 for Bafalongo, Beyond Your Head. $34.99 on that one. Dusty Springfield, A Brand New Me. Dusty Springfield is a white label promo, 1970. VG, $24.99, promo copy of Dusty. 10 years after Greatest Hits. And they actually include that really epic live track from Woodstock, I'm Going Home. Great guitar track. 10 years after, Alvin Lee at Woodstock, $14.99. Dusty Springfield, this one's called Dusty. That's a VG Plus, $14.99. James Brown presents his Show of Tomorrow. This is actually Blue King label. Don't get that one as often as others. $24.99. And not bad for a typical James Brown condition. It's VG Plus, but it's got some nasty scuffs. I mean, it may be graded visually much less than that. They may have test played this one. Because to me, I looked at this one before. It looks like VG minus to me. But maybe playback is okay. The Beatles, Hey Jude, a U.S. edition. Of course, we get the Japanese pressings all the time. That's $24.99 on the Beatles. We have J.D. Souther, You're Only Lonely. J.D. Souther is VG Plus, $9.99. Miss Butters, The Family Tree. The Miss Butters is a 68. That's VG plus $24.99. Elvis Presley in person at the International Hotel, Las Vegas, Nevada. A 1977 press, $19.99 for Elvis Presley on that one. Live, great live show. We have Sonny and Cher for VG $9.99. And this is the Boomtown Rats, EX $12.99 in the long grass. The Boomtown Rats. All right, a lot of stuff still left in there. Let's go ahead and close all four of these auctions. So Roxy Music is just a $10 buy now. Oh, man, DTE, that was really bad timing, man. Sorry, I took all those to 3 minutes. Sorry about that. Roxy Music is $10. Believe me, if I could take another dollar, I would. Debbie got Terry Reid for $15. So did Debbie Laster for $15. Okay. Let's put that one away. Thank you. There is an offer on the Awakening. DTE said, well, I missed that one. Would you do 15 on Awakening? I will. Let's sell this for $15. The Awakening is so to DTE. That was the one that was in slot C. You missed out on Keeley Patterson, but it does go to J. Rod, Ohio for $15. And Jay, you were almost sniped at the buzzer. Well, it wouldn't have been a snipe, but you were almost outbid at the buzzer. Let's put that insert back in there. And here we go. Let's do, I know we have somebody still waiting for Terry Reid. I can almost get all the auctions into one crate, but let me do another, let me do another read through over here. I've got Brown Acid, PJ Harvey. Let's go ahead and get that up. Rhinoceros, Saturnalia Temple. That's a doom metal album. I've got Dark, which is hard rock prog. Let's put that up. Mamas and Papas is actually pretty pricey. It's the mono green vinyl record store day. Bruce Springsteen, a bootleg. Quilt, which is a folk album. Eels is still available. Let's go ahead and get that up. It's kind of pricey and should be sought after. The Easy Beats, James Brown, The Who, Chewing. That looks interesting. Jonathan Rado, David Bowie, CCR. That was a UK copy. Jackie McLean. That's another Music Matters. Let's go ahead and get that one up. Blue Oyster Cult, Chris Bale, Iron Claw, and Badfinger. That's one crate. There's more. There's more. First is PJ Harvey, Let England Shake. PJ Harvey is a 2011 US VG Plus condition, Let England Shake. $25 start on PJ Harvey. Cover still in shrink. Conservatively graded there at VG Plus. That's an A. B is Dark, and this is Round the Edges. And Dark is a 2010, a Karma. Wow, they consider this an unofficial. I thought a Karma was a pretty legit label, but they consider this an unofficial Dark. It is 2010, hard rock prog, $30, a reissue. When did this originally come out? It looks like something from the late 60s, early 70s, based on their haircuts and their instruments and their clothes. I'm not for sure, though. That's a $30 start, 1972. There you go. Eels, Electroshock Blues. Eels is a 1998 double 10-inch blue. VG minus $125. Kind of a pricey record. Average price is $170. Some have sold for as much as $275. And then Jackie McLean is another Music Matters. This one actually on the actual label. We've had a bunch of test pressings tonight. This is the double LP 45 RPM. VG Plus, $120. Almost said $125. I love adding fives to stuff. Or taking a 5 off. I take 5, put 5 on, take 5 off. Depends on how well it rolls off the tongue. All right, I think it's time for a half-off crate. I've done 8 best offer crates. I've done the crate of new vinyl that came in for today. 1 crate of new vinyl, which was all pre-orders in this moment, which comes out Friday. And the 10 years after, Cricklewood Green. And then we've done 8 crates of best offer. 6 of them were new. 2 of them were older crates that I think had only been gone through once. And now we're going to do a couple half-off crates, okay? I'm going to try to get through as many auctions. I don't think we're going to be able to finish auctions tonight, which will be good. I'll have extra stuff to roll over for tomorrow. But if you're still waiting for me to request something, I'm about to read off what was left in the other crate as well. Big day tomorrow. We're being featured in a local magazine, the DTC, which is a local internet provider here. They send out a magazine. They cover a pretty big area in Middle Tennessee, and they're doing us as the cover story for their magazine. So they're coming in tomorrow. I did an interview today, and they're taking pictures tomorrow, and pictures and video. So I've got to be here for that. And I need to be well rested and prepared. I might actually have to put on pants. I dress like I'm going to the gym every day, so I'm comfortable and relaxed doing this every night. But pretty cool. I'll share that with y'all. Maybe we can get some extra copies. And I think, of course, there'll be probably like a digital file we can share with customers. So, pretty cool. I did about a 30-minute phone interview today telling the history of our company, how everything founded, and how we got to where we are today. And I even gave y'all a shout out. I said, listen, there's 2 things I want in the article. We got to mention our employees, and we got to mention our customers. We got to mention those people. Couldn't do it without them. All right. Y'all are very quiet tonight. I did a roll call earlier, and only 5 people told me their location. I've been very, very quiet. We'll take this thing to midnight. So let's do 2 half-off crates and try to get some more stuff sold. We almost have filled up 8 crates. We've almost filled up 8 crates. We've had a lot sold, plus we did some box sets. But at least I know y'all are still with me. Let's do some half-off. As soon as these auctions are closed, I'll finish reading the rest. People tuned in from everywhere. Here we go. Donovan's Greatest Hits. $10. Sony Legacy 2017 reissue. They call me Mela Yellow. Yeah. Also, we have Dire Straits Love Over Gold. $13.50 for Dire Straits. Love Over Gold. This should be a great half-off crate. Take advantage, okay? Take advantage. The Who, It's Hard. M&S Front. It's a put-on. It's a put-on. $10 on that. Traffic is also a reissue, a 2020 press. 180 gram for just $8.50. Dang. $8.50. Stephen Douglas got Dire Straits. That sold to him for $13.50. The half-off should wake up people for sure. Orange 5 got Donovan. That's sold to Orange 5 for $10. Colin Butler got Traffic. That's sold to Colin Butler for $8.50. Joe D'Agato, you were second on Dire Straits. Roy Orbison, Mystery Girl. Whatever you want, you got it. Hit song from Roy Orbison, especially kind of later in his career, right? 1989. This is when he was around the time doing all the stuff with the Wilburys and all that. $15 for Roy Orbison. Mystery Girl. And we had Olivia Newton-John physical. $5 on Olivia Newton-John. And this has, why is this so heavy? It has an inner sleeve that feels like it weighs 3 pounds. And then it's in a MoFi sleeve. Wow, in a MoFi sleeve. $5. Olivia Newton-John, no condition notes. J-Rod Ohio on Roy Orbison, $15. That fills up my crate over here. Let's close all these auctions. They're now buy it nows. I really don't remember the prices, but give me a second. We'll figure those out. That 6 crate right there is full. Let's at least try to fill up 7 or 8 tonight if we can. That will be great. And the first no bid over here is PJ Harvey, Let England Shake. So you can buy this now for $25 or make an offer. Let England Shake. VG Plus, $25. That was a 2011 edition on that one. Okay, Dark is a reissue of a pretty rare, or I should say, let's not put pretty, definitely a rare album, a hard rock prog album from '72. This is the Akarma reissue, VG Plus. It's actually unofficial, but it is allowed for sale on Discogs. $30 on that if that is your cup of tea. Eels is still available, which was this 10-inch. VG Minus for $125. That was for Eels. Electroshock Blues. And then Jackie McLean over here. That was One Step Beyond. Another Music Matters 45 RPM. VG Plus for $120. That's Jackie McLean, One Step Beyond. And let's put that right in here. Okay, IDC Go gets the Olivia Newton-John for $5. Thank you. And Preston Rose on PJ Harvey. And that is sold to Preston Rose for $22. Thank you. I'm going to accept your offer. All right, let's pick out some more stuff over here. Only one record left so far in the half-off crate. $10 on The Who, It's Hard. $10 on The Who, It's Hard. That is all that is left right there, okay? It's so far in the half-off crate. We're just getting started, though. I've also got over here McCoy Tyner, Procol Harum, Neil Young, Clark Terry. There's Terry Reid. Let's do this Terry Reid. Let's do McCoy Tyner. The Who, Mott the Hoople, Grimes, Eddie Kendricks, Bruce, Jay Retard, Burzum. I might try to say Burzum for Thursday night. Little Milton, let's grab that. And then I'm curious what pressings these Zeppelin are. But I'm going to skip them from now. And let's do Fila Ransom Cootie. Okay? 4 new auctions happening here. Grimes. I will get that in the next batch. Fila. The Africa 70. Open and close. This is a 50th anniversary reissue. Near mint minus $25. What was this label? Knitting Factory Records. $25. That's up for bid in A. Up for bid in A. B was Little Milton. Vinyl Me Please. Little Milton 2017. $20 on Little Milton. And that's in B. That's near mint minus. 2017 Vinyl Me Please Club Remastered. There's that other Terry Reid. VG Plus. That's for River. It's a 73 US Richmond press. Gatefold jacket. VG Plus $45. And McCoy Tyner is a Blue Note Tone Poet. Near mint, just a $15 start. That's the 2021 Blue Note Tone Poet on McCoy Tyner. All right, back to the half off. Willie Nelson, Face of a Fighter. Willie Nelson is $10. Face of a Fighter, $10 on Willie. Diana, Working Overtime. Diana Ross is $5. Also, we have John Fogerty, Center Field. Put Me In, Coach. I'm ready to play. And it has The Old Man Down the Road, which is, that's the song he got sued over, right? I think he got sued over it because he sounded too much like John Fogerty. They sued him. He got sued because he sounded too much like himself. True story. Some kind of deal like that. Stephen Douglas on Willie Nelson. That is so to Stephen Douglas for 10. Doug Wants, You Were Second. A Flock of Seagulls Listen. This is $17.50. $17.50 for A Flock of Seagulls, Listen. Also, Ricky Lee Jones, Pirates. Ricky Lee Jones is $5. Also, Simple Minds, Once Upon a Time. Simple Minds is $17.50. And this one is no condition. It's really clean. That one has Alive and Kicking on it. Flock for $10. Flock is $17.50. These are half off, no more, no less. Half off, no more, no less. Flash in the Pan is a 1979, no condition notes, $7.50 for Flash in the Pan. $7.50 for Flash in the Pan. And the 5 Satins Greatest Hits sealed for $12.50. But I will say you Flock for $17.50, and I will go ahead and say Simple Minds for $17.50. Thank you on that one. All right, moving on. We have Led Zeppelin Presents, $20. A Presswell press. Swan Song, super clean. A little bit of cover wear, embossed. Zeppelin Presents, $20. Wow. Achilles' Last Stand. Down, 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 down. Boom, 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 ba da da. Down, da down. Da 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 down. Round, da down. Da 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 da. Eddie Cochran and Gene Vincent. Eddie Cochran, $10. John McPatriot on Led Zeppelin for $20. I seen a video of somebody doing a drum cover for that song. Let's see if I can find it. He was playing the heck out of some drums. He was playing the absolute heck out of some drums. I wonder if I can find that. It was a drum cover for Achilles' Last Stand. I got to share that. I'll show it here if I can find it. Little Esther Phillips. Little Esther Phillips is $15. Half off, no more, no less. Half off, no more, no less here. Next thing is Boomtown Rats, Fine Art of Surfacing. Boomtown Rats, $10. Boomtown Rats, $10. And Blues Image Open. Ride, Captain, ride upon your mystery ship. $15 on Blues Image Open. $15 on that one. Let's go ahead and close all these. Fila is a buy it now for $25. Fila is a buy it now for $25. Little Milton is a buy it now for $20. And then Terry Reid River is sold to Debbie Laster for $45. Thank you, Debbie Laster. That's sold to you for $45. Let's go ahead and put that away. Appreciate that, Debbie Laster. And then McCoy Tyner Expansions. McCoy Tyner, $15 on McCoy. $15 on McCoy. All right, let's grab 4 new auctions over here. I've got, coming from this crate, yep, somebody wanted Grimes. It is right here. Grimes, Eddie Kendricks. Let's do Zeppelin. Speaking of Zeppelin. And let's do the other Virgin Suicides, which is a more affordable copy. This is the 20th anniversary. Pink Splatter they did for Record Store Day 2020. Near mint minus $40 on the Virgin Suicides. Virgin Suicides, so there's Air, the band Air does the score. We have that right over here on the no bids. It's like, the OG I have is like $150 or whatever pressing. I don't think it's an OG. And then the soundtrack is pretty good too. So the score is by the band Air. This is the soundtrack. Hart, Todd Rundgren, Sloan, Air. There's Air again right there. The Hollies, Al Green, Gilbert O'Sullivan, 10cc, Todd Rundgren, Hart, Air, Styx. I've never seen the movie, but people speak very highly of it. They speak very highly of it. McCoy Tyner over here is this. This is sold to Michael Freiberger for $10. And Zeppelin debut, an 84 US Club copy. 84 US Club. So this one, you can tell it's a club right here. There's no barcode on these. 1984. It's a 5-digit catalog number and a 75 Rockefeller address. VG, a $25 start. The Virgin Suicides is near mint over here. Near mint on that. Very nice copy. Eddie Kendricks is a 1972 OG on Tamala Motown. People, hold on. Eddie Kendricks is a $25 start. And Grimes Visions. This is the 10th anniversary. Vinyl Me Please. Near Mint Minus from 2022. $30. $30. Okay. All right. Next is, wow, half off Blue Cheer. $15 for the 2014 Mono Sundays. Didn't we have one of those up for auction earlier tonight? Pretty sure we did. I think we had one of those up for auction earlier tonight. J.J. Kell Troubadour, $17.50 for J.J. Kell Troubadour. And then Santana 3, $9 on Santana 3. Dark Horse by George Harrison, $13.50 on Dark Horse. And Orange 5 got Blue Cheer for $15. Thank you on that one. So there's your auction lineup. This has already got a bid and going to a final call for 40. Zeppelin 25. Eddie Kendricks was 25, right? And yeah, and Grimes already has a bid for $40. Back to the half off. These are no more, no less. Jean-Luc Ponty, Cosmic Messenger. Jean-Luc Ponty is $5. Motions and Emotion, Oscar Peterson. Motions and Emotion is $10 on Oscar Peterson. The Best of Simon Ray's. That's a 2024. It's sealed. Simon Ray's, $13.50. Interesting. A lot of information back here on the back about Simon Ray's. Looks like he's from Texas. We have Todd Rundgren Healing. Todd Rundgren Healing is $5. No condition notes on that. We got both bookends at $40 for a final call. Rumors, a clean-looking copy. No condition notes on Rumors. Super clean and nice. It has the original inner sleeve with it. That's not, I was about to say, Rumors don't come with an inner sleeve. No, this isn't. What is this? John McPhee. That's not Rumors. Rumors didn't come with an inner sleeve. The Rumors came with like an insert, like a deal like this. No inner sleeve with Rumors. I don't know what this goes to. This goes to, I can't figure out who it is. Norton Buffalo. Norton Buffalo, I believe. Super clean copy. What is in slot A? The Virgin Suicide soundtrack. The soundtrack with like Hart, Todd Rundgren, Hollies. That is Record Store Day Pink. Final call for 40. Actually, I was just about to end it. Fatal Flowers, a gold stamp promo, 1986 alternative rock, $7.50 on Fatal Flowers. And Three Dog Night Harmony, $7.50 for Harmony. $7.50. Old Fashioned Love Song. Let's go ahead and close B through D. So Zeppelin is a buy it now. It's a VG copy, an 84 club copy, $25 on Led Zeppelin. VG, $25 on that one. Okay. And here we go again. You say you want your freedom. Eddie Kendricks is also a $25 buy now. People hold on. But who am I? Bring you down. All right. So JCB, thank you. You do get the Virgin Suicides for $40. Thank you, JCB. That's sold to you for $40. And Grimes is sold to Sean Thompson Arts. Thank you, Sean Thompson Arts. That's sold to you for $40. We got a request for the Easy Beats. Let me go find that right now. I'll put that up right now. And the Mamas and Papas. And David Bowie. And the CCR UK. Speaking of John Fogerty. Cosmos Factory, Creedence Clearwater Revival. This is a UK copy. Very cool. 1970 UK on the Liberty label. Something we wouldn't get to. We get gobs of CCR, but not UK originals. Classic album. Very solid at VG Plus. I think y'all will be very happy with this. $45 start. $45 start. That's in slot number A. Rumors is $17.50. Rumors was $17.50. Cosmos Factory is $45. David Bowie Lodger is a 79 OG. 79 OG, VG Plus condition. Lodger's a $15 start. $15 start on Lodger. That's up for bid in B. The Easy Beats, the first U.S. release of their UK debut featuring Friday on My Mind. A 2016 mono record store day. EX Plus Near Mint Minus. The Easy Beats is a $15 start. And the Mamas and Papas, the complete singles. And this is from Real Gone Records. It's a double LP record store day green vinyl. And this is $75. The Mamas and Papas. $75 on that one. Okay. Blue Cheer, that. Rumor 1750. More Terry Reid. I don't know if we have any more. I don't think there's another one over here. I'll do a full flip in just a second. We have Pete Townsend and Ronnie Lane Rough Mix. That is $7.50. Touchdown USA, the Big Ten. Touchdown USA is $10. That is Yuck, the University of Michigan. Oh, gag a maggot. Next thing is Medusa Trapeze. $10 on Medusa Trapeze. The Best of Merle Travis. Best of Merle Travis, $5. Capitol Records. Robin Trower, Victims of the Fury. Robin Trower is $10. Seed of Memory. Yeah, I think that was the pricier one from earlier. Yeah, it sold earlier for $150, I think. Eddie Kendricks. Douglas Phelan said he would do it for $20. Sold to Douglas Phelan for $20. Thank you on that one. Next is Sweet Moments with. This is a promo marked record. This is Sweet Moments with the Blue Velvet Band. EX, $12.50. EX, $12.50. Willie Nelson and Family, Honeysuckle Rose. VG Plus 9 on Willie Nelson. Mountain, Flowers of Evil. Mountain is VG for $5. Bruce Springsteen, Born to Run. EX, $6.50. Baby, We Were Born to Run. Willie Nelson is sold to Stephen Douglas for $9. Thank you on that one. Bruce Springsteen, The Wild, The Innocent, The E Street Shuffle. $5 on Bruce. Fame is VG for $5. That's the Fame soundtrack. VG for $5. We have The Man from U.N.C.L.E. VG plus $7.50. The Man from U.N.C.L.E. J. Rod Ohio got Fame. That's sold to J. Rod Ohio for $5. Also, the Allman Brothers Band, Brothers and Sisters. VG plus $12.50. Classic album, Jessica. I like Wasted Words. And of course, Ramblin' Man, by far the biggest on there. Man from U.N.C.L.E.'s a cool record. Bruce Springsteen, Grease from Asbury Park, $6.50. And 10 years after, Cricklewood Green. Pretty cool. So the new 50th anniversary of this comes out Friday. It should be 50th anniversary, right? Some kind of new half-speed master of this comes out Friday. There's the OG, $5 on that one. David Bowie's called Lodger. That's his 1979 album, Lodger. We're about to sell everything. We'll give Lodger a few more seconds since Faith asked about it. The Allman Brothers is sold to Sean Richter for $12.50. Samuel Kobach gets The Man from U.N.C.L.E. for $7.50. And then Jean-Luc Ponty. That was back here. And that is sold to Craig Weatherford for $5. Thank you, Mr. Craig and Samuel and Sean. Let's go ahead and sell A, C, and D. So Cosmos Factory is a 1970. This is a UK copy. VG Plus, $45. Lodger is a final call to get a bid on that. The Easy Beats is sold to Denise for $15. Cosmo was a UK Liberty label. Very cool. Rounded corner. Denise gets the Easy Beats for $15. And then the Mamas and Papas is in mono. It's a very desirable Real Gone Music green vinyl compilation. 75 on the Mamas and Papas over there. And then Lodger is being passed on. So let's make that a buy now for $15. And that's a 79 US VG Plus. 15 on Lodger. 15 on Lodger. We're going to put that right over here. Sean Richter on Santana. Sean Richter got Santana for $9. Lodger is sold to J. Rod, Ohio for $15. And Orange 5 on the Mamas and Papas for $50. I'm good with that as long as I want to make sure you do know there is a seam crackle up here on the top. If you're good with that, then I'm going to sell it to you for $50. Okay? All right, I think that crate's worthy of just like reading the titles again while we go ahead and try a few more auctions. Clark Terry, Timothy McNeely. Why does that sound so familiar? And then The Who. And then, what else we got? King Gizzard. King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. This is sold to Orange 5 for $50. Mamas and Papas. That's Santana. You got to change your evil ways, baby. Jane Joan absence of me. You got me running and hiding and running and down. Running. I got no heart. Yeah. What label was the Easy Beats? The Easy Beats that you won, Denise, was on the label Verese Sarabande. They do a lot of soundtracks. Verese Sarabande. I'm not for sure if I said that correctly. Okay, we got King Gizzard. You can pick out their covers pretty quickly, right? King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard, 12 bar bruise. This is near mint on green vinyl. King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. That's up for bid an a $20 start. The Who's next? The Who's next is VG Plus, $10. It is on the original label. No, it's not. It's on the black MCA label. It's on the first MCA label. It's technically a reissue. This album came out in 71. This is a 73 pressing. Just a $10 start. One of the best rock albums of all time. We have Timothy McNeely, Funky Movements. I feel like I had something original from Timothy McNeely one time that was pricey. Unless he's a new artist, and I'm thinking it's like a reissue. I don't really remember, though. The Greatest Never Issued Funk LP. Timothy McNeely. There's the hop sticker. Somebody put it right in here. The hop sticker says, The Greatest Never Issued Texas Funk LP. The legendary Timothy McNeely's works. Maybe I'm thinking of Timothy Leary. Timothy Leary's dead. Oh, no, he's outside. Look, and then here's Clark Terry. The Bob Brookmeyer Quintet. Has some kind of stamp up here on the corner. Removed from circulation. Removed from circulation. I'll have that same stamp on my forehead. That same exact stamp is on my forehead. Removed from circulation. This is VG Plus, $120. Gatefold jacket. What was this at, a library? It was at San Diego State University Library. Wow. 1971, VG Plus, $120. So everything in this crate is half off, no more, no less. We're going to do another one after I read these titles. So if you want something in here, here's your last chance on this crate. 10 Years After, Bruce Springsteen, Mountain, Blue Velvet Band, Robin Trower, Merle Travis, Medusa, Touchdown USA, Pete Townsend, Three Dog Night, Fatal Flowers, Fleetwood Mac, Todd Rundgren, The Best of Simon Ray's, Mother, Emotions and Emotion, Dark Horse, J.J. Cale, Blues Image, Boomtown Rats, Little Esther Phillips, Eddie Cochran, The Five Satins, Flash in the Pan, Flock of Seagulls, Ricky Lee Jones, John Fogerty, Dinah Ross, and The Who. If you want something out of there, let me know. So A already has a bid for 20. B has a bid for 10. Timothy McNeely is in C, $15. And D, Clark Terry is 120. 120 on that one. Some people call me the Space Cowboy. Yeah. Chris Adams on JJ Kill Troubadour. That's sold to you for $17.50. No condition notes. Why do record labels release stuff on different labels in different countries? That's because they're distributed and promoted by different labels. There's different subsidiaries. So the Beatles was on EMI Parlophone in the UK. Here in the United States, they were on Capitol. Capitol in the United States was a completely different distribution market for the United States and Canada than the entire Europe under EMI Parlophone. So it's really hard for a British label back in the day to promote and distribute records in the United States halfway across the Atlantic Ocean. A, B are done. As soon as I said that, J bid 22 on A. You missed it by the hair of your chinny chin chin. King Gizzard sold to Sean Thompson Arts for 20. Sean, that almost got extended. The Who, Who's Next, is sold to Sean Richter for $10. Timothy McNeely is sold to J. Rod Ohio for $15. And Clark Terry is a no bid for $120. Or make offer. Or make offer. None have ever sold before on this particular variant. That's bizarre. But yeah, none have ever sold before. There's got to be different versions of this. But there's only a few for sale. All right, let's put up 4 new auctions. Let's actually go ahead and bring that next half-off crate over. Some people call me... I've had the Joker by Steve Miller Band stuck in my head for about a week now. Just that hook line. Oh... Good knee pop right there. Because I speak the promises of love. Ooh, this has got some good titles in it. All right, let's try to sell a bunch out of here. Great looking titles in this crate. Here we go. Adrian Young. Let's do this Yumi Zuma. Let's do... let's go back to the front. Cosmic Corridors and Quilt. Interesting stuff. The solo album. I don't even really like that song too much. It's one of those you've heard so much. It's like, oh man, play something else, right? But it's like just stuck in my head. It's like hearing Legs by ZZ Top or Back in Black or something. It's like, change the song. We have Cosmic Corridors. This is EX Condition, a 2017 remaster. This is going to go up an A for a $15 start. Cosmic Corridors, Krautrock Ambient. Krautrock Ambient. Cosmic Corridors, a $15 start. Next is Yumi Zuma. Zoma, Z-O-U-M-A. What's the story, Morning Glory? What's the story, Morning Glory? Not Oasis either. Yumi Zuma. Near mint for $55. Near mint for $55. Oh, so this is the Delphonics. Okay. I've been saying Adrian Young all night. Adrian Young presents the Delphonics. 2013. This is near mint on red vinyl on Wax Poetics Records. $30 on that one. And then we have Quilt, Spirit of the Golden Juice. Quilt is EX, $20, and that's over here in D. Say you want your freedom. Okay, here we go. Brian Ferry, Bete Nourier. However you say that French there. $12.50 for Brian Ferry. Super clean and super nice. Battery check. You know what? It's about time to change. The Boomtown Rats, a tonic for the troops. No more, no less crate. Boomtown Rats is $10. Jefferson Airplane takes off. It is a black label RCA. $13.50 on Jefferson Airplane. Mott the Hoople Wildlife, no condition notes. $10 on Mott the Hoople. Mark L got Brian Ferry. Thank you, Mark L. So do you for $12.50. And the Chambers Brothers is $17.50. Love, Peace, and Happiness. Looks like a very clean copy. Columbia 2i, $17.50. $17.50. Jim Carroll Band, Dry Dreams. Jim Carroll Band, $10. Dry Dreams on that one. Okay, so quick look at where the auctions are at. That was Cosmic Corridors, Yumi Zoma, the Delphonics, and Quilt. And that's where we're at on A, B, C, and D. A's already got a bid for 16. That's going once, going twice. Some kind of krautrock reissue. The first ever vinyl reissue. This is like early 70s krautrock. Okay, and then Jim was Jim Carroll Band right here in front of me. Soda J Rod, Ohio for 10. Thank you. Thompson Twins, In the Name of Love. Thompson Twins is $12.50. We've also got Brian Ferry, In Your Mind. Brian Ferry is $12.50. It's got some pretty ugly looking scuffs to be no condition notes right there. You might want to buy that one closer to like VG Plus, okay? $12.50 on that one. Bob Dylan, Highway 61 Revisited. Dylan is $17.50. Dylan is $17.50. Also, California Message, Benny Golson. California Message is $7.50. The Worst of Jefferson Airplane, $15 on the Worst of Jefferson Airplane. No condition notes, $15. Oliver Nelson plays Michelle. A 66 stereo, $13.50. Oliver Nelson plays Michelle, as in the Beatles. Iggy Pop and James Williamson, Kill City, $37.50. 1977 green vinyl. 77 green vinyl. A, B, C, and D are all done. Cosmic Corridors is sold to J Rod, Ohio for $16. Thank you, J Rod, Ohio. That's so to you. And then that means Yumi Zuma is a no bid. That means the Delphonics is a no bid. And that means Quilt is a no bid. So Yumi Zoma. Let's put that in this. This is $55. I'm going to put that one right over here. My no bid crate is almost full. Adrian Young was $30. Or I should say Adrian Young presents the Delphonics. And then we had Quilt, Spirit of Golden Juice. And Quilt was $20. Right. So, Jamie, this is a no more, no less crate. So if that's an offer on, I'm assuming that's an offer on Jefferson Airplane. I got to, well, If it's an offer, that's more than what it's priced. It's only $13.50. Or is that for a no bid airplane? This Jefferson airplane's only $13.50. This Jefferson airplane's $15. So maybe you're claiming this one, right? The worst. I bet that's what you're doing. And then BG was Benny Golson. That sold to Ray Red for $7.50. Orange 5 gets the Delphonics for $23. Thank you, Orange 5. That sold to you for $23. All right. I forgot there was 2 airplanes in there. You got it. I forgot there was 2. That sold to Jamie Kendall for $15. Okay. Next thing is Columbia Jazz Masterpieces, Miles Davis, John Coltrane, Louis Armstrong, Monk, etc. $7.50 on that one. And we have George Benson, White Rabbit. George Benson, 79 sealed, $15. Ricky Lee Jones, the magazine, $5. Let's clear out the no bid crate. Kings, Dark, and Zepp for $100. Kings, Dark, and Zepp. Is that supposed to say what? Kings? Yes, I will go through the no bids after this crate. Yes, 100%. There's not much left in here. It's a half off crate. I'll go fast. I'm still trying to put up everything else. But yeah, we have filled up a whole crate of no bids. Of course, counting box sets, we had 6 crates of auctions tonight. Counting box sets, let's do some easy $10 stuff. Like James Brown, The Who. Blue Oyster Cult is actually $15, but you get what I mean. And Procol Harum. Or actually, let's do Neil Young. Here's some easy $10 stuff here. We got Neil Young. Everybody knows this is Nowhere. A 1970 repress. This album originally came out in '69. That is the two-tone label. Neil Young, one of my favorites. Cinnamon Girl, Down by the River, Cowgirl in the Sand. Great stuff. Gatefold Jacket, $10 on Neil Young. Blue Oyster Cult, I'll do it last. The Who Live at Leeds. This is the 73 Canadian. This is the non-gatefold, just the standard sleeve, no extras. The Who is $10. James Brown Showtime is G+ condition. In mono, G+. So less than VG minus, $10 on James Brown. And then Blue Oyster Cult is a U.S. reissue, no year given. VG, $15. Okay, so 10, 10, 10, and 15. Some very recognizable stuff there. That was Kings of Convenience, which was $75. Boy, I don't know if I can even find some. There's so much packed in here. The no bid crate is off the hook. It is wild how much great stuff is packed in over here. Let's see. Let me see if I can even find those right quick. There is Kings of Convenience. That one was $75. Near Mint Minus, 2016 brown marbled. Dark and Zeppelin. Dark. The Jazz comp was near mint. Dark, which was $30. And then Zeppelin over here, which was this 84 Columbia Club. So 25 on Zeppelin. This one was 75 and 30. So that's 105 and $130. All 3 of these sold to Dale Sanders for $100. Dark, Kings of Convenience, and Led Zeppelin. Sold for $100 to Dale Sanders. Any Stones in the no bid? Yeah, there's one right here. The Rolling Stones. Beggar's Banquet, the 2016 UK mono. $50. $50. We'll go through those in just a second. I'll pick up the pace on this crate. Elvis Costello Imperial Bedroom. Costello is $10. Buffalo Springfield, $17.50. Yellow Atco label, $17.50. Also, Boomtown Rats, $10. This one is their self-titled album. Also, Brian Ferry again, $12.50. These Foolish Things is what this one's called. $12.50 on Brian Ferry. Final call for 10, 10, 10, and 15 on those. The Immortal Mississippi John Hurt. Now just $20. Now just $20 on the Immortal Mississippi John Hurt. The Fluorescent Leech and Eddie. A 72 white label promo, aka members of the Turtles. They also worked with a lot of other people like Zappa. $17.50 on that one. Marshall Tucker's greatest hits, that's just $12.50. And Tanya Tucker's greatest hits with Delta Dawn. $7.50 for Tanya Tucker's greatest hits. $7.50. Man, I know Dolly passed away. It's kind of just now settling in. I mean, who would have thought? She's 80, but I would thought she always looked perfect health. I would think, what, she lived to be 90? Something like 97? If you would have asked me last week, I'd been like, oh, she's going to live for another 15, 20 years probably. United Talent, Loretta Lynn, Conway Twitty. $5 on Loretta Lynn, Conway Twitty. Flash in the Pan headliners. Flash in the Pan, $7.50. U2 Live Under a Blood Red Sky, $17.50. This has a longer extended version of Electric Company. $17.50 on that one. And we have Mott the Hoople's greatest hits. Mott the Hoople is $10. Greatest hits. So no bid 10, no bid 10, no bid 10. And BOC is sold to Stephen Douglas for $15. Go, go, Godzilla. Woo. Not on that album, but awesome song. We have Clocks. Clocks is a gold stamp promo for $7.50. Groovin'. And this is a 2017 green vinyl. Cool pressing there of the Rascals. In mono, too. How can I be sure? $12.50 on that one. J-Rod Ohio on Clocks. That's sold to J-Rod Ohio for $7.50. The Springfield Singles. The Springfield Singles, 2019, $14 on that one. The Thrills of Sports, $10. The Thrills of Sports, $10. Jewel, that's a blues label. This is a comp. The Blues Volume 1, sealed for $12.50. Elmo James, Frank Frost, Lightning Hopkins, $12.50 on that one. Let me put away these no bids. So Neil Young was 10. The Who was 10. And James Brown was 10, which was G+ condition. Get up off of that thing. Having a Wild Weekend, the Dave Clark 5, $5. Jimmy Cliff Special, $12.50. Also, Go Near Ring, grab it for a second. Go Near Ring is $12.50. We have The Move Split Ends with the original version of Do Ya that was later made famous by ELO with the same guy, Jeff Lynne. Do You Want? The Move is just $15. The Chambers Brothers Greatest Hits, $12.50 for the Chambers Brothers. Super clean vinyl. Super nice. Also, 10cc Bloody Tourist, that's $10. Doug Wants gets The Who for $7. Thank you, Doug. That's so to you for $7. Appreciate that. Cheap Trick All Shook Up. Cheap Trick was $10. And the Cars, Shake It Up. The Cars is $15. Coltrane and Monk. Where did you see that at? J-Rod Ohio on Cheap Trick for $10. Are you talking about the comp that's in here? There's a jazz comp in here that was unclaimed a moment ago. Maybe this, the sampler, the jazz sampler. Marty Jacoby takes the jazz sampler for $7.50. Got it. And then Goofyfoot got the Cars. Right here in front of me, Shake It Up. So did Goofyfoot for $15. Steven was second. George Carlin Class Clown is $7.50. The Carpenters Horizon is $5. The Rascals Greatest Hits is $10. Mott the Hoople Rock and Roll Queen is $10. The Style Council, My Ever Changing Mood, that's $10. The Jewel compilation, that's the blues label Jewel Spotlights Volume 1. Elmo James, Lal Filson, Lightning Hopkins. Also, California Jam 2, $15. Voices of Africa, High Life, and Other Popular Music. Voices of Africa, $7.50. Goofyfoot says, never mind on the Cars, so change that to Stephen Douglas sold on the cars instead of Goofy Foot. Sold to Stephen Douglas for $15, no problem. Charles Dodge, Earth's Magnetic Field. That's $13.50. That looks like electronic record, maybe. $13.50 on that. And we have the Incredible String Band, No Renewous Feud. Incredible String Band, $15. All right, let's go through all of tonight's no bids for buy it now or best offer. J. Rod, Ohio on Dodge, and that was the Charles Dodge. Thank you. That's so due for $13.50. Wow, a lot of killer stuff left in there. That's okay. I can use some of those for the 9 a.m. flip crates for the people that's asleep right now that have no idea what they're missing. And I'm going to get an empty crate because there's so much over here, I can't even hardly go through them. But first, let me show you the box sets, the leftover. So we had, probably 20 box sets tonight. Carpenter's was actually near mint minus and shrink. Very nice copy. So here's the first part of the no bids. These are box sets. These are box sets. Lee Morgan is the first one. Lee Morgan is in slot, or actually, it's not in any slot. I'm just going to lay them back here so we can see them. Lee Morgan, the complete live at the Lighthouse. This is a 12 LP box. EX Plus near mint minus. Everything is clean from the Elgin collection. Blue note and hand numbered on the back. 1935 of 2000. That is $225 for Lee Morgan. The other box set is the Story of Philadelphia International Records. This is also a multi-LP box. I think it's at least 8 LPs. It's near mint still in the shrink for $325. Everything's near mint. They went through all of them. And then Red Rocks. King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard live at Red Rocks. That one's near mint. A 12 LP box again. And that one is near mint for $200. That's near mint for $200. And last was the Grateful Dead, 3 from the vault. And the Grateful Dead was $240. $240. And the Grateful Dead was right here. This is a 4 LP reissue remaster. Grateful Dead, $240. And listen, don't hesitate to make offers on anything. Here is all of tonight's no bids, which are buy it now best offer. Let's start with some of the most recent. One of the most recent is James Brown Showtime, which is a real 64 OG mono Richmond pressing. It is G+, though. As you see, most James Brown records are really cheap because they're typically G+, fair, poor. The one that sold for $65, I don't know this, but I bet it's like a VG Plus copy. Near mints just really don't exist. $10 on James Brown. So you can usually get those pretty cheap because they're always beat up. Neil Young, everybody knows this is Nowhere. This is a great album. This isn't the OG, but it's an early repressing. Two-tone label, $10. Lee Morgan has an offer for $186. Lee Morgan, $186. I will do Lee Morgan for $200. And Mark Lent, that would be the cheapest it's ever sold for. And that would be the next cheapest for sale by $50. How could you say no? You're not going to get them any cheaper. And that's the cheapest they've ever sold for. $200 and it's yours. Neil Young is sold to Mark L for $10. Sold to Mark L for $10. Okay? Vinyl Paul offered $180 for the Grateful Dead. Sold. Paul Oakley on Grateful Dead for $180. See how easy these offers are? Super duper easy. Super duper easy. Next, Queens of the Stone Age, live in Philadelphia, a VG copy, $50. This is a live unofficial of Queens of the Stone Age. VG condition, $50. Scott Walker, Tilt. Scott Walker is a 1997 US. VG Plus, $20 on Scott Walker. Lou Reed Transformer. Lou Reed is a 77 reissue, an Indianapolis pressing. VG Plus condition, $35 on Lou Reed Transformer. Fishman's is VG, a 1996, $625. $625. This is another Virgin Suicides. This is the score, which is done by the band Air, and this is the 2015 edition. Near mint, $150. Air, Virgin Suicides. The Camberwell Now Meridian. The Camberwell Now is the name of the artist. Meridian Greenfingers, the EP collection, is the name of the release. $15. Alexander Spence, or also known as Skip Spence, an OG copy with promo sticker on the back cover. It is a stock copy label, though. $475. $475 for Alexander Skip Spence. Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers, A Night in Tunisia. A 2019 Music Matters SRX, $295. 2019 Blue Note Music Matters, $295. Tilt. Scott Walker Tilt was $25. Scott Walker Tilt was $20. $20. Betty Davis, the Columbia years 68 to 69, with the booklet EX minus, $45 on Betty Davis. Frank Zappa and the Mothers of Invention, a 1969 double LP Pittman EX, $40. Lou Reed Details. Lou Reed is Transformer. Lou Reed is in VG Plus condition, $35. Lou Reed Transformer. VG Plus. It is a black label 77 reissue. Okay. Scott Walker, $15. Sold to Jeremy Bryant, Glitter from the Litter Bin, or for $365. Let me pull this one up. Let me get into the details before I make a rash decision here, okay? Alexander Spence or Pittman. All right, stand by, Spiky. All right, next over here is Herbie Hancock, Speak Like a Child, another Music Matters. This one was actually a test pressing. We have the comps. These are the comps and the price for the standard. This is actually a test press. This should be more. This is the rap sheet from Discogs for the standard. This is a test pressing. $135. $135. I'm assuming Mark Lynn is passing on Lee Morgan. Sad but true. Next is Roxy Music. This was VG minus $10. VG minus $10. The cover, the stain on the cover. Oh, man. That gives it character. Okay, VG Plus 350. Has a very feelable mark. VG 290. VG Plus 500. VG Plus 500. Man, this disc is really clean. Holy moly. The disc on this is wonderful. I mean, I'm under bright light. There's this like a couple hairlines here and there. Let's see. And then what's out there on the market? 222, 800, 300. It does have a big ugly stain on it, right? Oh gosh. Whew. Has a big ugly stain on it. $350 for VG with a feelable mark, but the cover was VG, and then 500 and 500. $400, and we have a deal. Doug Reeder, Betty Davis 35, Eric Van Leuven, Betty Davis 35. Doug, it's yours, but it will be $35. Herbie Hancock, Inventions and Dimensions. Herbie Hancock is EX Plus 390. Herbie Hancock, Inventions and Dimensions. This is another Music Matters test pressing, $395. Betty Davis sold to Doug Reeder for $35. And Eric Van Leuven's like, why didn't I send that a hair second faster? John Coltrane, another Music Matters, this time the regular stock edition, EX for $95. EX for $95. BG's Odessa, EX, $65. The 2009 180 gram, $65 on that. Let's see here. Alexander 380. Ah! 395. 395. Herbie Hancock Speak 100. Golly, that would be an absolute steal. There's some steals being handed out right now. Herbie Hancock Speak 120. That'd be cheaper than the cheapest one for sale right now. And this is the test pressing, which there's probably not a Discogs entry for. 120 on that one. Lee Morgan, The Procrastinator. A double LP, another Music Matters. Another Music Matters. VG Plus, 185. 185. And this is a 45 RPM. Frank Ocean, Channel Orange. Orange vinyl. I can tell I'm getting sleepy. Orange vinyl, an unofficial $65. I've had 4 different people offer 40, so you got to get pretty close. You got to get pretty close to 65. Lee Morgan, $193. When was the last time one of those sold? March 29th. Is there, how many's for sale? There's 30 box sets for sale. Last sold March, 30 for sale. All right, let's go ahead and move it. This is sold to Mark Lent for $193. Sold to Mark Lent for $193. That's the Lee Morgan box set. You got that for a great price. It looks like there's quite a bit. A couple things I look at, you know, that's why I've had them started doing this year. You know, I look at this, and then there's other things that are really important. How many are actually for sale internationally? I mean, anywhere. That's important. I look at what they're selling for, but this right here is really important to me, because for me, it's how fast can I move it. So if there's like none for sale, and I got something really rare and pricey, it's worth me holding on to it a little bit longer to maybe try it on Discogs. But when I see like, okay, there's a lot out there and it's been 5 months since one sold, we got somebody that wants it, let's go ahead and move it. That's why I've had them started. Plus, it helps me read the title. Because some of this stuff, if they hadn't been doing this, some of these krautrock and obscure sites, I wouldn't even know what they are. I'd be like, what is this? I don't even know. So that's why I've had them doing this. And of course, I look at what's active, how much some have sold for. I wish I had like all the comps, but that would take them a lot longer to print all that out. It's kind of slowed them down. They're still cranking out a lot of stuff every day, but that slows them down a lot. They got to screenshot all that and print it and put it in there and blah, 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 blah. Okay, 110. Is this numbered? It's not numbered, no. This one is, unless there's a sticker, yeah, it's numbered up here. This guy ended up with all these 46s. I don't know how it happened, but he ended up with all these 46s. Like, we got gobs of these Music Matters. There's like 3 crates full of them over here. All these audiophile jazz records. He ended up with all the 46s. I don't know how he did that, but he did. 380. Let me think on it 5 more minutes. Elvin Jones, Dear John C. They would give you the same number. Okay, there you go. Well, he was number 46 then. Elvin Jones is a 65 mono, VG minus, $90 on Elvin Jones. VG minus, Jackie McLean, VG plus, $120. Music Matters. This is another 45 RPM. This one was on the actual label. 120 on that one. 120 on Jackie McLean. And we had Wagon Christ. Wagon Christ is a double LP club. Vinyl Me Please. This is an electronic record. $85 on Musical. I don't know why I'm struggling with that one. 110. Yeah, let's go ahead and do it. Sold to Dale Sanders, Herbie Hancock for 110. A smoking deal for a regular. Spiky, I'm assuming you're passing at $395 because we have a claim for it. He says, congrats, Lucas. I'm going to take that as a pass, but I will make sure before I say anything. This was highly requested earlier. Death Grips EX for $130. EX, $130. Fashion Week, Death Grips, EX 130. All right, Spiky passes. Thank you and congratulations, Lucas Hanoft, on a very sought after. This is only the third, maybe third or fourth copy I've ever had. And I think that's shocking. Maybe three. Maybe three. This could be 4. I know we had one in Dale's Pittsburgh collection. There was one in the Fred Wink stuff, I think. There's this copy. Yeah, tough to get, man. Tough to get. That is sold to Lucas Hanoff for $395. Okay. We have Pete Rock, Soul Survivor. Pete Rock, Soul Survivor was a Vinyl Me Please. A lot of people interested in this. Maybe didn't realize it's this pricey, but it is. There's only a few listed for sale right now. It's on red and black split vinyl. It is a double LP. $90 on Pete Rock. Very cool edition here. This is the Third Man Records. Third Man Records press. Captain Beefheart. Near mint for $100. Double LP. It's on fish scale colored vinyl. It has the cutout fish mask. It has the Jack White letter to Captain Beefheart. It has got the bonus 45 with it. It's $100. $100. Fila is a reissue. If I did have any original Fila, they probably wouldn't be laying around. They'd be gone. Fila, Ransom and Cootie, the Africa 70. 50th anniversary. $25 on that one. $25 on Fila. Little Milton, waiting for Little Milton. Vinyl Me Please, 2017. $20 on that one. Little Milton, $20 on that one. Also, we had La Vis and Company. La Vis and Company. La Vis and Company's two sisters from Baghdad. EX, $40. Ahmad Jamal is from Alto Analog. EX condition, $195. 1997, Alto Analog, $195. It does have a little bit of a seam crackle right up here. $195, okay? Also, we had the Rolling Stones. This is the 2016 UK Mono Near Mint 350. Jazz Grog's getting on at a good and bad time. The good time is because I'm going through no bids, and there's about 10 Jazz LPs in here. The bad news is you just missed a Lee Morgan box set. You just missed a Herbie Hancock test pressing, but you still got time to make up some ground. Fila is sold to Elf J for $18. Thank you. That's sold to Elf J for $18. We're going through no bids right now. John Tabakin, and that is VG, $20, a 2017 self-titled. We had, let's finish these last few over here. This one was Yumi Zoma. What's the Story, Morning Glory? Near mint minus for $55. Quilt, Spirit of the Golden Juice. Quilt is $20. Also, we had Clark Terry, Bob Brookmeyer Quintet, 1972 VG Plus, $120. And then Cosmos Factory was a 1970 UK, $45 on Cosmos Factory. And then we had 3 10-inchers tonight, and all 3 of them are still available. 3 10-inchers are still available. I saved these for last because they get lost in the crates. This is Desert Sessions 9 and 10. That one's EX, $250. Desert Sessions 9 and 10, EX $250. Desert Sessions 7 and 8, that one's EX $200. That's Josh Homney from Queens of the Stone Age. And Eels was a 98 OG double 10-inch blue, 125 VG minus. Clark Terry for $100. Soda Jazz Grog for $100. Yumi color. Yumi was red. It looks very dark red, but it is dark red. Near mint, 55. Almost like burgundy. Almost like burgundy. Okay. Philly Records is the Vinyl Me Please, yes. The 2 box sets. Let's do one more quick recap. Quickly. That's King Gizzard back here, live at Red Rocks. Live at Red Rocks, 2022. A 12 LP splatter box set. King Gizzard, $200. This is Vinyl Me Please, the story of Philly International Records. Vinyl Me Please anthology box, $325. Near mint, all LPs. Sorry, what was the last Queens of Stone Age? There's only one Queens of Stone Age in the crate. It is a live unofficial, live in Philadelphia. That's VG for $50, okay? Over here, these are Desert Sessions, 7 and 8 and 9 and 10. And Josh Homney from Queens of the Stone Age is on the Desert Sessions. I think this was like a side project, maybe, in the early 2000s. Yeah, 2001, 2003. And these are 200 and 250. And then Eels was 125. Okay, so we had, let's start, well, first let me show him Ahmad Jamal. Ahmad Jamal was $195. $195. It is on Alto Analog, EX condition. Okay, so let me read what's in here. You've seen those 2. You've seen the 10-inch. Queens of the Stone Age. Yumi Zuma. CCR. Quilt. John Tabakin. The Rolling Stones. Ahmad Jamal. This was a reissue of Levice and Company. The first full reissue from Jazzman Holy Grail series, ultra rare Detroit funk gospel. Waiting for Little Milton, Captain Beefheart, Pete Rock, Death Grips, Wagon Christ, Jackie McLean, One Step Beyond, Music Matters, 2012, $120, double LP, 45 RPM. Elvin Jones, Dear John C., that was a 65 mono, VG minus, $90. Frank Ocean, Lee Morgan, The Procrastinator, 45 RPM, 2 LP, 2012, Music Matters, $185. Bee Gees Odessa, John Coltrane was the 2019 mono, Music Matters, $95. Herbie Hancock is EX Plus, $395. Inventions and Dimensions. Roxy Music, VG minus $10. Lou Reed, Frank Zappa, Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers, EX Plus $295. We have the Cambrell Now, Meridian, Air doing the Virgin Suicide Score, Fishman's, which is $695, and James Brown. Yumi for $10. Or excuse me, Yumi for $30. Yumi for $35. I would like not to set Ray Red another all-time low sales record. $35 for Yumi. 35. Let's move it on down the line to Mr. Ray Red. Sold for $35 to Ray Red. Yumi is gone. All right. Anybody else? That was the final segment. Two things. I'm oddly very fatigued. Oddly very fatigued. I don't feel too well, which is odd. I feel like I need to go chug some water. I feel like dehydrated. And it's already 12:30. So this is your final call for vinyl. I usually would go another hour. I mean, I've only been live 6 hours. I usually go at least 8 hours. So I'm cutting ourselves a couple hours short, but this is your time to make offers. Let's try to move some of this stuff. If you want me to do a deeper dive on something like I did on the Alexander Spence, I will look up comps. But this is and then these are going to be posted again in the morning. And when these are posted in Whole Lot of Records at about 3 a.m., when these are posted, then those people will have dibs. So if you were waiting to maybe see what else is happening, that's probably going to be the last crate. But let's go ahead and get some more of these sold because I know people are waiting. They're thinking. And I've got Otis with me, the dog, and honestly, he probably needs to go out. And I think I'm going to go home and crash and then come back here in the morning. So first thing is, I think we're too far to the bottom of Jamal. 120, 150. Okay, let me do. I'll go look into a deeper dive. Was that I'm assuming that was an offer then, right? 135 was an official offer. All right, let me work my way down here. Ahmad Jamal, and there's auctions we didn't get to, but we'll just roll those in tomorrow. This is Alto Analog AA 005. It's a 90s, probably one of the few records being pressed in 1997, right? Not a lot of stuff being made in 1997. Sold 116, 130. Over here, 99. For this grade, what it was EX near minus. Yeah. So yeah, I think Gabriel takes a look at sold, but also like what they're offered for. So you're right. Doesn't look like minis in the United States, huh? Japan, Germany, UK, Italy, Greece, Germany, US. So yeah, if you want to buy one from a US, it's actually 200 plus ship and then VG plus. It does have a seam crackle, which I know some people just can't stand that. That sometimes kills the deal for a lot of people. 130, 195. I see why Gabriel put it at that price. That beats the cheapest in the US. And plus it's higher grade. 145. 145, we'll go ahead and roll it. Next comment is Boontar. Wow, Boontar. Hadn't said that name in a while. Holy moly. Let me scan this. Let me tell you a deeper dive on King Gizzard. 150 seems probably not too far off, but let's do a deeper dive. Red Rocks. This is what am I looking for? Shouldn't be too many versions of this, I would think. All versions. 7. That's probably it right there. Okay, so 260, 279, 145. That's weird. So 145, 270. Okay, and then they're hovering around. They're probably all US, yeah. 250, 220. Is this sorted by price? Is this sorted by price? No, let's sort it by price. Price ascending. 220 still in shrink. No ratings though. A couple of these people are, they're not like Coletco sellers. 0 ratings, 0 feedback. You sure you want to trust that person? They said mint condition and they have 0 ratings. Seems risky. Seems risky. What was that? 200 on it. Mr. Boontar. We got to get you an invoice rolling this week. We got to get some juice. We got to get some action here. $185 is my counter offer. Ahmad Jamal is sold to Jazz Grog for $145. Okay, I'm working my way down. $145. Spin Cycle takes Quilt. You got it. Quilt's right here. Sold to Spin Cycle for $20. The Hammer CP. The Stones is right here. The Hammer. The Hammer. The Hammer. The Hammer. What happened to it? Did somebody buy it? I don't think so. Should be pretty easy to pick out. There it is. The Hammer. This is a 2016 UK Mono. Mono, $50 on Beggar's Banquet. Pleased to meet you. I hope you guess my name. And the next was how much on Wagon Christ. Wagon Christ was right here. EX Plus, $80. That's an electronic album. Left field, down tempo. Double LP, $80. $80 on Wagon Christ. The Hammer takes the Rolling Stones sold for $50. Okay. Oh no, a pass. Oh no, that hurts my stomach. That hurts my feelings, seeing the word pass. That hurts my feelings. Herbie Hancock, Dimensions, Inventions and Dimensions. This was another Music Matters, and it's a test pressing. It is a test pressing. So somehow he ended up with review copies of these. There's an actual label. So he has a ton of these test pressings, which I guess they gave out to certain subscribers because he was an obvious subscriber because all of his are numbered 46 that I've seen so far. And some of them have had test pressings. And there's a lot more Music Matters over here. So $395, they start at $400, and that's honestly right in the meaty part of the curve, it looks like. So that shouldn't be too far off. And here's the thing, this entry is not for the test pressing. Just like the other Herbie Hancock we sold tonight, Gabriel, I think, is just using this for comps. I think he's just using this for comps because there's no test pressing entry, I guess. I don't know. I hadn't looked it up. I can try right now. Does anybody see one? I don't think there is. I don't think there's a test pressing entry for these. Herbie Hancock. And this is Inventions. And this is Music Matters. Yeah, see, there's no test pressing entry. There's no test pressing entry. There's the original hop sticker that came on them. Is there any information? Limited to 2,500. They don't tell you much more than that. Superior to the Blue Note 80 released in just about every way. Possibly best sounding record in my entire collection. Wow. Possibly the best sounding record in my entire collection. High reviews. So I need to dig out. I mean, I've been passing over. This guy's got so many jazz records, and I don't want to read titles because that's going to spark up interest, and I can't sell these. But I know for sure right here there's pretty much a whole crate full of them. Yeah. Here's a whole crate full of them. Johnny Griffin, Coltrane, Lee Morgan, Andrew Hill, Horace Silver. Here's one with the hop sticker. These are all Music Matters, I think. Bud Powell, Eric Dolphy, Kenny Dorham. We'll try to do these tomorrow. Art Blakey, Grant Green. I mean, they're all I hadn't sold too many of them because, I mean, it's not an easy thing to move a $300, $400, $500 jazz record one after another. I've got buyers for them, but selling like selling 5 and 10 a night is pretty tough. Like if I do that whole crate tomorrow, I'll probably have several leftovers. Not that they would not be priced fairly, but it's kind of hard to sell 10 jazz albums for a combined, $5,000. That's kind of a tough challenge even for Coletco. You got to find all the right buyers for those. Sorry, things been a bit tight. Shouldn't even made an offer. Do me a favor, okay? Well, glad to see you back on. Hopefully you can come back and join in on the buying at some point soon. No problem whatsoever. Anybody is always welcome back at Coletco at any time. You can leave for a week, a month. Some people come back after a year. I've had people go through deaths and divorces. They've had to walk through blood and bones. And then all of a sudden they're back and they're like, Chad, I've had a lot of crap go on in my life, but I'm ready to buy more records. And I'm like, welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Okay, so tomorrow, and the only new vinyl that came in is In This Moment. In This Moment is $33.99. In This Moment, $33.99. Indie exclusive, black vinyl. The indie part, I think, is the poster. Indie part is the poster. $33.99. Oh, man, hate to hear that, Boontar. Hate to hear that, but I see that a lot. It happens, as many customers we have, we'll get messages and people say, man, I'm going through this or I'm going through that. I got to cancel my invoices. I'm going through a divorce or my dad just died or my mom just died. I'm going to step away for a few. I'm deleting Facebook. I'm deleting this, but I'll be back. Blah, blah, blah. Yada, yada, yada. And I'm like, we understand. Thank you for letting us know. Especially people that have unpaid invoices, because they'll be like, listen, I'm going through a lot right now, and we're just like, we understand. But I also think the people who have unpaid invoices and they don't send us messages, those are the ones that they have so much going on, they don't even want to talk about it. They don't want to talk to us. They're probably not talking to anybody. They have so much crap going on in their life, so they're just like, they delete Facebook. We can't get a hold of them. We're like, hey, you owe us $384 for these 12 records. So, they're just like, some people they get on their phone and they go Facebook, delete. They go over here, they go YouTube, delete. They go over here, Instagram, delete. And then they don't talk to anybody for about 3 months. And then when they come back, they'll DM us. They'll be like, sorry, I was this, and this happened. It's like, left my wife, left my job, my dog died, and my mom told me she hates me. And I'm like, holy crap. Okay, next thing is, how long have I been doing this? We have been live streaming since 2018. 2018 was my first live stream. November of 2018. So a lot of people find out about Coletco, they have no idea what they've missed. So you're over in the UK, right, Damon? You're over in the UK? Because I think I've been reading. I see highlights of your emails and messages that come through customer service. We've been doing vinyl hot and heavy since about 2020, 2019 maybe. course, you know, a lot of places boomed during COVID. A lot of places got hurt during COVID. Coletco took off because everybody was trapped, and we had already been live streaming. But if you notice, I did an interview today for a magazine, and I told them, I said, if you go back and look, this whole live stuff really took off around 2020 when everybody was trapped inside. The good thing for us, we were already established. We were doing it before I think a lot of other people were. And then it just boosted us, you know. We didn't have to shut down our business. We were actually trying to hire people during the pandemic, and people were needing money. We were buying collections. You know, people were like, man, I've got to sell my collection. I've been fired. I'm out of work. COVID, my place is shut down. And then some people that still were buying stuff, they were like, holy crap, I got to buy stuff. I'm trapped inside. I got to have music, or my kids are going to drive me insane, or my stepmom or my mother-in-law is going to drive me insane. So we got some good and bad. We took advantage of what everybody had going on. So, but I'll be 31 in December. I've been dealing in collectibles since I was a kid. So obviously I love music and vinyl, but I started in sports cards. I still buy and sell them occasionally. I just don't have time. If I try to focus on anything else, it takes away from the vinyl. So I started in sports cards as a kid. I had an eBay account in middle school. I'm trying to figure out I was trying to figure out today how old I was, but I had around sixth grade, probably fifth or sixth grade, I convinced my parents. That was still when the whole internet and putting your credit card on the internet was shaky. And then my cousin is really into comics. Like, I have a cousin that has nearly 500,000 comic books. And he lived like 10 minutes from my house. So he had 500,000 comic books. He lived 10 minutes from my house. And we started going to flea markets together with my dad and my mom. So I got into comic books. He also dealt in vintage toys, so I started appreciating vintage toys and the toys from the 60s and the toys from the 70s and 80s. So that branched into comics, cards, toys. And then when I got to teenage years, I got into music. The Beatles, Led Zeppelin, Yes, Rush. When I got into music, then I got into all this. It kind of really opened up my mind. And then everything else. I mean, anything I could buy and make money on. So, I mean, if you watch long enough, you'll see me sell just about anything here. With music comes stuff like posters, autographs, memorabilia. So it's branched out into all this, but when I really got into music, like studying it, learning about it, because all this is pretty much all before my time. I mean, you know, Led Zeppelin broke up in 1980. I was born 15 years later. So it's all well before my time, but I've studied it and made a business out of it. Otherwise, I'd probably be, I don't know what I'd be doing. I've told people before I was on course to go to law school, so I took the LSAT, the law school admissions test. I had visited UT Law campus, and I was pretty much ready to start law school, and then I decided to do this. I'd gotten approved at UT Law, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to do this. I'm going to go all in. Because for me, I knew I was going to enjoy doing it, and I knew if I did it right, I could make really good money doing it, which was a big motivation for me. So I was like, I was motivated because I knew I loved it. It was natural. I was like, anything else is going to feel like work, even being a lawyer or an engineer or a doctor. Anything that I was in the realm of, I was like wanting a job where I could make really good money, but also this, you know, I never knew anybody that was like, could really take a collectibles business to the next level unless you had like an auction house. You see people like Heritage and Golden, you know, they've taken it to the next level. Auction houses can do that. So just doing straight retail, you really have to, especially when you're not manufacturing something, you got to rely on going out and finding stuff. You got to travel. You got to find. This stuff isn't being made except for new vinyl. So it's really challenging to find it, buy it, and then scale it up where you can make it into a large company. So you gotta scale it. And so I had to learn, you know, you got to know when to hire people at the right time. You got to hire the right people. And it's very complicated. It's not like it's easy to build this into a multi-million-dollar company overnight. It's been very complex. It's extremely, like, nonstop. Because really, since I've put my mind to it, I was involved in like civic organizations, and I moved here and I was like, there's going to be no social life. It's going to be nothing but Coletco. And that's the only way a small business is really going to go to the next level. It's like, I've known people who've asked me and they said, well, how do you do this? And I'm like, well, you're probably going to have to take a lot of time away from your family. Probably not going to have a social life. And until you really get it rolling, you're not going to really be able to take a day off. You know. Oh yeah, people, if somebody wants to open a record store right now, I would say they would have a very challenging time. I'm not saying that because I don't want any competition. I wish they would, because I'm sure they would love doing it. You can open a record store right now and probably break even. If you're renting anywhere, but trying to find this stuff and scale it on a large scale is extremely difficult. It's almost as difficult as the manufacturing business. The next most difficult is like trying to manufacture something from scratch and do that from scale. So we have to buy, and if you're relying just on yourself, there's no way you can go out and travel and buy this stuff because you're going to be on the road. Like today, 3 people from Coletco were on traveling. Tanner's already back home, and here in the morning, we're going to have a delivery of records. While all that was going on, there was 12 other people here working. I was sleeping, and now I'm selling, and I didn't miss a sale. So I had a huge night of revenue while they were out buying more records that we're going to be selling Thursday night. And if it was just a one-man show, it would be nearly impossible. And when you just try to convince somebody to come on for little or no money till you can build it up, yikes, that's going to be hard to do, you know. But I know a lot of people probably that buy records and stuff, you probably can get them to work for you. Like a lot of people I think that own record stores within 100-mile radius of here, I think a lot of them do it just to be able to get vinyl. Like they don't really do it to make money. They really have a store just so they can make money or buy records. They want to be able to get collections, and they really have no interest in like growing a company. They just want to be able to get more records. They probably don't care what they eat, what they drive, what they wear, or their retirement fund. They probably just want to have a record store so they can get more records from probably walk-in traffic, buying collection, stuff like that. Because you probably will get phone calls. you probably will get phone calls, but the really good collections, we have to put out a lot of capital. I think that's what separates us from literally anybody else. We have to put up a lot of cash. We have to put up a lot of cash to buy these collections. And everything is just purely business. It's like, we go to look at people's collections and they're like, regardless of whatever they say or whatever they think they're worth, we know what we can get for them. And it's like, okay, before we pay X amount of dollars, after we buy these, transport them back, clean them, price them, sleeve them, Chad sells them, they're tagged, sorted, shipped, and to the customer, all of that, can we make a decent return on investment? So, and that requires constantly buying and finding those collections. Major challenge. That's the most difficult part. But there's some pretty successful, I think what they call just hand-to-mouth record stores that have relied on walk-in stuff, and they probably do well. But I'm thinking in 5 more years, we'll be on hopefully even a bigger scale. I mean, I'm going to have to do this every night, which I enjoy doing it. I don't feel like I'm working. So I'm here just every night talking, selling. I don't feel like I'm working. But at the same time, I got to have other people helping me grow the other departments. Because I think we can do this same exact format for other stuff. It's so hard to find the right person, a salesman, that can sell stuff, do the flow. I've said it, y'all know this. I want to do it for coins every night. What I do here, I could do for coins if I could clone myself. If I could clone myself, instead of this being a record stream, I'd be selling coins. That's my next best thing. The next easiest thing for me to make money on is coins. But I can't do that. If I did one coin show a week and didn't do records, it would probably be detrimental to our company. When I take a day off from work, it's detrimental to our company. Even with that AI sale going on, it just crushes us. It's like a huge drop. That's a sign I need to sign off. My mic just died. So thank y'all. I'm signing off. 1 a.m. sounds good. I probably could have sold a lot more right there. Speaking of dropping in revenue, I just cost. But there's a lot of new people watching, I think, that don't know about CollectCo. That's why Damon probably asked. So I appreciate the question. I don't usually give a full biography like that too often because it takes so long. But tonight's been an appropriate night. So, but yeah, good thing about us is what you just heard, and this is what I tell everybody. Like, we have to guarantee everything, and we have to make sure all of our customers are happy. Because this is what I'm doing for a living. And if things fall off, like, it worries me. I'm like, if we lose somebody as a customer, I'm like, what happened? Like, did we do something, or are they going through something, or are they taking a break? What's that? Because we're out here in the public every day, and I have to make sure everybody's happy and comes back every night because it's very important to our success. And with that being said, we guarantee everything. We make sure you're happy with everything. We clean everything. We grade everything. We undergrade everything so everybody is happier, even if they're going to sell for less. And I mean, we're kind of in the public eye with as big as we've got. So we have to make sure everybody's taken care of every single night on every message and every concern. And I think that'll sustain me for many years to come when it comes to dealing in collectibles, especially vinyl, because vinyl's a very peculiar, complicated subject. A lot of complications. There's people that are uber picky, like everything has to be perfect. And then we have some people, they could care less what it looks like. They could care less. They are okay with G+ dollar records. Some people want the most perfect first pressings they can get, and they'll pay $800 a piece for them. So we have both people who watch every night, and we try to cater to both. We try to have the high-end stuff, and then we try to have $5 records. It's hard to sell stuff too cheap. I don't want to get into the cost of operating a business, but when I sell something for $5, you might be amazed at how much we net of that at the end of the day. Not counting what we actually paid for it, right? Because the stink, somebody bought it. We traveled to buy it. We bought it. We had to pay for it. We had to travel and bring it back. We had to pick them out, right? We had to clean them, inspect them, research them, sleeve them. We put everything in new sleeves, price them. I had to sell them. Somebody had to watch the sale, tag it, key it in, put it in alphabetical order. We have to invoice it. We have to pick it. We have to pack it. We have to ship it. And then we have customer service involved. So all that to sell one record. Everything from traveling all the way to Montana to get it, all the way back here, everything involved in getting it here, and then getting it past here is all kinds of people touching it. 6 to 8 different people sometimes, and then getting it to your door. So about the cheapest you'll see stuff is $10. And then if we do half off of that, maybe $5. You might see some stuff I can do a bunch of for $3 and $4, but everybody's like, why don't you do some of the dollar bins? I was like, if we sold dollar records, it would be better off not selling them, everything involved. So I've never went to I've never done like all high end, because you got to have a good mix, but you'll see us a lot of times, we'll have minimum auctions at like $25, or hopefully they bring $25. I might start them at $1, but because about $5, it may cost $5 literally to sell a record. I'm not joking. Like, for us to sell a record, it may actually cost a few dollars. It may cost $5 sometimes, depending on what it is and how much time we put into it. Because we're paying 2 full-time people just to research the auctions every day. That's a lot to do this right here. I mean, we're talking about 2 full-time employees to be able to do all that. So just getting 150 auctions ready every day probably costs hundreds of dollars. Just the cost of getting them ready for auction, not even paying for them to sell them. So not complaining, just letting y'all know for those that's thinking they want to start a record store. All right. Thank y'all. Good night. And I'll be back tomorrow at 5:30, 6 o'clock-ish, probably closer to 6. Thank y'all and good night. And I'll be back tomorrow.